Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Stuck in Skyblock World? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku woke up to a cloudless sky. Which wouldn't be weird except he had never seen a sky unbroken by the skyscrapers of the city. And weirder still, the sky was a lot bigger than he expected. The grassy horizon also looked weird. Wait, grassy? Izuku could have sworn he passed out on the pavement. He got up from where he was lying on his side and got a face full of vertigo, stumbling backwards and crashing to the ground. The sky was way too big. He couldn't orient himself properly. Not only that, but the ground was too small. Way too small. He got his bearings and pinched himself in the arm in case what he was seeing could possibly be a dream, but the pain echoing through his arm confirmed for him that he was all alone, on a tiny little island, with a chest and a tree, in the middle of nowhere. Literally. No other place existed. There was nowhere at all. He first assumed it was a quirk. Someone with a transportation quirk or virtual reality quirk, or just someone who knew he was quirkless and kindly teleported him into his favorite game. But who else would have known this game exists? Izuku himself only found this game, Minecraft, from a mildly sketchy pre-quirk era website that was taken down a couple months after he downloaded the game. He had never heard anyone talk about it, and it hadn't been updated in generations. Heck, he had only found out about Skyblock by looking at ancient Let's Plays. How in the world had anyone else found this game? His gaze wandered back towards the edge of his little island. That's right. Whether it's a quirk or not, there's real danger here. He doesn't know if he can respawn, or if monsters will appear, or anything really. He doesn't actually know what can happen here, only make educated guesses on the videos he's seen. And in every video, the player checked the chest first. He lingered before it, apprehensive, wondering how the game would mesh with his reality. Finally he opened it, and a grid, almost like a net, was revealed hanging over the hollow chest. The chest contained the expected items, lava bucket and water bucket, a cactus, a piece of sugar cane, and weirdly enough, a crafting table, but there was nothing else. No helpful mushrooms, no pumpkin or melon, no spare sapling. Izuku drew his tongue across his teeth, debating on how to use the items. Obviously, the water and the lava are for a cobblestone generator. The sugar cane can be planted next to the water, but the cactus? Cacti, to his knowledge, could only be planted on sand, and this was an island of dirt. Turning away to dismiss the thought, he decided to build the generator first. He had only seen them made in videos, but if he was correct, he just needed to break a line of dirt, 4 blocks wide like this, and dig down 1 block right there. Thankfully, he didn't break through to the endless void below, and placed the water and lava without any difficulties. A cobblestone block hissed into existence, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he heard it working. That's one worry, out of an ever-increasing list, taken care of. The pickaxe, though, that would be provided by the tree. His eyes slid over to the offending plant, innocently perched over the infinite abyss. He wasn't sure if gravity worked like the game or reality here, or if breaking the tree would cause the rest of the resources to be lost forever. But how to check? His focus drifted to the tree's leaves, hanging away from the precious trunk. If he could break the leaves connecting the outer leaves and the tree, he could confirm that floating blocks can exist. He still wasn't sure if there was some sort of platform underneath keeping the island afloat, and he wouldn't know until he verified it for himself. He paused, hand already in the leaf blocks, as leaf scraps began drifting down. The odd phenomenon lasted for only a few seconds, but it was fascinating to watch. The leaves next to the back of his hands started breaking apart, yet those along his palm remained intact. He moved his hand around more, and the leaves parted before his hand when going backwards, but nothing broke when he combed through the opposite way. Could his hand be correlating to the different mouse buttons when playing the game, like the back is destroying and the front is interacting? He sent the thoughts to the back of his head for later consideration, and began destroying the leaves to test gravity. The blocks were fascinating, having air between leaves yet remaining a block. The leaf blocks cracked just like dirt did, and the air inside was getting cracked too. He picked out an individual leaf and was able to remove it with no issues, and yet the leaf disintegrated once the block was destroyed. His mind leapt into analyzing the potential communication systems this could create, with heroes carrying around leaves from inconspicuous bushes in high-risk offices or witness protections. Breaking the bush would destroy the leaf, sending an instant message. You could even have different types of leaves for different emergencies. But what is the range? Could a leaf decay and erode before a signal is sent? Would the leaf not disintegrate if it changes too much? What if you paint it? How many bushes would you be able to have before it becomes too tedious to destroy them all? What is the optimal of bushes to heroes ratio? How many bushes would look suspicious? How many leaves could be taken before it doesn't look like a bush? What if Izuku bit down on his tongue to stop muttering his thoughts aloud. It bothers others and makes him sound like a stalker. Izuku paused. Nobody else was here. He literally could not bother another person. He felt elated as he realized he would never get treated as less than by others. The euphoria quickly faded, however, as he realized he would never see another animal either. He wasn't much of a people person, but he always had a fondness for the stray cats in his neighborhood. Sometimes he would sneak out to the roof and watch the sunset, bringing a can of food for the alley cat that slept up there. It didn't care that he didn't have some stupid quirk. A tear slipped down his cheek and he blinked as the cool liquid forged a path down his face. Silly tear. Why was it only appearing now? For years he had been unable to cry, losing the famous Midoriya tears the day his dream was crushed by the one person whose encouragement he wanted, All Might. Oh sure, his mom was great, she gave him food, water, a place to sleep, but she didn't give him the care he needed. All she gave was pity. Fragile, stupid, creepy Deku, who would never be more than a broken dream. He wiped the tears from his eyes and tried breathing properly, letting his tears dry up as he threw his mind back into thinking. No time to cry if you use all your time doing things. The leaf blocks were still up in the air, defying gravity just as he hoped. He crept around the island, picking off every leaf block he could reach before addressing the tree. He got 2 saplings out of it, and he sighed in relief as he put a spare one into the chest. He broke a spare piece of dirt and placed it near the tree, and now he could reach the top layer of wood. He broke it down piece by piece and recovered every last scrap. Izuku planted 1 sapling and grabbed the crafting table. It had always been his favorite block, if only for its utility. Although one large difference stood out between the game version and his, the little tools that he had been so curious about looked like a part of the block, just a different texture. He felt almost insulted. He had been looking forward to finding out what they could be used for and how he could mess with them. But either way, there was still a little net on the top of this block that allowed him to craft a wooden pickaxe, so it wasn't a complete waste of resources. It was a rather useful block, despite depriving him of his favorite pastime of having small useful things. He grabbed the shaft of the wooden pickaxe he made, thankfully splinterless via the magic of crafting, and sat in front of the generator. He made a few discoveries about mining. As long as he continues to mine, the block keeps its lowered health. If he drops his tool, the health of the block is restored. He could stretch the distance between strikes to about 30 seconds of inactivity before the block resets, as long as he could stretch swinging the pick. The strike doesn't have to be strong, it simply needs to contact. In fact, even a light tap counts. Mining with more effort decreases the total amount of time it takes to break the block, but since Izuku was weak, it wasn't worth the effort. Using a stone pick decreases the total amount of time and power it takes to break the block, with no additional input on my part. Izuku blinked, coming out of a mumbling daze as water started to fall on him. Rain? Oh, that's right, it can rain in Minecraft. He jolted as he realizes he can catch the water in a bucket to drink, and if it becomes infinite, then he can have an infinite water source. He set out the 2 buckets and drank his fill, but even what felt like hours later, the rain hadn't stopped. He couldn't even tell where the moon was anymore. He shivered as cold rain crept down his already soaked back. He wondered why it had come to this. Why was he here? What's going on outside? Does his mother miss him? Does she think he's finally died? Does she think she's free of him? The traitorous thought quickly faded, but he was left with a feeling of being lost. The whole world tossed him aside the day he turned 4, and his hero tossed his dreams aside the same way. He huddled next to the lava, close enough to feel the warmth but far enough away to avoid the hissing sparks from the rain. It wasn't enough, but it was exactly what he deserved. In the world outside, all for one sat quietly. His attention was focused on a new quirk he obtained. It granted the user the ability to transport objects to and from a small pocket dimension, surprisingly themed after an old video game, Minecraft. He had found a bothersome little child who, if allowed to grow unimpeded, would destroy the empire he is building. He thought he had strangled the weed years ago, manipulating a certain one-for-all holder into destroying the child's future, but the child grew even worse, walking the path of a future informant who would destroy almost all of his plans. This new quirk couldn't have come at a better time. He stole the child who would cause so much chaos and locked it away within the quirk, at the same time creating a humorous show for him to observe. With his complete control over the pocket dimension, he was able to use his sight quirks to observe the child's journey. How infinitely amusing! Izuku woke to a cloudless sky. He jerked up, afraid that he may be falling, but the feel of grass on his palms soothed his worrying mind. Around him was the island, the miserable object that is his only lifeline. 2 days ago, he had woken up here with nothing but the clothes on his back. He had made progress, expanding the bottom layer of the island further with slabs. Bottom half slabs, of course. He couldn't be too careful. Izuku had yet to see a monster, but that doesn't mean they aren't a real threat if he doesn't stay vigilant. But what to do today? He scrutinized his minuscule tree farm and decided it can be better, so he dug out about a third of his island and placed it in a grid on a new platform, wide enough for every tree to spread out and every sapling to avoid the abyss. Izuku looks around at his work and pauses to look at the sun, which told him he had spent half the day staring into the void, placing blocks between himself and certain death. Was that good for his mental well-being? Would he do it anyway? Yes. But speaking of the void, Izuku knew eventually he would need to expand his island. And that means breaking every block of dirt he has to in order to use them elsewhere. And that means that there's a very real possibility the bottom layer of his island will fall into the void, useless forever. He needed to get a sort of platform down there to catch the falling dirt. Izuku contemplated how to get down below the island, absent-mindedly replanting a piece of sugarcane growing next to his water source. Water. All the YouTubers, the site that most of the videos were posed on. No new content had been posted in the last 2 lifetimes, but it has a certain forgotten charm to it. It also helped that the advertisers left it so there weren't any ads, had used water as an elevator to go up and down in their words, making massive elevators from the bottom to the top. He might as well test it though. It wouldn't be very worth it if he didn't know how to use water when he was floating over the void, no matter how likely it was to be fine. So, time to test. He made a platform at the base of the island and another above. He used a spare bucket of water gathered from rain and let it flow down, ending in a shape he outlined with blocks. He jumped into the water and was unexpectedly swept downwards into the square basin, unable to stay afloat. He tried climbing up the water, but his feeble swimming was no match for the immense downpour of the water. He sat down in the puddle below, shocked. He was so sure that it would work. He only tested it to be 200% sure, but this was out of the blue. In the game, you could always climb up water. Why is this different? He had been so sure that the mechanic functioned after he confirmed gravity was like the game. What else will he do unthinkingly that will threaten his life? The cold water lapped at Izuku's ankles, almost teasing him with his own mortality. He kicked at it, daring it to come fight him, but the water did nothing. Of course it did nothing, it's water. Izuku quietly cursed. He couldn't lose his head. He needed to focus, to test and experiment, until he knows everything about this godforsaken place. If he couldn't use water to get down, what's an alternative? He climbed back up to the island's surface and took the water back. He didn't have the length to lie down and place a block from above, curse his height, and he didn't trust that a rope made from his clothes wouldn't tear from the stress, plus he really didn't want to trust his life to that half-burnt uniform. His brow furrowed as he replanted another piece of sugarcane. Wait, that's it, sugarcane. It's pretty stringy, like rope should be, and if he braided it, it would be a wonderful rope. Izuku removed a couple canes from the block, leaving one remaining in case that changed anything. He started stripping the pieces down, which was most certainly difficult, but he got the hang of it after a couple tries. Then he braided the strands together, being cautious about where the back of his hands were. He didn't want to risk destroying the block alongside all his progress. To be fair, he didn't actually know if breaking the part would break the hole. He had yet to test it, but he didn't want to make another assumption. A tree grew as he was braiding, and he figured it would be an excellent anchor. He made about 7 meters of rope. In total, he tugged on the rope as much as possible to ensure that it's sturdy, then tied one end around the anchor tree and tugged on it that way as well. Now to make it climbable. Izuku knew he wasn't exactly strong. In fact, he had lost an arm wrestling contest with a couple of 4th graders who tried to pick on him. They only tried and didn't succeed because he ran away before they beat him up. So he wasn't able to climb up a rope on his own. To remedy this, he tied thick knots at regular locations along the length of the rope. He was glad he'd made the rope so long, because that took a lot of length. To test it out, he went down to the now waterless platform and climbed up and down several times. Satisfied with the quality of the knots, he made one more rope to use as a harness, and looped it around his waist and legs and tied it to the highest rope. Finally, he took a bunch of cobble he mined in yesterday's mindless days and crafted a bunch of slabs. They came out as small items, which was convenient for him because he couldn't heft entire slabs up and down a rope. Instead, they were about 3 times the size of his hand, still unwieldy but usable. He dug 2 blocks down to the lowest layer of the island and stacked the slabs so that he could reach them later. Izuku's preparations complete, he finally began his descent. He took a deep, steadying breath and climbed down. It wasn't anything especially scary. He had assured himself of his rope stability, but his blood was pumping violently in his ears. He could feel the force of gravity pulling him down, but it felt more personal now. It felt like the void itself wanted to swallow him whole and couldn't wait another second. He grit his teeth and focused on his task. He reached the bottom of the island and saw the underside of the blocks. They really weren't interesting, but he couldn't help but pick out the specific grains present as he ignored the endless space below. He reached up and carefully pried each slab off his stack and delicately placed them under the blocks, one by one. They jumped up to a massive size once he pressed them against the base of each block, which would have been interesting had the sudden movement not added to the stress of the situation. He could only reach the 9 or so closest to his location, but he used that as an excuse to climb back up and recover. He slumped against the tree, breath coming in gasps from the stress, and thought that was all he needed to get over it. He did not get over it. He collapsed face down onto the grass, every nerve sparking. He hugged the blocks of dirt below him, willing them to protect him from the void waiting below. He wasn't sure when, but the sun had disappeared and the stars came out. It was somehow more comforting than the blue sky, the stars filling the abyss enough for him to pretend he was not alone. They gave him the courage to descend once again and place down the remainder of the slabs he needed. Filled with relief and an adrenaline crash, he went to sleep under the wide starry sky. All for one checked back on the trapped child. It fascinated him how quickly it was progressing. It had been only around an hour since he contained it, yet it had grown its little island considerably. It seemed time passed much quicker within the quirk. Maybe it would die faster than he hoped. At the same time, All for One was entertained by the child's use of resources. It seemed to be more intelligent than the common populace, which simply meant more interesting events would take place for him to watch at his leisure. Izuku was losing track of time. When he woke up that day, he wasn't sure how long he had been trapped in this world. In the end, he was able to count out what he did up until then and concluded he had spent 10 days there, but the point still stands. Izuku wandered over to his ever-expanding sugarcane farm and decided to make a calendar. He took a couple sugarcane blocks over to the crafting table and got a couple pieces of weirdly high-quality paper. This stuff came from sugarcane? He nodded approvingly at the paper. It should be proud of itself. He grabbed a stick and poked his lava source with it, just enough to turn the tip to charcoal. He lost half the stick actually, burning stuff is hard. After it cooled, he drew out tally marks, slightly modified to use units of 7 days each instead of 5. He might as well, seeing as weeks were easier to use in terms of telling time than sets of 5 days. He put the paper in the chest's storage net and took it out again, just to make sure the marks were saved. They were, and he sighed in relief. The strange net drawn across the chest had recently become a fascination to Izuku. It seemed to be able to bend, but did not, he guessed because it was stretched impossibly tight. It offered him no explanation as to how, but the net was able to compress any item he offered into a miniature, flat representation of itself to be stored in the grid itself. It was a fascinating item he most definitely wished to be able to carry with him, but the chest itself was attached to its location, and the last time he broke it in an attempt to move it, it shattered and everything inside had exploded outwards. The event nearly gave him a heart attack, and he'd lost half his wood to the hungry abyss. Since then he had added a fence around the chest in case something like that happened again, but he was getting off track. The point is, Izuku was curious. He was examining the crafting table the other day, and found a little booklet seamlessly tucked into the back that, very handily, explained the recipes for what was seemingly every item in existence. Granted, he did not have a majority of said items, but it was fascinating to see how things were made. For example, he could make a chest of his own to experiment with. He had put it off because he wanted to farm up some more trees, but today he had nothing important to do. Izuku, filled with anticipation, finally crafted a chest. He placed 8 oak planks in a box around the edge of the crafting grid, and removed the chest from the output square just next to it. He grabbed it and placed it in front of him, feeling like a island researcher. Despite that, the object didn't seem particularly interesting. It was exactly the same as his other chest, down to the slightly uneven coloring. It had a lid that swung up to reveal another storage net, and a cube shape that formed the chest, the interior obscured by the grid. Finding nothing else to examine, he set about trying to dismantle it. As he once told his mother before he broke apart his alarm clock, the best way to find out things is by taking them apart. He muttered the words to the empty air, breaking the silence as he started picking at the hinges. The hinge seemed to be completely wooden, the 2 sides producing a series of holes joined together by a long peg. The storage net was stretched between all sides, panels sealing in the edges of the net. Izuku tried to peel away a panel using his fingernails, but it failed to give. He tried to puncture the net, but it barely relented under the pressure of his palm. He punched at it in frustration, but it just started doing the breaking-cracking thing without damaging the chest at all. Biting his lip, he tried to figure out a way to break it open. His hands aren't strong enough alone, and he can't use the back of his hands because they would count towards destroying the entire block and render it in miniature. Izuku fiddled with his lip again, thinking, what in the world could he do? In the game interface, every tool would just damage things, and his bare hands couldn't use a large amount of power. Maybe if he held a sharpened rock it would allow him to take the chest apart? He turned away towards his cobblestone reserves, but paused. Wait a minute. Izuku stopped as he realized a crucial fact about himself. I have legs. Why didn't he think of it before? In the game, your legs were unavailable, so if he were to use his, it most likely did not count as damage. He slammed his heel onto the inside corner of the chest, right above the net, where it would theoretically be weakest. Sure enough, it broke into pieces without reappearing as a smaller object. The broken pieces fell to the grass, leaving a crumpled pile of wood parts alongside his prize. He sifted through the wreckage until his fingers caught on the now free storage net. The odd grid was faintly glowing, light spilling onto his fingers as he pulled it taut between his hands. He grinned down at the object, mind blazing with potential uses for the now mobile storage grid. In the end, Izuku wrapped the grid around his left arm, easy to reach and readjust under his sleeve. It was perfect for carrying around whatever he needed for a project without actually carrying the stuff around. He didn't want to transfer all his resources into the grid as he didn't have anything to really secure it with, just using his sleeve to hold it in place. He had saved up about 7 stacks of cobblestone from mining in his free time, and figured this addition would allow his to undertake the project he had been daydreaming about for the last couple days, a mob farm. It was quite the monumental task, especially if he had yet to actually see a monster. He had enough resources to build the farm, but it would be useless if they didn't even spawn. Therefore, he would make a way to find out if the monsters that spawn here act the same as in the game. Izuku paused once again, as he considered how he fit into this world. He sank in the water unlike a player, he could kick things unlike a player, but his hands worked to interact and destroy just like the game. What was he doing here? He stared at his hands, trying to find what allowed him to interact with the world around him. The distinction between what the game dictated and what he dictated was an odd one. For the first time, he considered what a Minecraft player would look like to him. It would be about 2 meters tall, at least a head taller than himself, and completely cuboid limbs. Would it even have elbows? Knees? How did it hold tools, and where did it hide its inventory? Questions flooded his mind, and he realized for the first time how truly out of place he was. His fingers were foreign, his joints jarring. He didn't belong in this place, yet he was its only inhabitant. There was no player for this world, nobody there to live a peaceful life just mining and crafting. There was just him, Izuku, rejected by every world he resided in, never even given a chance to follow the rules. Izuku huffed and steadied his breathing, realizing it had gotten out of control when he was thinking about how alone he felt. Figure that. He ran his fingers over the grassy blocks below him and calmed his racing thoughts. If the world didn't want him here, then he would make his own world. He would build his own place to stay, and accept himself into it, regardless of the world's opinions. This was his new chance to build something of his own, and he would be prepared. He set his brow in determination, and set out to find out more about the unwelcoming world. He gathered some slabs and made a path, bridging out into the empty air. He placed a fence behind him so nothing that spawns could pass by. He then placed a full, therefore spawnable block right at the end. The sun was setting, which meant that if a mob would spawn, it must spawn on the unlit block before him. He crept back behind the fence and added 2 more on the edges to make it impassable and waited. A monster soon appeared, a massive cuboid spider dwarfing the block below it. Its stick limbs wiggled as it looked around, its eyes glinting in the light of the stars. Its legs looked too thin to be of use to the massive creature, yet the spindly limbs carried the monster forward as it casually wandered the path Izuku created. His breath hitched. That monster was massive, and it could easily swallow his entire arm if he wasn't careful. Hold on, did it have a mouth? Actually, maybe he shouldn't look for one. He crept back from the fence, trying to stay out of its attention. The monster wandered off the edge after a few tense minutes, its legs carrying it a bit too far to one side, and once again Izuku was left alone. He decided he'd seen enough, and crept back around the fence to put a torch on the dangerous spawnable block. Scratch that, it's actually an evil spawner block, a malevolent, odious thing, allowing one last monster to spawn, just as he was about to light the block. He was about 1 block away when a zombie appeared, announcing its presence with a low moan. Izuku flinched back, having nowhere else to go on the thin, 1-block-wide path. The zombie paused before shambling towards him, and he could see its green and molding flesh, its threadbare clothing, its empty eyes. The zombie towered over Izuku, staring unblinkingly into the space above his head. Izuku fearfully backed away as fast as he could without falling off, which was only slightly faster than the zombie's stumble. The monster's head turned to face him and its arms followed, its massive cuboid limbs reaching towards him as if to tear him apart. Izuku's back hit the fence he placed earlier, and he realized he could back away no further. The zombie's pace continued relentlessly, and it almost seemed to get faster as it closed in. Izuku didn't have time to think through his actions, but he put enough power into his arms to shove it away from him, a desperate action that set him off balance, careening forward. The zombie's foot slipped and it lost its balance, plummeting into the void below as Izuku narrowly dodged a date with the abyss. Izuku gasped for breath as his heart pounded in his chest, and he lunged onto the block with the torch he forgot was in his hand. He placed it and lit the block, and fell onto his hands and knees. His eyes were wide yet unseeing as he relived the last couple seconds. Was it seconds? It felt like hours. Maybe it was. It was so tall. It was so slow. He should have been able to fend it off. Why didn't he back away through the fence? Light the zombie on fire? Do anything other than cower in fear? He mentally berated himself for being useless yet again, sitting idly in the sky. Izuku didn't register the passing of time, but he did register the blazing colors of the sunrise. It felt so cruel. It was like a reversed image of the sunset he used to love seeing, a false recreation made for his eternal torment. The worst part was that this sunrise was objectively better, as if it was mocking what little he enjoyed, and mocking him for enjoying it. Izuku gripped the block below him tightly, and absent-mindedly realized his whole body felt cold. He let his mind go blank as he crawled back to the island, to the lava blocks that keep him warm. He dug his tainted fingers into the grass to steady himself, then rushed back over to the side of the island and threw up. He didn't eat much, or drink much, so it was a lot of dry heaving. He could feel the zombie's skin against his hands. He could feel the moment when he tore its skin from its bones, and cracked one of its ribs with his push. Even so, the zombie didn't look hurt, only knocked back. Was that a side effect of his palms only interacting, or was it just because it was a zombie? The more Izuku thought about the zombie, the more he remembered its moldy texture under his fingers and the more he needed the sensation gone. He stumbled over to the water source for the cobblestone generator and washed his hands. And he washed them again. And again. And again and again and again. He couldn't remove the feeling from his hands, the feeling of freezing cold skin through a thin layer of threadbare cloth. He stared blankly into the water at his hands, and realized he opened a small cut on his hand. He picked at it, and watched the blood flow down through the water. He washed his hands again, letting the red escape through the water and into the void, and finally was able to remove the feeling. He slumped back onto the dirt unseeing, staring up into the night sky. His hand eventually stopped bleeding, but he stayed unaware as he caught up on necessary rest. All for one absently watched the idiotic child crawl around, smirking at it. It was almost like a pet, wandering around its little cage for his own entertainment. The incompetent child had somehow avoided death so far, but he was holding out hope that it would do something interesting before then. Maybe if it did something truly admirable, he would give it a prize. Wouldn't that be funny? Izuku rested next to the lava in his cobblestone generator, absently mining as he pondered his next steps. He still had the platform under his island, so he would be able to expand it with no worries if he had enough resources. He glanced over at his chest and remembered he had crafted a large amount of cobble slabs perfect for the job. Grabbing the last couple loose blocks from his generator, he wandered over to the chest and transferred a couple stacks into his arm net. A mobile storage really made things easier for him. He was able to move massive amounts of blocks without worrying if they would fall out of his hands or make him unstable as he carried them. He smiled down at his little net, then frowned as it slipped a bit. The net wasn't secure whatsoever, his folded sleeve being the only thing holding it in place. He wanted to make a more stable way to hold it, but couldn't think of a good option. Therefore he settled on just tucking it farther under the sleeve, and continued forth. He added a border around the slabs under his island, using his rope from before to steady himself. When the rope didn't reach the edge anymore, he crawled, using his knees to steady himself. He expanded his platform as far as he could, determined to give himself a horizon to stand on. That was his theory, anyway. Maybe balancing was so hard because he didn't have a horizon to tell him he was oriented straight up. He had no way to fact-check himself without access to a search engine, so sadly he would have to go without confirming his theories. Man, he really missed the internet. All the time he was able to fact-check his theories on a random hero's quirk using interviews and videos, but now not only did he have no way to confirm information, he had no new information either. He shook his head to dispel his mournful attitude. Just because everything he ever loved and cared for was inaccessible for a possibly infinite amount of time didn't mean he should be upset about it. Izuku ignored his own reasoning. He couldn't get his solitude out of his head, and it was getting louder. His artificial horizon was looking great. He was very proud of himself because nobody else was there to be, and he was all alone and so cold, and anyway. What else did he have in his to-do list? Yes, a mob farm. He grabbed some cobble blocks and rushed to a newly built corner to add the farm. He rapidly built the walls of the chute, not registering how many blocks up he was building, only trying to leave the echoes of his thoughts below him. He only stopped when he grabbed at a block from his net, but none appeared, his stores having run dry. Izuku paused, realizing that in his attempts to avoid thinking about his problems, he had also avoided thinking about a way down. He peered over the edge of his tower, unsure how to get back. He sat down and breathed deeply, determined to get back to normal and retrieve his sanity. The air was nice up here. There wasn't much different, but the removal of bright green from his peripheral was a nice change. He took a deep breath and relaxed. It wasn't quite as bad as letting his mind run free, but he felt the change instantly as his brain leapt from one topic to another. He found himself thinking of the wind. How it was so kind and kept him cool, but how it didn't exist here. He had felt no gentle breeze, seen no leaves rustle alone. Did Minecraft ever have wind? He couldn't remember. Some rope would be great. He could lower himself down safely. What else does he have? Izuku brought up his arm to check. He had about 8 apples, 12 slabs, and no pickaxe. He sighed. If he had a pickaxe, he could have mined the last couple blocks he placed and have something to place. Well, he had the slabs, but he couldn't mine them. He decided on placing the slabs as far apart as possible, stretching them as far as he could. It would still be dangerous, but it was the best he could do with his stupid and careless actions. Izuku gathered all his slabs and crouched down, and carefully, he hooked his feet on the inner edge. He then slowly slid his entire torso off the edge, trying to reach as far down as possible. He only got a block and a half down, but that's better than nothing. He repeated this process, reaching farther down and placing a slab. His sleeve, the one securing his storage, got untucked and the grid fluttered down to the ground, his grasping hands unable to catch the item. It sat there in the middle of his island waiting for him, and he realized how lucky he was that there was no wind to carry it over the edge with all his food. He still had a task to do. After making it most way down, he had only 3 slabs left and 10 blocks to go. If he did a block and a half each time, he would still have like 6 blocks to go. That's like almost 20 feet. That's too far. He stressed about what to do, then realized. He didn't trust his clothes to hold his over the abyss, but he would be placing a block right after below his feet, so the danger is lessened. He can just use a rope made out of his clothes. Izuku took off his button-up shirt and his pants, and tied them together. His shirt became a loop around the slab he stood on currently, and one pant's leg was tied into it. He took a steadying breath, and began climbing down. He quickly reached the bottom of his last leg, where he placed a slab. He wiggled his shirt off of the block above, and finally counted his progress. 2.5 blocks. He grinned, not realizing it had become slightly unhinged. He would survive here, no matter what. After coming down a bit from his high, he continued on with his pursuit, reaching the floor with 1 slab left. He collapsed against the tower, tired from the ordeal, and rested. He wasn't strong enough for this. He could barely hold himself up, and this world seemed dead set on dangling him above danger. He filed exercise into his to-do list and moved on. He got dressed again, and decided to make a massive rope, long enough that he wouldn't have to deal with this sort of thing ever again. He had a whole lot of sugarcane, so he got started immediately by tying together a couple strands and weaving them up. As he was working, his mind wandered to how large stuff is. He hadn't had his growth spurt yet, being only in his first year of middle school. Being only 5 feet or so when everyone else is shooting up to the sky felt unfair, but it had been fine because it was just the people who were big. Here, everything felt massive. 3 feet isn't always the craziest thing out there, but 1 meter wide is really weird to see. An ordinary school desk, from what he can remember, was only about 2 feet across. It was really odd to him, but he supposed if everything was consistent, he could get used to it. As he was going at it, his eyes wandered over to his fallen net. His mind made the extremely difficult connection to what he was doing and what he was looking at, and he realized he could tie the net to his arm and solve its stability issues while keeping some spare rope on hand. He switched objectives and started making a second rope, a bit thinner, but that was because he was trying not to get any sharp ridges. They were fine on a climbing rope, but he didn't want to have a piece of fiber stabbing his arm all day. He wrapped the rope around his left arm and tucked the net under the strings at the ends. That didn't leave every slot open to use, but he wasn't intending to use it for holding much. It wasn't perfect, but he was happy to have made some progress today. He returned to the big rope and added a massive final 40 feet. His hands ached, and he was pretty sure his fingers would fall off, but he needed this rope for his mob farm. It felt like his hands were being boiled from the inside out. He stopped suddenly, remembering there's a thing about boiling water before you drink it. Has he been drinking dangerous water all this time? He squinted at the water next to him and decided it was probably fine because he's still alive and it's been almost a month. But boiling things raises the question, can he boil things? What can he actually boil? What should he boil? How should he boil things? Well, he has a bucket, and he has a lava source that's very hot, so he was at least set on the how to part. But how to go about this? Izuku first decided to put together a support thing out of sticks beside the lava and put the bucket between the supports there, but sticks and fire don't mesh too well and he was concerned about losing his bucket. Oh right, gravity doesn't exist so he can put the sticks as far as he wants with no danger of fire. Wait, gravity doesn't apply to blocks either, so he can quit the sticks altogether. Cobble can't burn, make it out of that. A cobble slab hanging directly above the lava would work great. Would a bucket melt? Nah, they had held lava before. Perfect. Izuku, fueled by satisfaction after creating the perfect plan, added a cobble slab to hang over the lava. He wrapped a rope around the block and strapped a bucket of rainwater to hang underneath. The air above the bucket would heat it. Izuku stepped back to admire his work. His pride was only surpassed by the growing realization that he had nothing to boil. He bit his cheek in frustration and annoyance, scanning his brain for anything to boil. He could probably boil his clothes? Get dirt and sweat off of them maybe, though he wasn't quite sure if that worked. But he wanted food. He was tired of eating apples, okay? But what did he even have? He hadn't made a garden yet, so all he had was the singular piece of cactus and his massive load of sugarcane. Oh what the heck, he used sugarcane for everything else. Why not see if he can boil it? He shrugged and grabbed some sugarcane, deciding to run a test. He took the item version, a whole cane he harvested fresh from the block, and some cane strips. He tossed them all into the bucket and waited for 20 minutes before checking on it. Using a stick to pull up the contents, he discovered the following. The item version didn't disappear, which was odd to him, but maybe the world didn't need to delete items because this place didn't seem to be on a server? Anyway, the item version wasn't affected whatsoever. He didn't really want to eat that anyway, it looked really tough. The strips looked more delicious, though not quite edible, being really pale and watery. They looked like really tough paper, and his nose scrunched up instinctively at the almost overpowering scent of weird sugar. He had a definite sweet tooth, but that didn't smell sweet, that smelled, well, also sweet, but as if you took the taste of grass and combined it with the smell of sugar and paper. Maybe-ish. He still didn't like it. He pulled out the last cane to examine, leaving the puddle of strips to sit next to the lava and dry. The cane looked like a tiny log, one that had a really soft center. The only thing he could relate it to was the bamboo shoots his mom brought home once. And oh wait, sugarcane and bamboo are really similar, aren't they? He blinks at this realization and found out he was an idiot. Of course they're similar, they are both canes. Why did you not think of this earlier? He stewed in his frustration with himself for the next couple minutes, but snapped himself out of it when he saw the sun set. He sighed and wandered over to his calendar paper to add his daily mark. From what he knew of the date he last remembered being in the real world, he got kidnapped in late May, so now it must be late June. He couldn't for the life of him remember what day it was, so he would have to settle for a rough estimate. How long would he be stuck here? He hasn't seen a single trace of a way out, and he hasn't seen another person at all. His mom's birthday is soon, and even though she didn't quite treat him like a person, he still loved her. He had thought to get her a present, but it was stuck in his drawer in his room. He wished he had it now. The little bag charm he got her had a cat on it, and he really wanted some company. He sighed again as he looked out at the stars, trying to find shapes and such in the night sky. All for one stared at the child doing nothing interesting and left out of boredom. He wanted it to do something big, something interesting, but it seemed determined to be as boring as possible. He frowned down at the quirk and went to go bother Tamura. If nothing interesting would happen, he would make something interesting happen. Izuku felt short. Not just because he was in fact very short, but because he built out the island's platform enough to use. He had a pretty big area now to roam on, but he hadn't taken down his island yet. He didn't quite want to either. He felt like destroying the thing would bring down his whole platform, though he had no reason to believe this was true. But he wanted more space and more grass, so up he went, removing a majority of the dirt blocks. He left a couple of grass blocks, he wasn't a complete idiot, and added a staircase for it to grow along the ground. He used about half of what he harvested to make a little garden, though of course he had nothing to put in it. For now he used the untilled dirt to grow his sugarcane collection, currently in excess of 3 stacks. Sugarcane has become his new favorite item, being so useful and easy to collect. He used the rest of his dirt to coat the area under the dirt staircase, and climbed back up to the island to move his cobble generator. He huffed a laugh, realizing he felt as if he was moving away from a familiar house. Dismantled his pot of boiling water, now empty, the water evaporated, and emptied his chest, moving everything down. The lava from the generator, once it touched the bucket, disappeared, and left behind an empty hole. It didn't even leave a scorch mark, despite bubbling away at the dirt for so long. The water disappeared the same way, and he once again found himself staring into the bucket of water, silently begging it to reveal its infinite secrets. While he waited for the grass to spread, he looked around and tried to figure out what else he could do. The area looked painfully flat now, and it felt like he was on the roof of a tall building. His heart twisted as he resisted checking over the edge, knowing it would destroy the fragile stability he had built in his mind. He set his sight on an area near the middle to put his new cobble generator, and outlined the machine with cobblestone so it wouldn't burn. Dirt would work too, but he valued that a bit too much to keep it next to lava when he didn't have to. The lava hissed as he dumped it in, and he flinched back as a stray bubble popped right next to his hand. The liquid missed him, thankfully, but the change in temperature spooked him. He backed away and turned back to check on the grass. Nothing. He sighed, and removed the bit of island that was his previous cobble generator. He took away the dirt at the bottom under the chest, and jumped back when something fell. Nothing was supposed to fall here. Why did something fall? What is it? Is it dangerous? Is it evil? Is it alive? Is it dead? Izuku crept towards the odd gravity-obeying object. As he approached, his eyes widened in recognition. It was sand. A block of sand was in the island the whole time. He could use the sand to cook into glass, or to grow cacti. He begrudgingly accepted that the cactus was useful as long as he could grow it using this sand. He can afford to experiment with it if he gets his hands on more than one piece, after all. He broke the valuable block, his punches leaving no trace on the block, and placed it next to the sugarcane farm. After, he grabbed the cactus block. Weirdly, it didn't prick his skin as he held it, though to be fair he wasn't holding it tightly. He itched to pick at it, pull it apart, but refrained. If he accidentally broke it, he would never forgive himself. He placed the cactus block on the sand with no issues. Ouch! Izuku grabbed at his hand, staring down at the blood welling up in his fingertips. The injuries were negligible, probably going to heal in 3 days, but it was the first time he had seen his own blood since he got stuck here. He grimaced at the familiar sensation of blood pounding through his hand, trying to get free. He used his left hand to grab some sugarcane, and crafted up some paper to wind around his fingers. It was better than tearing up his sleeves, and paper would be at least some of a barrier between infections and his blood. He stared at the piece of paper, and tried to come up with a better design. He couldn't recreate the stickiness of glue, but maybe he could come close with sugary paste? He could make the little white pad out of paper, but if he could get his hands on wool that would work way better. The back? Maybe a strip of sugarcane? But that's pretty rigid. Would boiling it make it softer, or would it fall apart if it's too wet? Or cloth, or more paper? Can he alter the constitution of crafting table things in order to make a better material? How far can this be pushed? He blinked at the sound of his own voice, and realized he was talking. He should really stomp that habit if he doesn't want to get bullied if he gets back out. When he gets back out, he won't be trapped here forever. He will not only live here, he will thrive here, and get back out as an accomplished human being. He gave himself a little yeah to further amplify his point, then moved on. What else could he do now? The grass still hadn't reached the lower platform, so he couldn't do anything with that. He wanted to maybe gather some seeds from bone meal ing the area, but he didn't have bones or a composter at the moment. Izuku pivoted on his heel to look around the rest of his extended platform for something to do. He could make a composter or a couple more chests, but he didn't really feel like it. Maybe in a bit. Thinking of chests, he looked down at his arm's storage net. It hadn't slipped yet, but it was a bit loose on his arm. He could tell he needed some form of string to bind it tighter. Sure, he could wait for spider string, but why wait if he could weave in a couple more strips of sugarcane? He smiled down at it and went to grab some canes. As he was harvesting them, it occurred to him that he never truly experimented with the sugarcane. He didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth and all that, but he was curious. He first tried wrapping his knuckles on one of the canes he had already removed. Cracks appeared in a couple places, and looking back at the plant he took it from revealed cracks there too, which he found pretty interesting. He chose a random plant and slowly tore out each cane. He tore away the final piece, but nothing weird happened. All the canes he took were still under his arm, and the block was empty. He experimentally swept his arm through the blank area to be met with nothing but air. He placed another block where the canes were, and again nothing happened. Finally, he broke the block below it and replaced it, and still nothing new appeared. Satisfied, he broke the block, concluding that the plant really was gone, and he had taken every piece. Which meant he could break down blocks with no fear of their previous state returning and such. He yawned and saw that the sun was sinking. He blinked twice, then realized his newly built island was growing darker. Which meant that every block on his island was growing darker. Which meant that every block here, the stuff he used to build the plaza instead of slabs, like an idiot, would soon become a spawnable block. Which means monsters are about to spawn. He leapt over to where his wood was stored, and grabbed an entire stack, no time to waste. He had neglected to place a furnace close to the crafting table beforehand, and he was regretting every second he had to spend tossing cobblestone haphazardly onto the crafting table. Somehow he got a furnace out of it, and he wasted no time tossing it down and putting every piece of wood he had into the slots provided. He waited as it slowly burnt, watching the rest of his island grow darker. His leg jogged violently, and his fingers tensed and untensed as he filled his find with images of his limbs getting torn apart by zombies, his lungs punctured by skeletons, and his face getting mauled by spiders. Finally the furnace finished, and he crafted some torches, lighting the area around himself first, half-baked plans of a last stand and a safe zone bouncing around in his mind. Another charcoal finished, and he made more, expanding his little bubble. But he hadn't lit even half his island before a zombie spawned. Izuku froze, mind running wild, taking what he saw of the zombie he ended and making it more terrifying, more deadly. The zombie stood there, arms outstretched, staring blankly into the darkness. Izuku backed up, picking up an axe he could use as a weapon, but the zombie didn't move. It was as if the zombie didn't see him at all. Terrified out of his mind, he stood there and tried to analyze the zombie's actions, his face-mind working twice as hard to get through the blockade of stress. If the zombie didn't notice him, then he wasn't close enough, right? But it was so close, only about 8 blocks away. Well, maybe the zombie was lagging? But that can't be right. He's never seen anything lag before, or any hint of lag. Could it be stuck? He searched the area around the zombie for why it wouldn't be moving, but found nothing. Suddenly the zombie moved, shambling over about 3 blocks, and stopped again. Why? Izuku stared at the monster, practically setting it on fire with how violent his stare was. Wait, setting it on fire? He picked up a torch from the ground and raced towards the zombie, its head turning to face him. He closed in as its arms turned towards him, hand things grasping at his hair. He ducked under its arm and touched the torch to the zombie's shirt. He was careful, despite all his stress, not to touch his knuckles to the zombie. If this counted as an attack, he would deal with it, but he would hate it if he messed with an opportunity to learn what a torch did. He did find out what a torch did, but what it did was absolutely nothing. He had the torch's head pressed against the hem of the zombie's dried-out shirt, and yet not a spark flew out of place. The stupid torch, this flaming stick, was not spreading flame. The zombie turned to face him again, and he backed up a few blocks to give himself some wiggle room to run. The zombie stared blankly down at him and turned away. Izuku blinked in confusion. There was no mistaking this, the zombie was ignoring him. He waved a hand in front of the zombie's face and it stared at his hand, but did nothing else. Did it even know he was alive? Izuku grinned, then laughed out loud to expel all the energy his stress had gathered. Not getting targeted by monsters meant his life was way easier. He stared into the zombie's face, and all it did was stare back at him. His grin got wider the longer his theory proved true. A rattle to his left drew his attention, and he found a skeleton casually standing around. He walked near that guy too, and again no murder. Thrilled with his discovery, he left the monsters to go finish crafting torches. Sure, they didn't attack him, but he didn't want to risk making them mad. His current hypothesis was to treat the monsters like zombie pigmen. If he hit them, they might notice and start ending him, maybe even all at once, though that's unlikely. His island slowly accumulated monsters, and he had a front row seat to the extremely creepy show. They all wandered about aimlessly, or they froze in place as if they were contemplating mortality and existence. Izuku slowly wove through the crowd, placing torches around the island until the whole thing was lit. He stayed the night behind the chests of his storage system, not wanting something to sneak up on him when he wasn't looking. He stared out and realized how terrifying it was to be in a crowd of those who could end you. He chuckled weakly at his own joke, realizing he had lived his whole life surrounded by those who could end him. The sun rose and he watched the zombies and skeletons burn. He collected the bones and flesh from the ground, and dumped them all into one of his chests. He stared down at the rising sun and for the first time, he didn't think of home. All for one yawned. His quirks allowed him to stay awake for weeks, but every so often exhaustion creeps up. He settled himself in for an hour or so long nap, forgetting to check in on the child trapped in his quirk. Oh well, he'll check in after he wakes. Izuku ran his fingers over his stores of cobblestone, the dozen or so stacks he had placed in his storage grid. He had gathered all the information and resources he could, and now he was ready. He had stagnated somewhat in what he could do, expanding his island into a massive platform with farms and storage. He had over 5 stacks of sugarcane and a massive rope, and had built up the nerve to finally ascend the chute again. He didn't actually remember how tall the chute needed to be, so he decided to make it an even 30 blocks tall, just in case, because he remembered the videos saying 20-something or other, and he didn't want the monsters to be alive after the fall. But how to get to the top? He still had his previous way down, but he really did not count that as a traversable path. He settled on placing another slab half a block above and to the left for each slab. That would mean he only has to climb upwards 1 block, then jump across 1 block to the next platform. The 10 blocks at the bottom didn't work with this pattern, so he just tore down the slabs there and rebuilt the platform in the better pattern. He double-checked that he had his massive rope and a spare pickaxe before ascending. He'd be damned if he got stuck again. Climbing up the platforms was a little fun, if not exhausting. It brought to mind a slightly more dangerous jungle gym, one with the tunnels and platform ladders that are too small for anyone over 4 feet tall. Izuku reached the top and added the last few blocks to make it 30, then added a path 6 blocks out on one side. He stopped after that to catch his breath. He was getting really tired of being unfit. He sat up there for almost 10 minutes, just giving himself a break before he got into the hard part. Grunting, he pushed himself up from the platform and got back to work. But first, he added a cobble fence to the chute and tied his rope to it, then to himself. If he fell off now, he would not hit the ground, plus he could rappel down once he was done. He started making the frame, using full blocks only. Slabs would have been cheaper, but he wasn't sure if this world catered towards the computer-only version of Minecraft or the cross-platform one, and he didn't want to put in all the work and have to tear it down if the inside was still lit. Making the walls was stressful, having to balance on the edge of the structure. Holding the rope taut with one hand helped him balance, though the presence of something so far below him threw off his perception of orientation, encouraging him to wobble violently. The roof was easier, knowing that the floor was so close he would stay alive if he fell. He was sure to leave some holes in the roof though, partially as an way to the fence with his rope but mostly to let the light in. Using the light was helpful when putting in the water. He had to go up and down the chute 4 times to put in the water streams, and he had to take breaks so he wouldn't pass out from exhaustion. At least rappelling down was fun, if not stressful. The one time he slipped, he caught himself on the jungle gym stairway and got away with only minor bruising. Before he could pass out, he went down one more time to make a bunch of trapdoors. The sun was sinking fast and he wanted the farm done before monsters started appearing. He made a couple extra, but that was okay because he was in a rush. Izuku would have sighed had he not been out of breath as he scaled the stupidly tall chute once again. Why did he have to make it so tall? He crawled up onto the platforms and placed down the trapdoors in neat rows, not bothering to flip any up. He was sure that monsters would start spawning any second now, so he mined away his mini entrance to the farm and grabbed the other end of the rope. He the fence and rope up a platform and up onto the roof, then patched up all the holes. He breathed a sigh of relief that most of the work was done, but he couldn't rest yet. He placed every torch he had on the roof, ensuring that the only dark place was inside. Finally he could rest. And why bother even going down? What was he going to sleep on instead, wood? He bundled his jacket up into a surrogate pillow, which was becoming a trend with his nights, and went to sleep under the expansive night sky. Somehow the size wasn't scary anymore. He woke up to the sunrise a couple hours later, nerves on fire. Every muscle he had and some he didn't know he had was burning him alive, a pyre of his own creation. He let out a strangled whimper, then decided there was not a single person around who could hear him and yelled out his pain instead. Yes, it wasn't dignified to scream and cry about sore muscles, but it hurt. The pain faded slightly with time, and he tried stretching. Supposedly he would regret it later if he didn't, though he wasn't sure of the consequences. He didn't want to risk it though, and did his best to extend his abused muscles. When he was done, he did feel slightly better. That, or the pain he felt during stretching was so much greater that anything different was better. Either way, he should get down from the farm and look at whether the farm actually did anything. He could hear spiders hissing and skeletons rattling, so there were certainly mobs spawning, but he wanted to make sure they were falling and dying. But how to descend? He could, theoretically, lower himself down from the edge of the top, but that would leave him 30 blocks of empty air, with nothing to hold on to or to catch himself on if he lost the rope. He considered maybe stringing the rope alongside the underside to rappel down along the chute, but realized making a path on that route was far more effective because gravity couldn't drag down blocks. With the blocks remaining, he made a staircase down to the edge of the wall. Next was the hard part. He grabbed his rope and wrapped it a couple more times around his waist for good measure. His everything was still aching and moving made it worse, but his water and food was down there and he was getting hungry. He slowly slid off the last stair block, now completely suspended. He could never get used to that feeling. He placed a block down on the underside of the farm and loosened the rope slightly to go down farther. The rope twinged violently as his hands slipped from the rope, his stomach rolling as he tumbled downwards. His eyes widened and he spread out his arms instinctively. That action was what saved him, as the rope caught under his arm from where it was unrolling from his waist. His arm bent to catch the rope and his descent ended abruptly. He wasn't quite sure what was happening, but it became clear as he examined his surroundings. He was about halfway down the outside of the chute, suspended in the air. He didn't dare twitch in fear of loosening the rope, caught around his elbow and wrist. His arm felt like it was getting ripped out of its socket, but it didn't seem to be broken, so he could technically use it. Slowly, ever so slowly, he used his other arm to grab the rope and steady it. Then he unwrapped his arm and let it rest for a couple seconds, because dear God that hurt like a effing beach. He grabbed the rope again, and wrapped his other arm with it, more reliably this time. Now with an undamaged arm holding the rope securely, he could think of a plan. He couldn't reach anything from here, so he couldn't place a block. The jungle gym stairway was closest to him. Could he swing over? He didn't want to. He didn't want to move at all, in fact, but his hand was getting tired. And his muscles hurt. Taking the only way out, he started swinging. It wasn't much, in fact it was painfully slow, but he got a good arc eventually, and could scrape the platforms with his foot. He swung harder, and could place the flat of his foot against it before swinging away again. He used that to his advantage and pushed off hard, forcing himself into a somewhat uncontrolled swing for the sake of a faster escape. He reached the opposite end and his arm nearly gave out, but he kept it locked and swung into the chute. Literally. Izuku crashed against the hard cobble wall, the air getting knocked out of his lungs at the impact. The rope pulled him back out towards the empty air again, but he grabbed onto the sides of the slab and held on. He let the rope unravel from his arm, falling away and out of sight. He sat there, panting as he watched the rope slowly lose momentum. He breathed out a sigh and relaxed, secure in the knowledge that it was over. He experimentally moved his arm, and found that it hurt too much to properly assess its damage, therefore OWW. He put his arm back down and pressed his aching skull against the cool cobblestone wall. Why was his morning like this? Did God hate him? What? Why did he even ask? He already knew. Groaning, Izuku descended the platforms, banging his knees on the way down, because he did not want to do anything with his arms and didn't care about a couple more bruises. He reached the end and practically crawled over to the grass he left in the center of his island, definitely softer than the cobblestone he slept on. He closed his eyes in relief and took a nap. At noon, Izuku woke up a couple hours later, mid-afternoon now, and groaned. He still ached, but he felt leagues better than before. He wanted to do something else to fill the afternoon, but didn't have a task that wasn't labor-intensive. He could always use more rope, chop down the new trees and such, but he really didn't want to move. He nestled his head farther into the soft grass blocks below him and paused. Right, the grass finished spreading. Izuku was very excited to have grass again, not just because it was way nicer to sleep on than wood, but because it was the source of seeds, and seeds meant wheat and wheat meant bread. His mouth began watering at the thought of a freshly baked loaf of bread. His mouth watered at the thought of any food, actually. A little over a month of nothing but apples had sufficiently removed any pickiness he held beforehand, and forced him to admit that anything else would be spectacular. Only the mob farm had stood in his way before, needing bone meal. Or a composter and some green items, but he didn't want to waste his saplings. Either way, now he could check the spawner for bones. He got off the grass, unwillingly reminded of his aching and bruised body, and listened for the sound of dying mobs, or worse, living mobs. Hearing the jump-scare-worthy dying shrieks of a spider made his heart leap, but it meant that the farm was working perfectly. He mined a block out and peeked in, afraid to see a baby zombie or something alive staring him in the face. He saw a massive collection of items at the bottom of the shaft, and was about to grab them before a zombie fell and died right in front of his face. If he entered the chute, he should be prepared to get pummeled by the soon-to-be corpses of monsters. Pondering for a couple seconds, he came to a solution. Well, if it worked. He grabbed the end of the massive long rope that was still hanging from the mob farm. He had made it so long that it had about 20 feet just lying on the ground, which was perfect for him. He dragged the end over the blocks he dug out, and tossed a loop in. It caught a couple items and he dragged it over to his edge. He mined out an extra block to make a doorway and swept the items out. Success. His hands dug through the items to find a couple pieces of string, some rotten flesh, and bones. He would grab the other items later. He had bones. He rushed to the crafting table and made 6 bone meal, chalky and lumpy but vital to his future diet. He paused in front of the grass, a bit unsure as to how one bone meals grass without right-clicking. His best guess was to simply smush it into the grass with his hand open, which worked, surprisingly. A field of grass and sparse flowers magically appeared, and he wasted no time punching the lights out of every plant in his vicinity, forgetting he was injured a couple times. He wasn't satisfied with just a couple seeds, however, and spawned in the rest of the grass to break as well. He got out of it with 15 seeds for yellow flowers and 1 white flower, which he was indeed satisfied with. He destroyed half his sugarcane farm in order to fit his new plan for a wheat garden. The seeds placed themselves perfectly without his guidance, practically leaping from his palm into the ground as he interacted with it. He watched the phenomenon with mild interest, his attention more captured by his arm, stretching it and moving it around to test whether his arm was broken or something. He didn't know much about self-care, but he had no new information here, so Izuku stopped, his thoughts leading him to his least favorite thought so far. He would never learn anything new. His memory was the only source of information about the outside world. He would never watch another hero fight, never read a new book, never see another human being, probably for the rest of his life. He took a seat on the edge of his little farm. What was he going to do? He had already subconsciously admitted to himself that he was probably never going to escape, but he had avoided thinking about what that meant. Well, he couldn't stop thinking about it now. He would never eat at a restaurant, drink coffee, use a sink, go to school, or ask someone how their day was. A hollow feeling ate away at his insides, his awareness crumbling away. He wouldn't listen to a new song, smell soap, or eat rice. No new sauces, no curries, no lentils. His eyes grew blurry staring at the setting sun, so he turned his back on it and faced his farms. His eyes were drawn to a bright red tube, lying as if carelessly tossed on the ground. He crept towards the vibrant object, not believing his eyes. He grabbed the tide and examined the writing along the side. Original Pringles was printed in bright blocky lettering, next to a little white circle with a mustache. What the hell is going on? All for One woke up, once again bored. He checked back on the child he imprisoned yesterday, which had finally done something interesting. It had built a large tower, reliant on the non-existent gravity in the pocket world. It had even gathered a new material in its farm. As a reward for its entertainment, he grabbed whatever snack Kurogiri bought last and teleported into the world. He tossed it near the child and left. He didn't want the child to identify him, in case it was useful in the future. Being identified as its captor would only inhibit any future plans. His mouth formed a cruel smirk as he watched the child crawl towards the snack as if it were made of gold. Watching this child was becoming his most entertaining hobby. Izuku changed after that. He devoted every second of his time to finding out what had changed, why it changed, and who put the can here. Because it had to be a who. He knew it had to be a person who tossed him the can. He created mock-ups of his farm area, strategizing on the most likely way someone entered the world. He tried to test the Pringles can for prints, but he just covered it in powdered sugarcane instead and got nowhere. He coveted the can like it was the most precious thing in the world because in this world, it was. It was his only link to the outside, and his only reminder that he wasn't tricking himself into believing he could get back out. If he could just find out more, surely he could get out. He stayed up for days, waiting for whoever dropped the can from the sky to appear again and do something. Maybe he could beg them to let him out. Maybe they would give him something else. Maybe they would tell him why. He was desperate for anything new. Maybe they would tell him what his mom is doing, or if there's a new hero out on the scene. Maybe they would never come again and he would be trapped here forever. He was single-mindedly focused on getting out and getting free again. Every second of every day he waited, barely eating, barely sleeping, until his body couldn't take it anymore. Izuku collapsed, his legs falling out from under him. His mind whirred with questions and he impatiently tried to raise himself back up and get back to work. His stomach bubbled furiously and he once again ignored it. He didn't need to waste time eating more disgusting apples, he needed to get free. His stomach wrenched at his guts, and it forced him to think of the last time he ate. When was that? 2 days? That was enough for the greedy thing. People can go for 3 weeks after all. He pulled himself up onto the stair block he had been using as a chair, deciding to at least go over the drawings of the area he made if he couldn't paste the real area. He settled himself in and looked through the numerous papers he crafted to record the information he found. He blinked harshly, trying to focus on the words he wrote, but when his eyes came into focus the only thing he could do was grimace. Izuku's eyes met with the word "wides" scribbled endlessly on every page, and was forced to confront the fact that he had made no progress whatsoever on getting out. His gaunt eyes grew hot as he traced through the papers he made, all of them easily condensed into one fact: he did not know how to get free. He bit his lip too hard trying not to cry out and it started bleeding. His hands pulled at the mess of papers and tore them all to shreds. He was a complete mess of his former self, malnourished and obsessed. He cried until the sun set, and as the bright stars circled through the sky above, he made himself yet another promise. He would not die because of this. He would not die here. He would not lose. He would survive, thrive, and then and only then would he put his effort into begging another for freedom. Izuku bit into another godforsaken apple, the foul juices spilling out over his chin. The fruit had become the bane of his existence, yet its savior, its small amount of nutritional value extending his lifespan however sickeningly. But it was time to change, to eat enough to live and eat more than apples for once in about 4 months. God, has it really been that long? He still had yet to see an animal spawn on his stretch of grass, but he had water and enough string to make a fishing rod. He crafted the object with care, desperately hoping that he could find real food using a painfully empty water source. He dropped the bobber into the small pool and waited, not having to wait long before something appeared. A small trail of water particles, electric blue against the water, wound its way around his bobber. His eyes widened as saw that nothing was under the water, yet something was present all the same. He eagerly yanked up his fishing rod, apparently ruining the fish's timing because nothing was on the end of the string when he looked. He took a long, slow breath, and calmed his temper enough to throw the string a second time. If he hasn't died yet, he can wait a couple minutes. Izuku watched the strange bubbles appear again, and waited until they forced the bobber under. He pulled hard on the pole and looked eagerly at the water source for the fish he caught, and was smacked in the face with a wet fish. He sputtered, trying to rid his face of the fishy sensation while trying to make sense of what happened. He stared judgmentally at the fish lying on the ground, now suddenly a completely dry item, spinning slowly on the ground. Why, how's? The spinning fish, hey, isn't that a meme? Sat before him, magically floating as items do. He took it into his hands and stared at it more, debating on whether or not it was worth it to eat it raw. The fish felt a lot different than when it was spinning, becoming slimy and flexible. He experimentally sniffed at it and, smelling nothing odd, licked it. He screeched and dropped the pole a bit harder than he had to, the slimy wet fleshy texture coating his tongue. He paced back to his smelter with the fish and tossed it into the input slot on the top of the furnace, the slimy thing getting cooked by the planks he left in the fuel slot a couple weeks ago. He tapped his foot on the ground and leaned back and forth, waiting for the fish to stop being slimy and start being fish. His mouth watered as he imagined biting into something without the sickening crunch of an apple, as he thought of how the meat would properly fill his stomach. He drummed his fingers against the corner of the furnace and stared into its flames. The furnace was most definitely not cooking his food fast enough. He knew the oddly long Minecraft days didn't affect a furnace's cook time. No matter how long a day was, the time it took to burn something was the same. He even knew that because he was hungry and impatient, he perceived time at a slower pace, noticing every passing moment. That didn't change the fact that it's not fast enough. The furnace's fire flickered out, automatically stopping with nothing else to burn. He greedily removed the uncomfortably room temperature fish from the output, now cooked. He didn't take the time to marvel at the displeasing temperature, shoving half the fish in his mouth. The fish flopped unpleasantly, but the fact that it was an FNG apple brought tears to his eyes. It was cooked, wonderfully so, though it was a bit tough to chew. He ate the rest of the thing in seconds, scarfing down the surprisingly boneless meat as if he would never taste again. Every minuscule scrap of food tasted like heaven, pure joy hidden in every atom. He wiped his eyes on his sleeve and noticed the numerous stains from apple juices and sweat. His growing concern for his physical status increased as he felt around his eyes and realized the skin was thin and puffy, indicative of a lack of sleep. He looked at his pants and found that he had accidentally torn holes, and had begun ripping a seam at the hem. His shirt was in a similar state, and it dawned on him that he was terrible at self-care. He grimaced, peeling his crusty gross clothes off and attempted to clean them by boiling them. His clothes came out soggy, of course, but they looked a lot less marked up, so he considered it a win. He washed the grime off his skin using more boiled water, but he cooled it down first. He wasn't insane. Once he was clean and dry, wearing his also clean and almost dry clothes, he sighed and watched the sun set. He remembered this was his habit before, but now it was almost forgotten with all the objectively more important things crowding his head. He paused. How long had it been? He had faithfully added a mark for each day, but he neglected to count what actually passed. He wandered over and added the day's mark, then counted up the full weeks. 16. His eyes widened in shock and disgust. For months. So if he got here in late May, then it's late September. Not only has he missed his mom's birthday and his own birthday, he missed an entire term of school. How much of life was he going to spend stuck in here? Was he going to die here? He couldn't sleep with such existential thoughts bouncing around in his head, so he paced around the border of his little island. The pacing actually distracted him enough that he couldn't think the really deep thoughts, the ones that stick inside your head for the rest of your life, so he ended up assessing his current life situation. He had a new source of food, which was really good because even thinking about apples made him gag. He had one set of clothes which he had been wearing for 4 months straight, which made his skin crawl to think about even though he just got clean. But he couldn't exactly change, he had nothing else. He stared blankly ahead as he pondered solutions. He could wait until he got wool and try cutting that into clothes. He could use string to try to weave clothes, though that would take a massive amount of time. He could try making something out of more sugarcane. He could try making stuff with leather if he got a cow, and Izuku sighed. All of those things are either long-term investments or probably never going to happen. Cows and sheep would be a dream in a resource sense, but nothing spawned yet. As he stared menacingly at the wood and cobble beneath him, a drop of liquid plopped into his rat's nest of hair. He looked up and sure enough, it was raining. It hadn't in a while, but he had an infinite source already, so he hadn't been afraid of dehydrating. He wandered under the shoddy awning he had made for himself weeks ago to protect his research from the water that might be able to damage them. He stared at the papers now, scribbles and pictures that looked like they were drawn by a 12-year-old. He blinks as he realizes that isn't far off. He was only 13 after all. A wave of anger crashed into him as he thought of how he might grow up here, and he violently swept the pages off his block table and into the rain. He watched as the water diluted the charcoal on the paper, eventually receding into blotchy smudges. He sat crouched, arms curled up around his legs, and he told himself it was fine. His arms got covered in goosebumps and he started shivering. This was fine. He retreated to curl against the side of the table, letting his body heat get somewhat trapped by the wood at his back instead of allowing the rapidly cooling air to steal his warmth. This was fine. He put his head down on his knees and tried to start sleeping, but a small sound from the middle grassy plain of his island spooked him. Adrenaline shot through his limbs and he bolted up, peering through the rainy darkness in an attempt to get a view of the intruder. Being unable to see very far, he set his jaw and ventured out into the rain. As he trudged forth, his mind conjured outlandish possibilities, unreasonable guesses only heightened by his anxieties. It could be the person who trapped him, maybe a second victim of that person, a bear for some reason, another Pringles can. He was rehearsing what he would say if he saw a person, not assuming it's a victim but being polite and intrigued yet welcoming, and used the chat to further assess if it's the person who trapped him here, when a white blob appeared in his vision. Blinking, he moved to inspect it when it moved to inspect him instead. A high-pitched bleat sounded at his feet and he stared in disbelief. A sheep had spawned. Izuku grinned in elation, as if he wasn't just burrowing deeper into his anxieties. He smiled down at the innocent animal and scooped it up into his arms, carrying it back to his shelter. He frowned as he noticed how small it was, most likely a baby sheep. It was a little over half a block tall, and covered in a tiny layer of fluff. Its head was massive compared to its body, and he found himself smiling at it as it toddled around through his legs. What was he going to do about this little guy? Said little guy yelled at him with its adorable little baby sounds, and he found himself mimicking it unthinkingly. It didn't react much to him, but it was still adorable just to be near it. Wait, what was he thinking? Sheep meant wool. He swiveled his head until he saw the small sheep again, it having wandered over to rest next to his desk. How was he going to shear a baby sheep? And he had no shears or iron to make some. How was he going to do this? Well, if he couldn't make it out of iron, could he try making a mimicking pair of shears with stone? He could carve it somehow, make a spring mechanism with wood and string or something, and sharpen the stone with. He would need something that cuts stone. What could he use? Would probably splinters here too. Classic tools would break it instead of chipping it. Maybe lava could melt it, but any droplets of cooled stone would have to be shaved down. and sand probably wouldn't count enough to grade it down. He was stuck. But as he pondered his problem further, he realized this was Minecraft. He needed to think of things not in realistic terms, but in Minecraft terms. There were so many things he could do when unbound by reality. In Minecraft, nothing breaks unless he breaks it, because he somehow isn't factored into whatever this world does. Nothing erodes, splinters, or bends unless he forces it to. So he should use wood, because he can break wood but not stone, and it doesn't seem like stuff degrades in this world, so it would stay sharp for plausibly eternity. Izuku blinked at the concept of eternity for a second, pausing. First of all, that's a whole lot of time, but second of all, did that time even apply here? Like, of course there was day and night, so something was passing, but there wasn't any degrading of materials from weather, water didn't seem to drag anything either. And there was no wind, so erosion didn't seem likely, water flowing didn't seem to displace anything but floating items and torches, and in general time didn't leave any marks outside of the game's processes. Was he somehow exempt from time's effects? Because he was here, did time even pass for him? A loud bleat from below him brought him out of his reverie. He glanced down at the baby sheep, and he couldn't help but smile at it. It seemed like such a positive thing, so out of place in this dreary night. He sat down, his damp shirt dripping down his back unpleasantly. Despite his discomfort with being mostly soaked and cold, he patted the sheep on the head. What could he name it? What in the world was a name that could be, well, not cringe? It would be so embarrassing if people found out that his sheep was named something silly like, what, Frank or something. He could ask someone if he could be frank with them and then baa in imitation of a sheep. He snickered a bit at the thought. Well, it didn't seem like he would be seeing another human being for quite a while, so there was nobody there to mock him. Flawless logic. Frank bowed in agreement and the matter was settled. All for one grimaced as he was woken from a pleasant dream. Though all of his plans were still progressing nicely, he did not have full control of the planet, and that made him, understandably, upset. He did have an entire world as one of his quirks, but the only thing there was the incapable child, and it wasn't even worth using as a pawn. He sighed, mourning his powerful past, and went off to see what kind of useful pawns were available to manipulate. Izuku was startled awake by a loud bang, and he collapsed off of the makeshift table onto the floor. Frank's face filled his vision, and after his momentary anxiety spike, he was comforted by the soft presence. He reached up to pet Frank's head, but he only caught his chin. Confused, Izuku shifted to a sitting position and found that Frank had grown massive. Frank was now a block tall and a block wide, which in Izuku terms was over half as tall as him, and twice as wide. Izuku blinked as his impulses strongly suggested riding the sheep, but he stayed strong and respected what were probably Frank's boundaries. Can sheep have boundaries? Can sheep from Minecraft have them? Did Minecraft sheep even count as sheep, or were they just code? How did that work if this wasn't a game? Did he get teleported into the game and this was an ice guy, not a quirk? Is Frank real? Izuku blinked again at the sound of his own voice. Frank looked unamused, but since the sheep didn't seem to be trying to trample Izuku for speaking, he was hopefully in the clear. He still apologized to Frank though, just in case. He took a breath to balance his head, then tried to figure out what to do. All his projects were uninteresting currently, and he was too cowardly to go near the mob farm again. Thinking of the mob farm, it had string, didn't it? Couldn't he use that as thread for sewing? He turned to Frank. Hey Frank, let's do something. Izuku bit his lip and mentally apologized to Frank for losing his confidence halfway through speaking. Then, of course, he needed to explain to Frank what he intended to do so the unthinking, non-English speaking sheep can understand what he intends to do, and he should just stop before he incurs the wrath of the god of social situations, who is real and can hurt you. He decided to give up and apologize to Frank again before getting back to planning. He could shear Frank for wool, make the wool into carpets with the crafting table, then cut and sew them into clothes. His own were getting concerning, and even though he had just washed them, the stains and tears were not going away. Plus, patching up his clothes with the wool would be time-consuming and difficult, and he really wanted a coat or a blanket-like article he could use to keep warm at night, and he realized he was rambling and decided to get back to work. The first task on his get clothes list was a pair of shears. He knew they were made of iron, but he had decided earlier that he should try with wood first. But how to shave down the wood? Izuku first tried an axe, of course. It had a sharp edge, was made specifically for wood, and was easy to hold, but that plan fell apart quickly because it just broke the wood block, turning it into a floating item. Idiot. He tried a sword next, but that also broke it into an item, just slower. He groaned in frustration, because what was he supposed to carve something with if the only tools available were tools that broke stuff? He sighed and tried to find something else. He didn't want to try cutting the wool off of Frank with a regular tool, because those would probably hurt Frank and he didn't want that at all. He resorted to looking through the crafting recipe book for anything that looked sharp. He was debating on whether it would be worth it to try and wear down some wood on a chest's metal latch or if he should try for the oak door's metal handle instead, but his eyes landed on an arrow. Of course, that was perfect for what he needed. Well, maybe not perfect, but it was workable. Izuku bravely went to the mob farm area, where his ears were bombarded with death. He used the end of his long rope again, retrieving lots of bones, string, and arrows. He grinned maniacally as he thought of how much effort this would save him. Could he even craft arrows on his own? He would have to double-check. Anyway, he had more things. He shoved the string and bones in his storage net to use later, and discarded the gunpowder and rotten flesh by dumping them off the edge. He didn't want anything flammable around, and he had no intention of getting every disease in existence from some disgusting piece of zombie. He grabbed an arrow, leaving the painfully loud mob farm, and started carving into his block of wood. It would take a long time to whittle down the entire block, so he settled on taking out a chunk and carving that chunk into the shears. He had decided in the midst of making it that it would be simpler to make a knife and try to shear Frank with that. He was almost done sharpening his wooden knife when he realized he was making a knife with an arrow that was already sharp enough to use as a knife. He blinked down at his crappy little knife, then looked over to his arrow, which was polished, sharp, and portable. He sighed and went to go find Frank. Frank was wandering around his sugarcane farm, which, now that he remembered, he had planted wheat in. He dropped the arrow into his inventory net to be forgotten and rushed to gather the wheat. His mouth watered as he imagined biting into a real loaf of bread, maybe a sandwich. God, he wanted food so bad. He rushed over with his arms laden down with wheat and dumped the items down onto the crafting table. He lined them up on the net on top in a row of 3, because that's how bread works, of course, and grabbed the itemed bread from the adjacent output slot. Izuku wasted no time in devouring the grainy bread, scarfing down as much as his mouth could hold. He was faintly aware that he was crying, but he could not find it in himself to care, because this was the best food he had ever had. When he was done, he still wanted more, so he made another loaf and devoured that just as rapidly. This continued until he could not physically stuff anything else down his throat. He started laughing in joy and possibly delirium, happy to have experienced something so wonderful. How could he have possibly taken such a wonder for granted? There were still a couple of pieces of wheat in his hands, and he noticed Frank waiting behind him, almost expectantly. He offered some wheat to Frank, but Frank didn't seem to notice it was there until he smushed it into the sheep's face. Izuku sputtered at his own impolite actions, but massive red heart bubbles appeared around the sheep and he figured it was okay. Izuku sighed in contentment. Food was amazing. The sun was setting, so he added the day's tally mark and pet Frank on the head. Frank's wool was soft, though not exactly warm, and his impulse control must have malfunctioned because the next thing he knew, he was curled up on Frank's back, cuddled and warm and utterly safe. All for one's pawns were being so irresponsible. The spy candidate for UA failed to get in, so now he is forced to find another turncoat hero student, and he hates being forced. He would have to dole out suitable punishments to those who dared fail him, but currently he had a lot of plans to adjust and refine. He was in for a boring long day of torturing others and yelling at the doctor to make pawns faster. It had been a few days. Izuku discovered that he could put a fish inside the bread if he ripped it apart, making a sandwich, and it was his go-to meal and will be until he finds something better. His newfound focus on food has inspired him to create a kitchen, which was today's project. He found that daily projects and such made him feel less like he was wandering around lost, but enough of emotional reflection he wanted food. He put his furnace and a crafting table next to each other to make a sort of countertop, and extended a line of upper half wood slabs to use as a cutting board and or more countertop. He was inspired by his mom's kitchen back home. Was it even his home anymore? Did she remember him? And made a hanging rack for knives, which he hoped to make soon. He also moved his bucket over to the area, and as a second thought added an infinite water source below the countertops, so he could reach down and scoop up some water whenever he needed. But now came what he was most excited about: innovation. He made a list of things that he wanted to have there, starting with the knives and adding a spatula, cooking spoons, ladles, cutting boards. What else? Utensils to eat with. Izuku marked that down. Along with that should come bowls, plates, and if he could a saucepan or a pot. He smiled down at his little list, excited at the idea of a normalish kitchen in this crazy, oversized world. He nodded at the list and put it in his storage net. He should really clear it out, it was getting full. He decided he wanted a stovetop, like somewhere to fry eggs, if and when he got any. Thinking of physical things, he decided to make said stovetop using the lava. He still used the cobble generator, and it wouldn't be very fun to rip apart his kitchen to get some blocks, so he dug out under the counter and led some water out to the other side, preparing an area where he could mine cobble behind the kitchen. He prepared a cobble-lined hole to keep the lava in, and put a stair between the lava and where his feet would be, in order to prevent any accidental burns. He made some nice-looking smooth stone slabs and used one as the stovetop, where presumably heat from below would leak through and cook whatever was above. It already worked for boiling water from a block or so below, so why not through half a block of stone? Avoiding placing the lava until he was sure it was safe, he fixed up the area around where the lava would be so that nothing wooden was nearby. He saw how bad it was for sticks he shoved in there. He didn't want to get caught in a house fire. Above the countertops, he put a line of barrels. They opened sideways instead of up, and he found that very useful when working with spaces that he could barely reach. He wasn't sure what exactly to put there, but it was nice to have some storage space at all. Maybe if he had time he could string storage nets up on the wall between the cobble room and the kitchen? He added that to his list of stuff to do. Izuku's planning was postponed when his sheepish companion, Frank, sidled up to him. Izuku smiled at Frank in greeting, and he imagined that Frank returned it in kind. Izuku was still undecided about trying to shear Frank, half in fear that he could hurt the sheep and half in fear that he wouldn't get any wool blocks, just a layer of wool, and maybe that would mean that since he didn't get blocks the settings thought that Frank was still woolly, meaning that the sheep wouldn't ever regrow its wool, meaning that Izuku not only would have lost the opportunity to get more wool, but he also would have literally stripped his companion of warmth and comfort. Would Frank ever forgive him? He discontinued his anxious zoning out to find Frank waiting for him. Yeah, Frank didn't seem to hate him right now. Why should he dare remove that? It wasn't as if he could make wool any other way. Izuku flipped open the crafting recipe book for anything related to wool, because he definitely saw something like that when he was flipping through looking for sharp things. His eyes landed on a recipe and he gasped, less out of surprise than out of relief. He wouldn't have to possibly hurt Frank at all. He just needed string. He faintly remembered tossing some in his storage net, and sure enough there was string. But what to make first? He grinned out of excitement. Oh, who was he kidding? He wanted to try his hand at making clothes. His mom had bought some cloth to make a cardigan, but she gave up halfway through. He never touched it, of course. That was her project for whenever she wanted to continue it, but he did listen intently when she explained to him, bent over the fabric, about stitches going in the inside, something about sleeves, and a word or two about pockets. Fine, he didn't remember what she talked about like 2 years ago. Sue him. But he's worn clothes before. How hard could it be? He blinked, half expecting an anvil to fall on him for jinxing himself. None did, though, and so he went along his merry way to craft some carpets. When he had them in his hands, he almost wept at how soft they were. Excited, he placed the carpet down and grabbed his sharp arrow to cut the pieces. What should he make? He realized he was grinning down at the arrow in his hand, but he was too excited to care. He had fashion itself at his fingertips. After carefully debating between the pros and cons of every item, Mostly what he was most excited about, he decided to make a coat. He could make a cool trench coat style one with pockets. Oh, and he could sew storage nets into the inside. Oh, this was gonna be good. He first tried on the carpet itself, to see where he should put armholes, and whether it would fit around him. It actually wrapped around him almost twice over, so he definitely had space to add something like a zipper, or more likely buttons. He figured out where the arms should go and cut holes for those, and it fit him once he tried it on. Elation bubbled within him once again, the comfortable cloth weighing his shoulders down and making him feel secured. It didn't quite feel right though, the white too clean and glaring. No offense to Frank, white looked lovely on the sheep, but Izuku? He had always felt comfortable in darker clothing. Not that he wore full black every day or anything, well his school uniform was black but usually he wears green and gray and those sorts of colors, like his mom. So to end his mental ramble, he didn't want to wear white. It looked too much like a lab coat anyway. Izuku racked his brain for what to do. He knew it was possible to change the colors of a bedu. He should really make that next, by dyeing the item in a crafting table, but could he dye something that he messed with? Well, he might as well try dyeing it before he went further. He really wanted to wear it as soon as possible. He didn't exactly have any dyes on hand, and he hadn't been growing flowers, but thankfully one of the ancient videos he saw of the game had someone cooking a cactus and getting green dye. He straightened his posture in pride of his memory as he strode across the island to where he was growing his cactus. He used an axe to harvest the highest piece, because he did not want to punch those sharp needles, but was shocked when the item seemed to disappear. He circled the cactus, trying to form a hypothesis. There was no prior evidence of items disappearing, so it must be something related to the cactus. Was it the needles? He had never heard of an item breaking another item, not unless it was fire or lava. Was that really it? Izuku gently lobbed a plank at the cactus and it really did just shatter on the cactus. Damn. Continuing with his task, he cut the next highest one and caught it in his hand. Thank God the item version didn't hurt. Cradling his prize, he retreated back to the kitchen and started cooking it. Idly, he realized that the furnace was cold. He could feel no heat from the object, even though it was supposed to be cooking. How did it even cook it if it didn't turn warm? Actually, how would it have even lit? Is there a pilot light in that thing? Wait, Minecraft, this was probably based on code. Was everything code? Was he code now? Is he human anymore? The cactus finished cooking, and he removed the now green dye from the cold furnace's output slot. It was just a little indent in the top of the furnace on the right side. In fact, the whole furnace interface from the game was etched into the top of the thing. It was really interesting to look at, although he realized the progress arrow wasn't here. Izuku sighed. This world was so confusing. He could break a chest, but furnaces didn't heat food. Sure, crafting tables did magic too, but what's the deal? How was he even able to use this stuff? He wasn't even a Minecraft character. It's not like he had operator privileges, so how? He blinked. Operator. The creator of the world gets operator automatically, so does that mean the Pringles came from the owner? Since this was probably a quirk, his current theory is pocket dimension, which, don't get him started on the physical ramifications of bending and containing space. The owner of the quirk is probably the operator. What would he be then, a member? Oh right, members had permissions. He had seen a video of some long-dead group of friends pranking each other by turning on and off permissions to open chests, to place blocks, and to mine blocks. Maybe he was a member, at least in terms of this world he's in. Realizing he'd been staring into the non-existent yet judgmental face of the green dye for far too long, he shook his head and tried to refocus. He wanted to dye his cool sleeveless coat green, easy enough. He picked up the coat from where he left it on the floor, and dropped it onto the crafting table. The table sucked it up and turned it into a mini item, the square little pictures of what things are. He plopped the green dye onto the crafting table too, and sure enough, there was a green uno of fabric in the mini item output slot. Izuku eagerly swung the coat over his shoulders, and immediately felt warm inside. The thick fabric weighed on his shoulders, making him feel so safe and secure. It almost felt like he didn't deserve it, but as long as nobody else says anything, trick question nobody else is here, it must be fine. To perfect this coat, he would need a needle, to be able to create and seal seams. He could try whittling a bone with the arrow. Wasn't that something ancient people had done long ago? He grabbed a bone from his overflowing spare chest and got to whittling. He wasn't really sure what to do about getting the perfect needle out, so he settled on taking a thin piece out of the side and dealing with that. He worked and worked at it, shaving down the sides, using the tip to carve a wedge into one side. Eventually, he got a thick, inconsistent piece with a long hole in one side and a sharpish point on the other. It was low quality, liable to break, and crappy, but holy shit, he had never been so proud of himself. He just made that. His own 2 hands and everything. F that crafting table, he could make stuff too. With his pride filling his chest, he started on his dream project. The thing he wanted most desperately, cool inside pockets. Well, not quite pockets, just inventory nets sewn into the interior. If he ever got out, he could do a comedy routine where he pulls out a bunch of witty stuff and ends with a partridge in a pear tree. He murmured the punchline as he grinned. He had his very own hammer space. He could reach into his pocket all sneaky-like, then whip out some massive tech-heavy gun he stuck in there and spook the living daylights out of whoever's in front of him. Oh, the glorious possibilities. And he will get to show none of them, because he was completely and utterly alone. He was grateful that the wind didn't exist so it couldn't blow past him, because that would have been the narrative cherry on top of his misery. It's fine. He didn't have friends to joke with before, he doesn't need them now. He could totally have a great time doing stuff all alone, for the entirety of his foreseeable future. Wasn't he trying to cheer himself up? What was he doing before? Right coat. Izuku poked the needle through one of the holes in his storage net. Scratch that tried to poke the needle through. The only thing his needle did was become an item. Izuku blinked at the result, then sighed as he admitted defeat. He couldn't put a hole in something that worked like a portal. But what else could he do? Making borders around the net that would hold it in would ruin the storage space, same with any sort of restraining strap across. It's all fabrics, those are too malleable. What if he made it thinner? Those would be tough to cut out, his hands weren't the steadiest. What else is thin? String? Well, he could use string, but wait, there's, nothing bad about using string. If he made a second net to layer over the first, he could use the many anchor points to keep the storage in place, and he could push it aside to access the different storage slots. Emboldened by this idea, he rushed over to the mob spawner to grab as much string as he could find. There wasn't as much junk on the ground as he expected, considering he had been here for, 6 months now? He passed the thought by, grabbing the string mindlessly in order to avoid being overwhelmed by the sheep volume in that place. He retreated back to his silent kitchen to sew. He looked around but realized he hadn't put down a designated chair. A footstep sounding from the other side of the kitchen brought his attention back to Frank. Frank's back was a great place to sleep, why not sit on him too? Frank was incredibly comfortable as Izuku worked on sewing the string grid over the storage grid. He decided the simplest way was to just follow the lines already on the storage, so he sewed vertical and horizontal lines across the net, anchoring each with a knot, just in case. When he finished, he donned his apparel with pride and gave it an elegant swish. Feeling content, his eyes wandered over to his storage chests, mentally weighing how many his coat could hold. He grinned. All for one was swamped. He hated being swamped, because it meant his workers were incapable and he would have to get new ones. Problems just kept appearing, and he kept being forced to get rid of the incompetence, leading to his current situation. Kurogyri, although intelligent, was more useful tutoring and guiding Tamura, and the boy was too inexperienced and emotional to be of any help at the moment, which left the only competent person in this organization swamped. He sighed. Eventually, he would rule the world and he would have enough people to push this work on. Someday soon. Izuku paced back and forth in front of an oak door. He made a big show of it, wide, stomping strides with his arms held politely behind his back. He was waiting for his imaginary buyer to show up so he could entertain himself and attempt to show off his new house. He was really bored, okay? Finally, he pretended someone showed up and silently led them inside. Feeling too self-conscious to talk aloud in the complete silence, he pretended he was introducing the storage room. The walls contained at least 60 barrels, each vertical stack holding one type of item. The center of the room had 3 chests with their lids removed, displaying his various treasures, a shiny junk and fishing loot. Against one wall was a crafting table and a furnace, right next to a wide opening into the next room. The next was his hub room. He was very proud of the floor, having coated the entire area in rugs. It was the softest place in the house, and he could simply lie down if he wanted to read or write something. Of course, he also had made a desk and chair if he wanted to be normal. The chair was a stair with a carpet draped over it, but he had carved out some of the wood on the bottom, leaving 4 extruding pegs. The lessened friction between the floor and the chair, and maybe because he had messed with it, meant he could scooch around to his heart's content. He mentally stressed to his imaginary customer the importance of having a soft carpet as he walked past the various default paintings he had made from string and hung. The room also had a ladder to the next floor, but before that he wanted to finish the first floor. Through another wide doorway was the kitchen, the most historic room, he said to the customer. It was now fully furnished, with a cubby for plates, bowls, cups, and another for utensils. Knives of different shapes and sizes, all wooden, hung on pegs behind the counter. A storage net was strung up beside it, containing cooking necessities like cutting boards and mixing bowls. He made sure to describe how each article was handcrafted, and they were sold separately. He had to sit for an extra minute, starting at his kitchen. He couldn't help it, all the work and effort that he had put into the place got him a little choked up. He had spent weeks painstakingly carving all these different things, ensuring they were as perfect as reasonably possible. Giving one last smile to the kitchen, he led the customer up the ladder. It opened into a bedroom, floor also carpeted, with a bed as the centerpiece. Though the beds were huge in comparison to himself, he put 2 next to each other, just for the grandeur. It was impossible for him to nudge placed blocks, so they never slipped away. Also on the bed were various pillows and blankets he had made, dyed different colors. He had even used the dye to draw on designs. He was a bit apprehensive about drawing heroes when he wasn't up to date with the news. How long had it been again? So he drew swirls, stripes and circles, fun designs that didn't mean anything he could stress about. On one wall was a slab cubby stack, with clothing in every slot. He had gone on a clothing kick a month or so ago and made an entire wardrobe, with different types of pants and shirts. He even made a dress, just to see if he could, though he did not do well and it bunched up around the seams. Remembering he had a fake person to tell this to, he wordlessly went through his clothing-making journey, framing it as a clothing designer's journey to success. His shirt today was, in fact, from that designer. A plain gray shirt with a splatter of red across it. It was extremely expensive, because it was the first shirt ever with a design on it. He neglected to mention that he had found out he could put dye on wool by accidentally spilling it everywhere. A doorway in the bedroom led to a balcony, overlooking his land, which was priceless due to its historical value. You could see Frank's luxury enclosure, which he was currently confined to because he had wandered way too close to the edge of the world, and Izuku very much did not want to be alone. The balcony's floor was also the storage room's roof. An architecture genius built this house, you know, the smartest person in the world, and so you could see his, still in progress, patio. Izuku leaned his arms against the oak fence, closed his eyes, and sighed into the windless air. Exhaustion was weighing on him, possibly because he finished carving the utensils instead of sleeping. It took so much work to create this, with all the details he loved. But it was worth it. He knew it when he cut bread with a knife and cutting board, and he'll know it tonight when he sleeps in the bed he decorated himself. So, exhaustion be damned, he was going to milk this place for every drop of joy he could get. Politely dismissing the imaginary buyer, they wanted full ownership, but Izuku wanted to rent it out. It wasn't going to work out. Izuku slid between the fence and down a rope he had tied to one of the posts. Alternative methods of transportation were becoming very fun for him, plus it got him a slight workout. Maybe he'll be able to climb up the rope as well as down, then he really would be fit. Past his house was the grass area, where most of his dirt was placed. He grew flowers for dyes using this field, and he used a nearby cobblestone platform to grow trees. Right next to that was the workspace he built while investigating the Pringles can. It filled him with regret, seeing the place where he nearly died of malnutrition. He had cleared away the papers months ago, but the depressing feeling remained. It felt important though, like a museum. The Pringles can was sitting in the exact center of the desk, left there the night he made a fishing pole. On a cobble block below the awning was his calendar. 1 mark for each day he'd spent stuck here. He added the mark for last night, then added up the weeks. He hadn't remembered the date when he woke up, so instead of a day, he just called it late or early in the month. His fingers stopped at 52 and wait, he must have miscounted. Again and again he counted 52. But that couldn't be right, could it? Sure, it had been a couple months, but how had he missed New Year's? It isn't late May again, is it? Izuku gripped the cobble desk tightly. How could he have missed everything? His heart was flooded with grief, but to his surprise, it was mellowed. He certainly missed his home, and he missed the hero news and all the exciting quirks he could have seen if he was out, but he had a home here. There wasn't anyone beating him or telling him he wasn't worth anything here. At least here I can pretend to live freely. He muttered the words under his breath, but his breath caught on his unused voice and he broke into a coughing fit. He pulled his bottle of water from his inventory to take a sip. When taking a bucket of water out a while back, he had spilled it and it took out all the torches in the area, which was very annoying. He didn't want to deal with the same thing again, so when he decided to carve something for drinking water, he made a lid. It took almost a week to perfect, but he had made a mostly smooth twist lid that kept his water in. He unscrewed it now to take a long drink, smacking his lips just because he could. He laid back on the floor, bored. What else was there to do now? Preferably something that took little to no effort yet still felt fulfilling. His eyes drifted over to his original infinite water source, and he realized there was such a task: fishing. And look at the convenience, his fishing rod was right there in his coat, in the 6th and final storage net. Pride once again swelled within him as he utilized the massive storage abilities his coat now offered. Izuku plopped himself down in front of the pool of water. Well, pool was pushing it. It was a 2x2 hole filled with water. He tossed the line in anyway, watching as the bobber settled in the water. It was funny how used he was to living around cubes. It barely struck him as odd to have a pixel Y hook and bobber. He had fished occasionally while building the house, but he had never really sat down and fished for a whole day. Well, no better time to start than now. The bobber ducked under the water with a splash of bright blue particles, and Izuku yanked the pole out, ducking the fish that came flying out towards his face. God, that was going to get tiring. He walked over to where the fish landed and tossed the thing into his nets. As a quick fix, he built a wooden wall behind him that the fish would smack into when he caught it, and as a plus he had a backrest. He continued fishing, and fishing, and fished some more. It must have been hours he spent doing almost nothing. He gathered nearly a stack of cod, a couple salmon, and some random weird items. He ended up with a bone, a piece of string, 2 lily pads, and a piece of leather. He also got a wooden bowl, way better quality than his unfairly, and oddly enough, a second fishing rod. And this one was glowing. Izuku blinked at the purple sheen, softly pulsing. What sort of enchantments were on it? That was the right word for Minecraft magic, right? Yeah, that sounds right. He looked around for a mark, or a label, or something that told him what it was, but he found nothing. So what could this shine mean? Feeling the shiver of taking a risk, he used this one to fish. It didn't explode for the first 20 seconds he used it, so it probably wasn't that. What were the enchantments, anyway? He had forgotten. That was going to be inconvenient, he could tell. The bobber got pulled and he yanked his prize out. This too was a fish. There just wasn't anything special about it. He glared at the fishing rod as he tossed the bobber back in. It was shiny, so what did it do? After fishing for about an hour, something other than a fish came flying at his face. His eyebrows shot up as he dodged to the side, interest rising within him. The item was a brown rectangle, with some weird protrusions at the corners, leather. Holy F, he had leather. Izuku's face split into a crazed smile, because finally he could make his most desired item, a book. Books were awesome. They stored information, they smelled good, they were easy to transport. All sorts of things were good about books, and Izuku had been deprived of them for a year now. His hands were just itching to write something, draw something, scribble even, just let him use a book. He scooped up the leather, pliable in his hands, and raced to the nearest crafting table. He grabbed some sugarcane from his inventory, yes he carried sugarcane, what are you a cop? And made paper, then slowly, respectfully, placed the items together as the crafting booklet said. An honest-to-God book appeared in the output, and he nearly cried. He grabbed the book and moved to his new desk, eager to use it, when he realized that he didn't have a feather. He didn't even have ink. Where were squids even supposed to appear? Stuck, he planted his face on the desk and huffed. Damn it, he was so close. What could he possibly use to write? Sighing, Izuku tried to consider alternatives. Lemon juice was a thing because it showed up when heated, but the only fruit he had access to was apples, and all they left was a sticky residue. An image of him trying to read a book by using the stickiness of the pages to guess shapes came to him, and he shuddered. Okay, not a cool plan. What about charcoal? It was a viable option, but he had no way of keeping it from smudging all over his hands and the other pages, making all his older words are now illegible. Fish, bread, wheat? Nothing would work like ink. Blood? He eyed his hand, imagining himself sticking a piece of wood in there, swishing around to gather the color, then turn over to the book and draw a smiley face. He shivered. That would be a last-ditch sort of thing. He valued his health, now, enough to stop the discussion there. What else? He could try and see if pufferfish had any dark fluid, maybe he could fish more? As he went through his mental catalog of what he could use, oddly enough he thought of dyes. They did definitely mark stuff, and if he could find one that was stiff enough to make a pencil, or juicy enough to make into a liquid, he would be golden. Excitedly he rushed into his storage room, muscle memory taking him to the stack of colors. He had accidentally spread some yellow dye on the chest, giving it a bright and cheery feel as he grabbed each color, stacking them precariously along one arm. He knew that blue was brittle, that yellow and orange liked to clump, but he had neglected to put further thought into their properties. Yellow was soft, a bit like clay, but it was most stable in a cylindrical shape. Purple tended to stay in its little oval, but it broke off into chunks with sharp edges if put under pressure. Pink also preferred an oval, but if put under the slightest pressure it left an indent and broke off a soft piece, the texture of a pillow. Magenta was of course a union of the two, an oval that broke into semi-soft pieces when messed with. Light gray was also like a pillow, though more likely to come apart in strings, not chunks. White was exclusively strings, soft and chalky. Light blue was a liar, because it looked like a pillow but it was hard and brittle, and breaks into smaller shapes, with some flat sides. Green was soft but not too pliable, thick sticks that did not want to be broken at all. When he tried, it snapped in half like a piece of wood. Cyan also had an unbreakable stiffness, mainly because he couldn't get a good angle to snap an oval. Why were so many of these ovals? Finally came lime, which was another oval, but it broke into stiff strings. But which would make the best pencil? Izuku debated on his options, going back and forth. Light blue, blue, cyan, he was stumped. In the end, after a long deliberation, he selected green. It just fit, you know? He scurried back to his desk, now with a slot full of green dye, and began writing. Well, first he broke off a chunk shaped enough like a pencil, but, anyway, he began writing. First with his name, birthday, address, just that life stuff you're always supposed to know. Next came a rough floor plan of his mom's house, just because. Then came the top 10 heroes, then the next 10 on the next page. He added the latest concepts he learned in school, trying as hard as he could to remember what he was learning and explaining it for later. He traced the route to the only quirkless-friendly convenience store and which employees will accept his coupons. He drew the skyline from his house, the names of his bullies, what the political climate was. Everything he could remember came flowing out, caught and preserved by the pen in his hand. When he was running out of things to write down, he started listing what he could remember from his old quirk analyses, and a couple notes on what to look for. At last, when he couldn't think of a single thing to say, he closed the book and left it on the desk as he left to go sleep. For the very first time, he didn't dream of the outside world. All for one was exhausted. He had finally finished the meaningless busywork he should have had subordinates for, and Tamura had once again failed to act rationally in his most recent test. So he decided to get dinner and a show. He called Kurojiri to make him a salad as he observed the child stuck in one of his quirks. It had built a nice house using what little they had, how quaint. And now it was fishing? How droll. But, he supposed, the child did move beyond the minimum bar for capability, so he supposed it deserved a prize. He decided on giving it the cucumber from his salad. He never liked them much. Izuku had made a hobby out of fishing. After spending so long carving those utensils and cutting boards and bowls, he wanted a break. Fishing was so relaxing, and a good test for his reflexes to keep him on his toes. He did actually stand up and start dodging the items he got because he was bored. It was pretty fun. It had been a few days since he finished his house, and he was so happy that he had a bed now. The enchanted fishing rod in his hands had yet to display any specific boon, so he was forced to admit defeat. Without a really good record of all the things going on with it, he would never discover what the enchantment was. It frustrated him to no end, but at least it looked pretty. He was tossing his bobber back into the water. He got a lily pad again, when suddenly he felt a projectile strike the back of his head. He spun around, wondering if it was possible for the fish to come from behind him, only to spot a cucumber. An honest-to-God cucumber. Cylindrical and everything. Izuku stared with fascination at the now foreign object. It really did have rounded edges, even texture. Its surface had little hills and valleys, and he ran his fingers over the surface reverently. Should he eat it? They were rather nice and refreshing, but it felt like a waste. Could he do something more productive with it? The renewable resources must have been getting to him. He was terrified of using consumables now. They did have seeds inside, that much he remembered. Could he plant it? A vision of a healthy vegetable garden appeared in his head, and a pleasant smile appeared on his face. It would be something from the outside world that was truly alive, just like him. Satisfied with his decision, he took the cucumber to his kitchen to cut it up. Now, he didn't actually know how to grow a cucumber, so he was going to do some trial and error. He cut the cucumber into thirds. The first third he set aside. The second third he sliced up into chunks, each with a couple seeds inside, and the third he removed the seeds entirely and placed the remaining scraps directly into his mouth. Damn, that was good. Now came the strange part. How was he supposed to place real cucumbers into a game's soil? He couldn't exactly dig a hole. The backs of his fingers would break the block. His tools would break the block, and the dirt was super thick and solid, so it might not even get its roots out. As he was debating with himself, an idea slowly appeared. He couldn't find enough fault with it to dismiss, so he might as well try it. He started by crafting a couple planks. He used them to surround a raised bed of dirt, 3 blocks wide. Then he put a water source near the dirt, on the same elevation, and tilled the dirt with a hoe. He then took off his shoes and socks. Then stepped in. He had broken the chests with his feet, right? Why not try breaking dirt? The cool dirt felt amazing if not weird. There weren't any twigs or random sharp things, which really made the process easier. He dug his toes into the dirt, separating the particles enough to get deeper. Is this what the people stepping on grapes felt like? But he was just making dirt, not wine. He got out and planted the first hunk of cucumber vertically, figuring that if it wanted to grow closer or farther from the surface it would. He put his cucumber slices in small groups on the middle block, and the seeds in 2 groups on the third. Reluctantly, he left the seeds to grow without his fiddling, but not before naming the cucumber plant's plot armor. It just might work out, you know? But what else was he supposed to do? Well, he could try to figure out why the cucumber was here. That sounded like a good plan. Because that cucumber smacked him in the back of the head, this was personal now. He felt annoyed. Angry even. He had a strong desire to lash out against his captor, whoever they are. Even if it's a little 4-year-old who just got their quirk, that kid is getting owned for trapping him in here. Nobody beans him with a cucumber and gets away with it. He paced back and forth, messing with his bottom lip. What could he even do? He couldn't leave, and they hadn't contacted him outside of throwing random food at him. Why couldn't they have thrown something more valuable to him down, like a phone and a solar power charger? His mind turned to the glorious beacon of knowledge that was the internet and nearly pouted. He could search up how to grow his cucumber if he had the internet, but back to work. He needed a way to get revenge, even if it was stupid or childish. especially stupid or childish if his captor didn't like it. He stopped pacing as an idea came to him. A wonderful, mischievous, infantile idea. Grinning madly, sure of his victory, he grabbed a stack of logs. In the very center of his island, in plain view, he placed 3 logs horizontally. He added 2 more logs vertically on the center block. Finally, he crafted a sign, and since it didn't let him type stuff like he figured it would, he used his green pen to scrawl "Eat AD-." Malevolent pride filled his being. If the person outside saw this, they would be so offended. Then what were they gonna do? Trap him? Oh wait, that already happened. He stepped back to admire his very professional and mature sculpture. This was a well-thought-out plan with few to zero consequences. Oh well, what else should he do? Looking around, he tried to bring up his mental to-do list, but he realized he forgot everything. Okay, then how about making a physical to-do list? Damn, he had a lot of questions for himself today. Maybe he was going crazy? Yeah, like that. Another question. Rolling his eyes at his own antics, he opened his notebook again. His handwriting was never the worst, but his skills had definitely degraded. He could see the difference between the first page of his writing and the latest. He used to sit up on his roof, feeling the wind brush his hair as he wrote. Here, all he had was the square sun, which was nice and all, but he was outside a lot, so he kept getting sunburnt. Who knows, maybe he just wasn't eating enough and getting more vulnerable to sunburns. How did nutrition work, anyway? He remembered basically no names, and all he did remember was the slogans and stuff to encourage healthy eating. Should he try to figure them out? How difficult would it be to wait? The people who first discovered them had all the science stuff and teams of smart people. That would be a pretty difficult strategy to replicate. Izuku sighed and looked back to his book. It would be pretty nice if he could put the date in here or something. But he had a whole table for the date papers. The book would fill up immediately. What about year? He had already been here for a whole year, and despite how he wasn't looking forward to it, he might be spending quite a few more here. His mind made up, Izuku took his green die and traced a line down to start a tally mark, but some odd combination of fear and expectation caused him to keep the mark small, leaving more space on the paper than he originally anticipated. He couldn't tell whether it was on purpose or not, but he decided to just let it go and close the book. What about leap years? And months that had different numbers of days? Was it really 52 weeks in a year? Because though he didn't have a calculator to check, he didn't think that 365 was divisible by 7. Once more his fingers itched for a piece of technology to double-check. He really thought before this that he didn't use technology much, was even proud of himself for not having social media outside of the Hero Watch forums. And maybe that was easier because he had no friends, but who's going to call him out on it? He signed again. Damn, the homesick adjacent feeling was really strong today, huh? But why should he bother with pining after tech when he could get over himself and focus on the now? Doing that was what got him this far. So he stood straight, wiped his eyes, which had somehow become wet, how did he manage that, and strode off, pretending to have something to do over in that corner there. All for One was incensed. How dare this child offend him so? How dare it offer him anything but gratitude for sparing its life? If this child didn't appreciate his gracious rewards, then it was going to suffer without his guiding hands. All for One left the world, diving deeper into the feel of his quirk. He wanted something soul-crushing, something that would slowly destroy the child's sanity. Oh, he would turn it back in a few days. If the child was miserable enough. Quick history lesson for you all. So, how in the world is Minecraft an amateur? Well, when quirks first appeared, around 2015 in this timeline, Minecraft was put on hold for quite a while. A small, dedicated team of Minecrafters and game developers kept some servers up and running and updated the game to the newest devices, but membership was drastically reduced. But in those small teams of players, content was everywhere. Custom quirk mods, hero versus villain maps, everything that was popular was being produced. Legend has it that there was even a guy who played Minecraft building an island. About 30 years before the show begins, one developer experienced a sudden and painful bout of cringe and decided to delete all the weird shitty mods from the entire quirk era. Slowly they worked through the mountains of content, deleting every mod they could find with the word quirk in it. While this was happening, 8-year-old Izuku had one of those sudden, incredibly strong, obsessive urges to find and play old games that normal children totally have. Most old board games had disintegrated by then, so video games it was. He dug through best-selling games in 2015 articles and found Minecraft, then spent exactly 6 days searching for a download link while his All Might video played. He picked up a few ancient viruses, but they were so old that they physically could not function. But Minecraft did. The combination of the strong efforts by the game developers to maintain and update the game to the new devices plus the slowing of technological advancement created a sweet spot that kept Minecraft alive. Unfortunately, Java Edition, being exclusively on computers, was not updated, as the cross-platform Bedrock Edition was favored by younger players, and for the good of the game, they put Java to rest, but not before adding the better parts of Java to Bedrock. A couple months later, the cringe guy who deleted all the Minecraft mods started getting worse. Their condition was worsening, and they started resenting Minecraft as a whole. They dug through the websites that it was posted on and DDoS'd them into obscurity. They deleted mod sites, shut down servers, and cut off their family from their Minecraft communities. Yes, their family. The cringe guy had a child. And that child had just gotten their quirk. It was a pocket dimension quirk. The quirk even took on whatever appearance the user liked most. How wholesome. Their parent, who was reaching critical levels of cringe, found out that the kid's quirk became Skyblock and started searching for a way to be rid of it. They went to shady forums that pointed to even shadier forums, and that led to a connection to some weird villain groups who worshipped a guy who took quirks. The now completely cringe person finds the bogeyman and asks him to take their kid's quirk. The bogeyman, amused, takes the kid's quirk, then murders the cringe person for inconveniencing him. A fitting end for cringe. Izuku must have woken up weird. That's the only solution as to why he felt full just to be awake. Maybe it was the rain. It started a couple weeks ago, and still hasn't let up. It wasn't the worst kind of rain to have, it wasn't like it was hammering down, but it wasn't exactly light. It was just normal, boring rain, and that's what has him in a funk. It wasn't the absence of people around, it wasn't the lack of someone to talk to, it was just the rain. There was a difference in loneliness, sometimes. There's the kind of loneliness where you really want someone to help you out of some stressful issue, the kind where you want someone to assure you that something is fine or at least that you aren't alone, and then there's this kind. The kind of loneliness where there is not a soul around you, none good, none bad, just empty space. It seeps into your bones, slowly, so slowly you don't recognize what it is until it has your every nerve in its grasp. Izuku had never felt this lonely before, always someone to listen to even if they were insulting him, and some quiet company even if it was just a cat. Izuku blinked. When did he learn to so eloquently express emotion? That's he bit down on a sob that wasn't like him. He chuckled wetly, then stood up from his bed. He wanted to go lean against Frank. He had taken Frank into his house the day after the rain started, too guilty to let the sheep endure the unforgiving weather. He was grateful for the sheep now, Frank's soft will giving him the illusion of a sentient companion. A bye from Frank made him smile and flop down next to the sheep, pretending that Frank had body heat he could steal. The lack of warmth in his environment was definitely ending him. The only warm things were him, the currently hidden sun, and the lava, and he really didn't want to cuddle lava. His mind ran through a scenario where he did just that, catching fire and burning to a crisp as a human torch. Ignoring the discomfort the idea gave him, he just used it as further proof not to touch the lava. Damn, he was getting dark, wasn't he? He definitely didn't visualize the different ways he could die back when he was getting bullied. Well, there wasn't much he could do about it now. He got up and hugged, draped himself over Frank, trying to make himself believe that the sheep was real and reciprocating his affection. It sort of worked, and he patted Frank's fluffy head as he went over to the kitchen to make breakfast. He made another fish sandwich, adding in a few tiny pieces of apple. He still despised everything about those damned apples, but he hoped he could still take their nutrients using this method. He probably needed everything he could get his hands on to stay alive in a world that didn't support human life. He was lucky enough that it had air he could breathe. Wait, how much air could he breathe? To be precise, how much oxygen was left? Did these plants photosynthesize? They must, right, as plants? There has to be some variation of natural processes that keeps a balance between oxygen and carbon dioxide, right? He glanced back outside at the endless void that surrounded him and the water that endlessly filled it. Well, if there was oxygen in the air, then there was a lot of air to spare. Plants from Earth definitely photosynthesized, so he could use his cucumbers to be sure. Shit, the cucumbers. They were definitely drowning by now, and most certainly disgusting. Still, he went out to check, just in case there was something salvageable. In preparation for the chilling rain and his return, he draped his beloved sleeveless jacket next to the warmth of his stovetop, the slab with the lava block under it. He had yet to make an umbrella. He was still workshopping the design, so that was all the preparation he could do before striding off into the cold downpour. Immediately his hair started getting matted down, water leaking down his face and his scalp scrunching up unpleasantly. Izuku walked forward anyway, used to the sensations. The cucumber bed was close to his house and, as he suspected, completely flooded and smelling slightly rotten. All his efforts in breaking up the soil meant that the soil was also floating around in the bed, disconnected from the block it was previously. Some of the soil threatened to wash over the edges, but the water separated from the soil particles before slipping over. It was kind of cool to look at, but there was cold water trickling down his back, so he decided to go. Plot armor was definitely dead, and hopefully it would decompose and become fertilizer, because Izuku did not want to go digging around in some mud for some rotting piece of food. As he was returning to his house, God, he really did make his own house. That's an achievement. He should be proud of himself for that. He passed by the place where he was growing his wheat, and he cringed at the thought of what Minecraft food looked like rotting. He got closer out of morbid curiosity, but was shocked to see that the wheat wasn't ruined at all. It looked just as fine as it did before the rain started. When was that again? Golden brown and everything. There was even water lying on top of the ground in puddles, yet the plants didn't look overwatered in the slightest. He stared in wonder, eyes flicking between stalks of food, trying to find faults. This went against everything he knew. Like, what the F dash? How is it still fine? It's been weeks of rain, and even if the food wasn't in the rain, it should have gone bad by now due to time, let alone how impossible it was to avoid the consequences of overwatering. And the soil seemed to be able to repel the water it didn't want? What? He tentatively touched the dirt, and after he made an indent, the water filled the depression. He left immediately, but nothing was happening to the rest of the dirt. Did he really have that strong of an effect on this world? Damn. Well, he was still cold, so he could think about that later. His body gave off a shiver as he left the downpour, entering his house not through the kitchen but through the back room. It was where he could access the lava and where his cobble generator was. He had renovated it a few days after the rain started, when he really needed something warm. Alongside the lava of the cobble generator, he had dug into the floor, creating a cobblestone indent, separated from the lava only by a waterlogged stair. In essence, a bath. He slipped into the bath and simply sat there, relishing in the heat it provided. The whole room had a slightly higher temperature than the rest of the house due to the presence of the lava, and he took full advantage of the comfort. The warmth sunk right into his skin, and he nestled deeper into the tub. There weren't many things he was homesick for, but baths were certainly one of them. If only he could get something that could steam, then he would really be living the life. And yet something was still missing. His eyes opened just to glare outward. Heat was a wonderful comfort, one he could not bear to part with, but it didn't soothe the need in his bones. He sighed, leaving the bath to find something to do. He wandered into his storage room, dripping water all over the floor like a heathen, trying to find something interesting. His eyes caught on a worn skeleton bow, and his neutral face split into a truly wicked grin. It would be fun to learn how to use a bow. He grabbed a handful of arrows, a bunch of wooden slabs, and the bow before realizing this was too much to carry. He sighed and dropped everything on the floor, went back and grabbed his amazingly warm and now rapidly dampening inventory coat, and shoved everything into a mostly empty area of storage net. God, he wished he had an inventory like a real Minecraft player. That would have made this whole process so much easier. Even if the items were smaller than placed blocks, shrunk to about a third of their place size, it was still a pain to carry items. He had to be thankful for what he got though. If the items, when floating and spinning, didn't merge into stacks, he would have suffered even more. He climbed up the ladder to his bedroom floor and out onto the balcony. He endured the soaking rain once more to add a roof over his head, jumping up to place each slab, curse his height. The feeling of fresh air without more rain on his back felt pretty nice, and he took a moment to savor the lack of contact as he pulled out the bow and an arrow. He had seen a bunch of HeroTube videos all about archery, and they were definitely helpful to him as he tried to adjust his stance. Sure, he barely remembered them, but he had jotted down the basics in his notes for some heroes who could use a long-range option. He could remember some stuff about a 3-finger hold, drawing your hand back to your mouth, and just the little things that the videos stressed as proper form. He did his best to follow the directions in his head as he stood, soaking wet, staring at a block of wood in front of him. Targets were good, right? He could collect the arrows after he shot them and check how good his aim was. Izuku readied his stance, drew his arm back, and he dropped the arrow. He sighed, trying to pretend the heat flushing his checks didn't exist. Again he tried, and this time he was able to send the arrow forward a meter by pulling back more. He repeated the process a couple times, starting to get the hang of it. He wasn't at all adequate at this, but he could guess at what he was supposed to do, and that was probably all he could hope for at this point. His arms were starting to burn from strain, and his arm was red where the bowstring smacked into it. It was no victory over the need in his soul, but at least it distracted him for a bit, and that was all he needed. Izuku turned back into his house and slumped against Frank, falling asleep against the sheep's soft room-temperature wool. The rain still hadn't stopped, and it was starting to bother him. He had practiced archery daily out of sheer boredom, trying to soothe a restless urge to escape or fight the rain. He still didn't know how that last urge even showed up. He was getting more consistent with his aim, which was good, and more sore muscles, which was, well, he couldn't say it was bad, but it wasn't fun. Izuku wandered out onto his balcony, making a mental note to make the roof over it look nicer and forgetting the note immediately after. He stared out at the lights dotting his little island, the water somehow not putting them out. Why were torches so weird? First they don't burn, then they don't fizzle out. What in the world was their deal? He had carved a couple more dishes to complete his dinner set. He had tried, and failed, to make some cooler recipes, and throughout all of it the rain stayed. He was beginning to think it remained out of spite, but he had to remember. Objects don't have emotions. He accidentally personifies so many objects that if he didn't continuously remind himself that some things can't think, he would have already been acting insane. It was hard enough dealing with the sinking dread that was his future confinement. He didn't want to deal with some variation of lunacy. Izuku glanced down from the balcony and registered that his infinite water source pool, his beloved fishing spot, was conveniently close to his location. He contemplated fishing from such a height and, finding the idea of fish flying directly upwards amusing, gave it a try. He missed the pool on his first try. What was that about his aim getting better? But thankfully the fishing rods are very forgiving and a mild tug was enough to retrieve the bobber from the ground. He threw the bobber in correctly this time, and eagerly awaited a tug on the line. He couldn't see the surface of the water very well, what with the rain and the distance, but when the line pulled he pulled harder, and was rewarded with the glorious sight of a fish flying directly into the air, making a beautiful arc, and smacking into his makeshift roof. He should really make it look nicer. His face morphed into a concerningly elated expression as he laughed for the first time in a year. Oh yeah, this was going to become a thing. He gathered at least 50 stacks of fish. More time passed, and Izuku was still outrageously bored. So he tried sewing again. He hadn't really stopped, but he had definitely slowed down after he finished the house. He still had a collage of scraps that he neglected to throw away, in a variety of colors. He was up for a challenge though, so he decided to try and make something. He settled on making a scarf, something nice and simple that would be fun to throw on. He arranged all the scraps in a sort of geometric pattern, all bright colors on soft wool. He didn't know how to sew like a professional, but threading in and out worked well enough, so he kept his stitches nice and even as he worked through the scarf. It wasn't very long because he had made it pretty thick and it had loose edges, but it was his. Izuku's heart soared as he donned the colorful attire, admiring what he could see of the scarf. It was so soft he felt like he could lose himself if he snuggled into it. And he decided why not. He didn't have anything important to do, so he tugged the edges over his ears and sat buried in comfort. Staying still was harder than he thought. Everything was so comforting and quiet, but his mind took that opportunity to race around with nothing physical to ground it. His fingers tapped against the wooden wall behind him, impatiently trying to do something. He really wasn't excited about getting back up and facing the world though, so he tried getting his brain and body back on the same track. He hummed the tune that his fingers were making, following through bits and pieces of songs he must have heard back in the real world. His voice was cracking due to underuse, but since he wasn't dying for water that second he ignored it in favor of the melody. It was so long since he'd heard a song. The simple pleasure of putting on some music and drowning out the world was lost to him, probably for the rest of his life. He tried to keep humming, but his voice broke into a sob as he accidentally let his emotions go. It was really quite annoying how his emotions seemed to rise up whenever he didn't have something to focus on, upsetting really. And yet his emotions rudely decided he wasn't going to get out of it this time, and tears started streaming down his face. Why was he crying all the time? Why couldn't he have felt this way back with another person, when he could be comforted and kept safe from his own mind? Why did he have to go through this alone? After what felt like hours, it probably was, he finished crying and leaned back, exhausted. This sucked. He was supposed to finish middle school, apply to UA, fail to get in, and live out his life as a used car salesman trying and failing to do vigilantism in his off time. He was sure that that was the future he was destined for, and yet here he is, spending the rest of his life completely alone. It released a shaky sigh. Man, this rain was really getting to him. He hadn't seen the fake stars in how long now? It had probably been a couple weeks after that, filled with a monotonous repetition. It felt like he had woken up from a dream as he questioned, what was the date? Izuku had been leaving his daily tally marks by the door, not excited about going out into the rain. He had stayed inside like a prissy little cat, but it was about time to go. He had filled a whole 2 pages with tally marks and he was really losing track of the passage of time. He wasn't even sure if it was day or night unless he stared real hard at the endlessly gray sky. Sighing, he took his lovely soft scarf off and deposited it in the kitchen. He was about to do the same with his sleeveless coat, but paused as he considered something. He really didn't want to walk half the length of his entire island every time he wanted to know what the day was. So what if he just moved the day in here? Wait, that didn't sound right. What if he made a room for the date connected to his house? Yeah, that's better. He grabbed a few stacks of slabs and planks, noted that his supplies were running low, and headed out into the downpour. His mind was running through various designs and plans that he wanted to try building, and he had to admit that he was a bit excited to be making something new after so long. He settled on a sort of circular wall, enough space that he could put papers and maps up on the broadest sides. Well, specifically a mimicry of a circle made of blocks. He could probably get creative and carve into the walls and make a cylinder, but that sounds like a miserable amount of work, so blocks it was. It was painfully easy to build the whole room, but he still found it lacking. Maybe he was getting bored of staring at planks all day, but he could probably spice it up a little. He had seen one old video, it was dreadfully fuzzy in his mind now, that had used oak logs as a sort of trim along the floor, and made the floor a different block from the walls. What was that material? He shrugged and replaced the lowest layer with logs. That worked. He made and set down a crafting table, constructed a few ladders, and tossed one against the wall. He didn't actually toss them, he wanted them to attach to the wall and turn big, but the use of the word in his head made the action seem more lighthearted, and that's all he really wanted. He crawled up to the top of the wall, balancing easily enough, and built in the roof/floor to separate the next room. See, he had developed a vision for what this building could look like. He had always been a bit of an artist, and he was low-key daydreaming of some cool-looking, really stout outpost tower, balanced on the edge of the world. His mind had really gone all out, with some dizzying watercolor, inky strokes for the silhouette, and he was in love with it. Of course, this was Minecraft, so he would never be able to make his dream a reality, but, you know, He built the floor out a block, making it wider than the base, and then went one farther using logs, all arranged so their grains aligned. Then, to complete the base of his vision, he crept back down the ladder, circled around to the outside, and added pillars of wood to the walls. He stepped back to admire how it was coming together, which seriously wasn't looking very pretty, but his gaze was clouded with pride. Well, it was also kinda blocked with the rain, but that's more in general. His hair was also getting in his eyes, and pushing it away just reminded him how disgustingly greasy it had become. Like, seriously, how does it still feel greasy in the rain? He blinked and sighed as he cleared the thoughts from his head, going back to the building. Now that the base floor had a roof over it, he wanted to dry it out a little. He would use torches, but those stupid things don't do anything except light a room and exist as a tripping hazard. He mindlessly flipped through the crafting booklet, checking if anything caught his eye. He kinda wished that the only manual had given him would have some names or labels or definitions, but he had to make do visually. His view snapped to a spot of red on the page, and looking closer he could tell that it was some sort of fire. Could he craft fire? Wow, so that's a thing. After grabbing the materials and looking closer, he saw that it was a campfire, so less like creating fire and more like creating the whole system that makes fire. Somewhat thrilled to be making a new thing anyway, even if it wasn't pure fire, he arranged the items on the table and grabbed the miniature campfire from the output slot. He examined it in his hands, marveling at the frozen-in-time look the flames were sporting. How did it freeze like that? Plus it looked like fire, except it looked a little fake. CGI and all that. Or maybe it was super fake and he couldn't identify what fire looked like anymore because he had been in here for too long. Why must he think of these things all the time? Izuku shook his head to get rid of the depressing thoughts. If he ignored the bad thoughts, they didn't exist. Best logic. He went back inside and set the campfire down in the center of the room. His freezing fingers inched closer subconsciously to the flame, lighting up the dark room, spreading warmth immediately. His skin prickled, in such a good way, as he felt the chill moisture leave. He closed his eyes to better focus on the sensation. He shifted into a more comfortable sitting position, when had he sat down, and hummed a broken sound into the wonderful heat. He itched to dig his hands into the flames, wrap the threads of fire through his fingers and caress the burning logs, coaxing the warmth out, but even though he wanted to desperately, he couldn't seem to lift himself from the ground. He was lead, he was stone, and the fire was the sun itself in front of him. He sat there until he could nothing but warm, blankly listening to the crackling fire and the sounds of the rain behind him. He came back to himself in stages. First came the pressure of the wood floor beneath his fingers, a vague grain that never caused splinters. Then came the recognition of the noises around him, the rain, drumming as it always did. The fire, cracking and popping, hissing out sparks. Suddenly he recognized what he was seeing, and the world was back. What just happened? He blinked, but he still couldn't identify what was weird. The world was as it should be, and yet something felt slightly off. And when did his hair have time to dry? He blinked again and shook his head. He tried to get his thoughts back on track, but he couldn't think of anything to think about. He panicked momentarily until he realized this was the place he was building, and he was supposed to finish that, and that was something to think about. He sighed and tried to move on. He finished the roof of the building, but his heart wasn't in it. He left the details to finish for later, and fetched the calendar papers from his little shelter across the island. To protect them from the rain, he shoved them into his storage nets. Only about half of them fit, so he tucked the rest under the folds of his trench coat. The rain dripping down his skin kept him tethered to reality, but he still felt distant somehow. It would annoy him if he could feel strong emotions. He placed a couple blocks of cobble to function as a table and spread the papers out across it. He had started keeping exactly 12 weeks on each page, so he started stacking those all together on one pile. He placed it off to the side to deal with later as he looked back at the earliest days. He had only 2 early sides before he settled into his pattern, and he had creased and marked them all over. He could still make out the weeks though. He had scrawled 10 in total across the front and back. It was a simple matter to count it all up. He had another piece of paper, written in red to differentiate the math from the dates. He tallied up the weeks, these in groups of 5. His breath hitched when he got to 52, but he was expecting that. He dragged a line across the page and started again from 1. When he reached the second 52, he probably cried. He couldn't quite tell, he hadn't bothered to dry his face after the rain. The 3 weeks on top of it all felt like a slap in the face. Izuku was doing his best to calm down. He had put a campfire in his bedroom and most of the downstairs rooms, making them look like fireplaces using cobblestone stairs. Now all he needed was a marshmallow. His emotional distress had really ramped up after he found out he had turned 15. It was supposed to be the magical age where everything happened, getting into high school, getting a cool birthday party, becoming a true teenager. It was when he was sure his future would reveal itself. He had really thought that by 15 he would have figured out whether or not he could be a hero. UA was his biggest hope. They had established a year ago, well 3 years now, oh god time, that they were going to get rid of the rule banning the quirkless from applying. They had this whole PR campaign about how the quirkless can learn too, and they removed the general requirement for quirks. Yes, it was super heavily implied that they would only let them into the non-hero classes, but he read the official legal statement thoroughly and it said nothing about keeping the hero class exclusive. He would be in high school if he was 15, so he would know by then whether or not he could allow his dreams to die. Well, how was this place supposed to tell him that? His hands curled into fists, trying to convey the vitriol in his heart and failing miserably. He could just die from the hatred coursing through him, filling every nook and cranny inside him with anger and spite, boiling over into fury at the effer who stuck him here. He couldn't even do anything about it. He was isolated from everything, unable to do anything, and it was infuriating. Izuku realized he had bit down on his lip too hard, so he walked off into the rain to try and spend some of his pent-up energy. He ended up in front of the mob spawner, getting overloaded with the sounds of death. At least it took up so much of his mental capacity to comprehend that he couldn't focus of his anger anymore. The spawner looked old now. Not that it had aged in any way, but instead it felt faded. Like his memories were shadowed on top of the true image. The little doorway he had made long ago still sat innocently in the chute, and he blinked as he realized that had anything survived the fall, it could have walked right out. That's not good. He looked through his net for some wood planks to replace the blocks, then thought better of it and used a trapdoor instead of a block at the bottom. That way he could crawl in and gather items while still keeping the entrance closed most times. He squinted at the pile of debris on the floor, noticing something bright red in the junk floating there. He used the rope still hanging nearby to gather the items, doing his best to ignore the texture of soaked sugarcane as he tossed the soggy rope around the items. But Izuku snatched up the red glint, which was revealed to be a shiny pile of bright red dust. It immediately started crumbling in his palm, but the water mostly held it together. He remembered a red pile of dust, right? There was something about this red powder that could power things and transmit energy. Didn't it have a really obvious name? What was it again? He moved away from the noise of the spawner and finally he could remember, redstone. This little item was the focus of quite a few videos, with a lot of people making massive machines. Izuku wanted to do that. Images of electronics, phones, televisions snuck into his brain and suddenly he needed to find out how to work this stuff. He frantically grabbed at the crafting manual, looking for everything with that bright red. He didn't know how to get that pure white rock stuff, nor could he get any iron, but, well, that actually limited his options to a lever, a button, a red torch, and some contraption whose crafting recipe almost looked like a shrine to redstone. He blinked down at the crafting booklet, trying to figure out his options. If redstone only carried a signal, then what could he power? The main things in all those videos were stuff made with iron, if he remembered correctly. Said stuff was almost entirely hoppers, pistons, and droppers, which was really inconvenient when he had none of that. Anger began bubbling within him once more, and he decided he really needed an outlet. What were some coping mechanisms people used? His bullies had used him as a punching bag for their aggression, but he didn't have any small weak children to abuse, so that was out of the question. He would rather talk to a person than hit them, anyway. He could scream into a pillow, but the last time he spoke was 6 weeks ago and he was trying to break his record. There was also all that stuff about walking away, but the fact that he couldn't was the main source of his anger, so violence it is. But he didn't exactly want to go in completely unprepared, so maybe storming out into a horde of monsters wasn't the best option. He started by removing all the torches from his island. The darkness was unfamiliar, and it felt strange to see such a familiar sight changed so suddenly. He grabbed another bow and a stack of arrows from his storage room. Well, really he took like 20 arrows. The process of tapping the grid to summon the item, catching the item, and pressing it against the other storage net to move items got really tedious. He ventured up to his balcony, directly above his beloved storage room. It was quite convenient to have his front door open to his storage room, what with all the various blocks and materials he needed to rush in and grab. The sound of the endless rain felt like a war drum in his ears, calling for blood. He hoped that it wouldn't be his. God, why did this feel so serious? He was only committing his first purposeful murder. Well, monsters aren't real people, it's all just code. So he doesn't have to feel bad. So now he's standing on his balcony, holding a bow, trying to work up the courage to aim at one of the blocky figures lurking below. This shouldn't even be this hard. They weren't people, they might hurt him, and he's angry. What more does he need? He focuses on one zombie, far enough to require a bow but close enough that his shoddy aim would work well. He let his arrow fly, and it felt like time expanded as he waited to see the results of his shot, and collapsed back to normalcy as he heard the painful-sounding thunk of arrow in flesh. God, that sound was exactly the same as he imagined it was, and it was still worse. The zombie got knocked back slightly, going in some comedic and illogical arch away from its original position. Izuku ducked behind the fences of the balcony, fearing some form of retaliation. He peered through the gaps to watch the zombie approach him. It paused at his front door right below him. It looked straight up at him with its massive cube head, and he heard its arms moving against his wooden door. Izuku took a deep, calming breath. This was what he expected. This is going well. He doesn't even have to touch it. He loaded another arrow and slowly drew his string back, trying for a headshot to see if there was any different effect. He was about to shoot when he heard a crunching sort of sound. A big crunching sound. This was no potato chip, this was wood snapping. Terror filled him from head to toe as the zombie disappeared inside his house. He felt like he needed an hour or two to process the whole situation and think through his next steps, but he didn't have an hour. It was inside and coming to him, and he needed to move, now. He rushed inside to see the situation, watching the zombie wander through his beloved central carpet room. It turned to face him again, and another freezing dose of bad crept up his spine watching it advance towards him. He was on the second floor, so if he could shoot it while it was below he could stay safer or something. His brain wasn't really giving him anything other than it. He aimed and shot, the arrow lodging in its outstretched cuboid arm. That knocked it back again, but it wasn't enough to stop it as it met the wall he was standing on. Irrationally, he wondered if it would break down the wall too, before remembering, with yet another awful feeling, that his ladder to the second floor was right below him. He heard the ladder's rungs creak and he turned and ran back out to the balcony, too terrified to look back and see the same zombie he pushed so long ago. He reached into the section of his storage coat where he kept blocks and slammed them into the floor in front of the door, cutting off the zombie's path to him. He was breathing heavily, panting, and his eyes were glued to the door. His hands were twitching uncontrollably, and his mind was running a mile a minute trying to think through the adrenaline screaming through his veins. Zombies could break doors? Since when? He hadn't dealt with that factor in his own Minecraft world when he played. But he did remember that there was a trick to placing doors sideways so that zombies didn't register them as breakable, so that might have been just luck on his part. He should really put down all his Minecraft knowledge in case he can use it later. Stupid idiot can't even make a basic connection. The zombie stepped into view and he refocused back into reality. It stepped past his door, which he had left open, and pressed up against the block he placed. He could now see it was a log. It stopped, and he waited for it to do something scary again while he caught his breath. Not that it needed to do anything scary to terrify him. The height alone was intimidating, but holy shit, that thing was gross. Its skin was so green it must have been grass, but it wasn't because he could see it had the texture of skin and he did not want to know how it got that way. Its hair was only a few shades darker, and he shuddered, wondering how in hell that happened. He really did not want whatever mold or fungus that was to spread through his house. The zombie's shirt was bright, untucked from its dark blue pants carelessly, as if it had thrown the shirt on in a rush. Izuku gulped on his fear as he stared down the threadbare articles, trying very hard not to remember the sensation of touching that abhorrently cold zombie. It groaned, audible even in the rain at this distance. He blinked, then picked up the bow from the ground where he had thrown it. He focused hard on keeping his breathing steady as he pulled back the string and fired. He flinched back at the thud, expecting some sort of terrifying retaliation, but it stayed there. He shot it again, staring in some morbid fascination at the arrows sticking out of its face. Again and again he drew and fired, narrowing his world down to his arrows and the zombie. Another groan, one final arrow, and the deed was done. Gray sparkles took the zombie's place and ebbed away. Izuku looked on, really only thinking about how it was good that the corpse disappeared instead of blocking the doorway. Izuku sat down. He was sore. He was exhausted. He needed to get another door. His thoughts caught up with him, finally, and he couldn't help but chuckle. His chest was expanding and contracting more out of fear than joy or humor. He flopped onto his back, convulsing with laughter. Was this funny? It didn't matter. He was grinning ear to ear anyway. All for one checked back on his trapped child. It must have learned its lesson by now, but he could see the offensive phallic statue was still standing. The quirks he had made him invisible, not intangible, so the rain was dripping down his face and he found it unpleasant. He had resolved to leave the child to suffer for another few days when he heard manic laughter. That was most certainly the child. He observed it from his position, concluding that it was indeed suffering. This was what he wanted, so he altered the world's settings and allowed the rain to relent. Torture was fair game, after all, but he didn't want a potential asset to go completely insane. That would ruin the fun. Izuku sighed into the cool air. The afternoon clouds passed lazily by, and he couldn't find it in himself to care. This morning he had checked the date again. It had become a tradition at this point, checking the date every few months and feeling sorry about himself. Today marks the 286th week and 5th day of his imprisonment, a little over 5 years. It hurt to think that he was 18 now, a legal adult, and yet no closer to freedom than he was when he was first trapped. If he was being honest with himself, it was more than just hurt. It was an icicle of agony through his heart, burning cold whenever he poked or prodded at it. His solution? To ignore it. It wasn't going to go away. He's never going to be free. Why feel bad about everything before he dies? Well, maybe that's a bit too nihilistic. He still had some good things. It felt like lying, but he had found things to make him happy in this place. Thing 1. Frank. Frank had been his companion throughout it all, and Izuku had started to project a no-nonsense sort of attitude onto the sheep. Maybe it wasn't properly healthy, but in the middle of his massive angst sessions where he feels like throwing a tantrum, seeing Frank encourages him to reflect on what he has and see that not everything is pure sheet. Thing number 2, paper. He was journaling, more record-keeping than anything, but it was something to do. He had remade his calendar room into a massive library to fill with books and papers and a few calendars. He had even gotten back into sketching, though it took quite a while to get back into practice using a green stick instead of erasable pencil. He had actually gotten bored of the lack of decoration on his walls and filled his house with murals/graffiti/paintings, whatever it's called. His definitions of words had been getting pretty foggy recently. Maybe he should write a dictionary. The sun started sinking below the spot in the sky, that invisible place where the sun turns huge and red for like an hour before shrinking back down and starting the night. He sighed, but the reminder of time passing was enough to get up off the grass and do something. He went to his farm, still pitifully small as he didn't want to give up potential spawning space to another piece of wheat. Or another carrot. He ended a zombie a while back in it. Dropped a carrot, which he immediately started farming the hell out of. It was his new favorite food. Besides being a step closer to some sort of stew, it was crunchy and fresh, and also a funky shape that he had yet to get tired of. He had tried raw wheat, out of curiosity, and the item was simply unpleasant. In contrast, carrots were wonderfully tasteful. Izuku replanted everything, depositing the excess harvest somewhere in his inventory coat. He'll organize it later. Still looking to waste time, he wandered through his fishing area. At one point he had tried to set up a fence for the items to hit against instead of his face, which worked well enough, but it was tiring to stick his hands through the slats for an extended duration. The pool itself was far more spacious now, a mini lake really. He started practicing swimming across, half to exercise and half to keep his muscle memory alive. Enough time had passed now that the sun started shrinking back down. Izuku took that as a sign to head back to his house. He was still living in the same old place, but he added a new top floor, mostly a lookout tower but also stuffed to the brim with emergency essentials. If a zombie ever broke into his house again, he would be able to hide out there for at least half a year, assuming he never would work up the courage to end it. He wandered into his storage room, now outfitted with 2 doors instead of 1, to buy time. His current stone sword sat atop the extensive table in the center of the room he added last year, which displayed various projects and pieces he was working on, plus his attempts to replicate his shoes in a wearable size. Izuku grabbed the weapon from its perch and tossed it into the storage net he had tied onto his left arm. It made grabbing items a whole lot easier, his own version of a hotbar. He also grabbed his shield, the only thing he'd ever crafted using iron, which for some reason zombies dropped. It was on its last legs, but iron was so rare and precious that he wanted to use it as much as possible. He drew his sword and stepped back out into the night, now prepared to hunt down every monster that spawns. It was surprisingly easy to dispatch the monsters, once he got into the swing of things. Mainly because they only paid attention to him after he started attacking, but also because their attacks were very easy to get around. Zombies only could push him at close range, and though their fists contained an alarming amount of power, it was nothing if he could just move around them. He was faster, even though they were taller, because he had been running around for years and they only spawned tonight. Creepers only blew up after getting into range, so he could run away after hitting one and suffer no consequences. Skeletons were his biggest fear, mostly because they attack from long range, so he can't safely run, and their arrows had sharp and somewhat rusty points. He really didn't want to get that rusty metal disease. What was it called? Tinnitus? Tetris? Well, his shield made skellies a lot safer, allowing him to block potentially deadly threats. It also made zombies a complete joke, but he doesn't want to let down his guard and get beaten to death or anything. He knew that he was perfectly capable of just grinding mobs back at the base of his mob spawner, but if he was being really, truly honest with himself, he was bored. It only takes so much time being safe and alone before you begin taking risks for a taste of enjoyment. He still wanted to think that he was smart, making good decisions, but really he wanted something with stakes. Enough with vulnerability though, he had more monsters to end. He focused on dispatching as many zombies as possible, hoping that they'll give him some more iron. He wasn't strong enough to amputate a zombie yet, but as he continued to end these he wondered if taking their limb would count as damage. Additionally, could the limb take damage and transfer it to the zombie's main body? If he removed both arms and stabbed one, would the other arm take damage as well, or would each removed limb have its own health after being removed? Actually, could he beat a zombie to death with its own arms, or would they still be considered one entity? Can the zombie's attacks be used on itself, or is there a rule against that? Can he use the zombie's arm to attack other mobs? Can he take the arms of other mobs as well, and use them to create a superweapon that does massive damage? He revisited reality after a few minutes of questioning and realized he was zoning out in a place very not safe for zoning out in. His eyes darted around with the anxiety spike from that thought, but thankfully nothing was attacking, aiming at, or otherwise targeting him. He forced out a sigh to calm himself down, and left to spend time in the library. He would rather add these thoughts to his questions book instead of ignoring it. A while back he had decided to add all of his most pressing questions to a book. This was when he was still fishing all the time, so he had the leather to spare. By now he had run out of leather, so he's been using the stacks upon stacks of sugarcane to make reams of paper to write on. It wasn't so bad, he could add bits onto his books if he wanted to add something, and it let him practice his sewing skills. Stepping into the library, the wall of warmth hit him and his shoulders immediately loosened. Well, as much as they could. The room was still vaguely circular, but large shelves and stairs were now stacked on the walls, filled with bits of loose paper, his failed and successful attempts at dyeing book covers and regular books. The fireplace crackled merrily in the center of the room, in the same place he first put it in all those years ago. He had removed the center table, replacing the floor with blocks of spider wool to rest on. He dyed everything red, to keep the cozy feel going, and now the entire room was painted in warm tones and soft textures. He had crafted this whole place piece by piece, and it was the one place that he could feel truly happy. Izuku flopped down onto the floor, ditching the shield and sword by the door. Maybe he was acting old, but damn his joints. Especially his left arm. If he remembered correctly, that was the one that got yanked when he fell that one time. Did the adults lie to him, and joint pain starts at 18 and not 30? He grumbled to himself about adults until he got bored of the topic, then simply stared into the ceiling. It wasn't a particularly interesting ceiling. He had made it out of cobblestone, which was marginally more interesting than wood, because he could find shapes in them. He found a J at one point, but he hadn't found it for a while. Where was it? Izuku woke up slowly. There was never any rush to waking up, not anymore, so he spent a good 10-20 minutes simply soaking in the joy of being unaware. He opened his eyes and immediately recognized a J in the ceiling. His brain fired and he jumped up, staring at the J. He turned away to look for a pen/dye stick/pencil to trace it, and he spotted a red one lying on the calendar desk. He grabbed it and looked up again, but for the life of him he couldn't find it. He threw the stick on the floor. After sitting upset in the corner of the library, he grabbed another piece of paper and stepped back outside. It was a nice day, few clouds, no rain. Looked to be close to noon. He had about half the day left. To do what? His imaginary companion would ask. Wait, that attempt to draw on the ceiling reminded him of painting, thus the brain's gears turned and he remembered that bucket of paint. Last week he was fooling around with dyes, as one does with nothing else to do, and he ended up boiling some cyan paint in water, causing them to mix together. He added more cyan dye, and his creation became a very vibrant dye with, what he remembered to be, the consistency of paint. He left it somewhere in his workshop. Yes, he has one now, and had been thinking about what to paint. He was going back and forth, trying to decide whether to make a self-portrait or a zombie, but he finally thought of making a landscape. A real landscape, too, from reality, with trees with multiple things that hold leaves and everything obeying gravity. Maybe a frog. He entered his workshop, which he had styled after a Western-type garage. He figured it was funny, seeing as he remembered a lot of online content involving workshops in garages. To complete the look, he used stone for the floor to mimic concrete and smooth stone for the walls. He didn't have a working garage door, but he didn't know how to make one work, so for the sake of function he ditched it. His workshop consisted of 2 very long desks, with storage nets kinda tucked under them, where he could deposit various things. The paint bucket was sitting on the floor next to the hole where he puts lava if he wants to use it. The room still had some leftover warmth from when he was boiling the water, though it was starting to leak out into the world at large. Large? Are you sure? Izuku sat down at the desk in one of the stair chairs, tossing his paper out into the desk, then immediately slamming his hands down on the paper to keep it from slipping all the way off the table. He took his hands off the paper, which was now a little sticky, then started to sketch something. He figured a lake would be nice to paint, lots of opportunities to mix blue, cyan, and green together. He really wanted to look at something that looked real. He added a tree in the foreground, some low-hanging leaves obscuring the otherwise boring sky. There would be some clouds in the sky, but he didn't dare outline them, because he was sketching in green and he couldn't erase anything. He realized halfway through that he had no paint other than cyan, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. He dipped the tip of whatever pencil he chose. Yes, he did make a pencil out of every color of dye, purely because he could, in a bucket of water, which got him close enough to the paint that he could blend them together. What was his paintbrush? An ignorant fool might ask. Well, allow him to introduce that fool to the wonderful invention of fingers. He was just finger painting, like a stupid grade school kid with no class. He had yet to figure out a design for a brush, paintbrush or otherwise, because of the difficulty with getting not only stiff bristles but bristles that are oriented at a 90-degree angle from the anchor point. How the hell was he supposed to make that? Nonetheless, he did his best. His hands were never very steady, but he braced his wrist on the paper and did his best not to let his chewed nails disrupt the pattern. As he worked on representing the various aspects of a lake scene, i.e. the clouds, the leaves, the grass, he was struck with a terrifying thought. Izuku couldn't remember what real water looked like. Was it shiny and reflective, or was it muted? Was it more blue or more green? Could you see through it? Didn't it refract stuff? He didn't know. It was truly one of the most terrifying things he had felt since arriving here. This wasn't a fear of death, not a fear of pain, no, this was the fear of slowly forgetting one's own life. What else will he forget? What has he already forgotten? How can he even call himself a human if he can't remember some of the most significant experiences? Eventually, he may become a ghost, empty of memories from outside. He wouldn't remember going to school, wouldn't remember his mother's face, maybe even forget what quirks are. Not recognizing basic social cues, not registering speech as speech, what the F was time going to do to him? Izuku blinked, eyes refocusing on the page in front of him as he registered the pain in his lip. Blood. All for One was having a wonderfully productive month. He found a young child whose family was indebted to him to apply to UA soon. Young Tamura has been making excellent progress in his conditioning, and Dr. Garaki has made satisfactory progress on the Nomu. He had been toying with plans to use the child trapped in that pocket dimension as a pawn, but he would prefer to let it sit until he has a solid plan for its role and can condition it to follow orders. A pawn must be obedient, after all, if it is expected to go into battle for its master. Izuku tied a strip of red wool carpet around his forehead in a parody of some old-school super-retro hero whose name he forgot. He was sick of having some parts of his island uncomfortably cold and some nice and toasty. It was nice to have some spaces to cool off, but damn did he hate bringing a blanket out to harvest wheat. Today, he would design the perfect island, one that was thoroughly warm. He would achieve this by cycling lava through the island and making a whole new island shape to better accommodate the design. Sure, the whole thing kinda looked like an L, but it was on its back, so really it would be more of a J with a long tail. At least it wasn't a V. Making his entire island into an insult would not help his escape if his jailer was petty. Whatever he had a point to get to, the building plans. He decided to start the lava at the top floor of his new house. He was going to build it like a chimney, heating every room on its way down. Then he was going to direct it to one side, letting it heat a path downwards to his main plaza, where his wooden statue would sit proudly in the center, because F's his captor, no matter how petty they were. Then his tree farm would sit off to the left from the house, and to the right would be his new animal pen. It would be where he would put his animals. If he had them. Izuku glared at the plan, as if staring at the image he drew would force a cow to spawn. He didn't really, but if starting really hard at a piece of paper worked, well, he'd be damned if he didn't try it at least once. Of course, no cow appeared, which he honestly could not be disappointed by. He drew a tiny cow in the middle of the pen, just in case. A week later, and the island was stripped to its bare floor. Everything was loaded into his storage room, which he hadn't destroyed yet because it was inconvenient to move more than once. The potential for efficiency lingered in the air around him, and his fingers fidgeted around, excited to get started on making something. Maybe he could add some thickness around alternating rooms, possibly some flair using stairs, a balcony. Goodness gracious, he needed to put these ideas down before they exploded. He retrieved a dye stick and paper from his coat and started furiously sketching out shapes and wall types. Maybe the balcony could be more like a wide window with a sill he could sit on, or maybe he could expand a ring around the edge of the building that he could walk on. What if he made a rail around the exterior so he could move around the outside on ropes and lines? Izuku tapped rapidly against the side of the pen, decided it wasn't enough, and tapped with both hands on the table he was using to write. There was simply too much energy. Izuku had felt like he'd stagnated, what with being stuck here for the rest of his life and having nobody to talk to, but now all of a sudden there were things that could happen. Not only that, but they were things that he could make happen. Himself. Yeah, is that a normal thing to experience? Euphoria as a result of the realization of autonomy? Who cared? He was definitely getting weirder, but he could still hold a decent conversation. Probably. Whatever. He wasn't going to talk to another person again, so why should he care about his social skills? Izuku meant to huff and dismiss the thought, but a sharp, biting stab of loneliness coursed down his spine, and he had to remind himself to kickstart his breathing. Okay, so maybe he cared more than he thought about ever seeing another person again. But really, who could blame him for trying to cope? Izuku? Well, Izuku. That loser can go off and cry while Izuku over here actually being productive. Why is he wasting time on all this? He has something to do, why is he even thinking at all? Izuku shook his head to dismiss the thoughts, and started laying out the ground, the tilted plaza at the end of which will sit his glorious new house. Another week, and Izuku was building the framework. It was going to be awesome. He had planned for 6 floors, one of them being a pool level with a massive hot bath. One of the lower ones would be a kitchen, another for long-term storage, another entire floor for clothes and his bedroom. Maybe he'd paint the walls with swirls and stuff. He could paint the walls with hero references, bright reds and blues and yellows, but it didn't feel right to admire people who he no longer knows. He had no way to check his facts, no new battles to analyze, so how in the world could he still act like he knew these heroes? Not to mention that he could no longer imagine them coming to save him. He never really believed that they would ever come to find a quirkless nobody who went missing among all the other people who needed more help sooner, but on hard days it was a comfort to think that All Might could punch through the boundaries of this world and carry him to safety. The bright blue sky would fracture, and then shatter into 100 pieces like it was glass, revealing the blackness behind the sky. The pieces would drop into the abyss, pieces of sky falling into sky until nothing remained. All Might would be standing in the darkness beyond the world, with his fist smoking and his smile bright. A light coming from nowhere would catch on his sharp features, dramatically illuminating the hero, his hero, as he would leap to the tiny island, standing taller than a zombie. He would say something heroic, maybe a pun, and catch Izuku, carrying him away from his prison and delivering him to the arms of a loving mother. Izuku's breath caught as the old fantasy built up around him, rekindling an old hope for freedom. He allowed the feeling to linger, trying to milk that wonderful feeling of freedom before ruthlessly stamping it out. That hope was lovely, but the dream could never come to pass, so he was better off not dreaming altogether. There was no way in or out, not unless someone could teleport. The sky wasn't a wall, and there was no border or door anywhere. No hero could enter and save him, not without the help of the person keeping him trapped. Unless he got into the good graces of his captor, which was impossible as the ass had yet to reveal themselves to him, he was never going to leave. And wasn't that a comforting thought? He was confined to live in this little world for the rest of his life. Eventually he would die, and his corpse would rot away in some corner of the island. The rains would wash the rotting flesh from his bones, the sun might bleach them white. And time would go on. The things he'd built would stand like ghosts, no sign of life anywhere. Maybe a cow would spawn and wander around, living in his creations without ever recognizing that they weren't there once. 2 days later, Izuku was back to building the frame. It had to be cobblestone. He could never be too careful when lava was around. He was almost at the 6th floor, and his arms were burning with how much he'd used ladders in the past few days. The top was almost done, only needing the floor, 2 blocks deep. He could never be too careful when lava was around, and the fence. He got the outline of the roof done, and began filling in the floor. He could see his mob farm from here, and a fearful part of his brain reminded him of the last time he was up this high. His shoulder twinged at the reminder, and he bit his lip when he registered his lack of safety rope. There was a funny phenomenon about heights. When Izuku couldn't tell the distance between him and the ground, say, if he was looking into the void, then he felt the fear of falling. The jerk in his stomach, the uncontrollable spin, the ever-increasing velocity tugging him farther and farther into an unknowable fate. But when he could see the floor so far below him, he felt the completely different fear of landing. He could imagine the sick slap of his skin on the cobblestone below, the feeling of his bones shattering on contact, his skull cracking in two. Twisted and mangled, He wouldn't be able to move a single limb for all the pain it would bring him. Should he survive, he would gasp for air that would not save him, feeling the blood of his injuries matting his hair and dyeing his clothes red. The smell of iron would fill the air, then the smell of rot as his flesh decays. His eyes would hollow out and dry, leaving behind desiccated sockets, endlessly staring into a future they would never see. Izuku blinked, dismissing the unsettling vision. He really didn't want to be thinking about that while doing something potentially deadly. He finished the roof, resolutely thinking of the lyrics to some old song his mom loved to play. Finally he was done, and he shakily retreated down to ground level. He stayed there for a while, doing menial tasks and revisiting his storage's organization. He tried to convince himself that it wasn't because he got spooked by the height, and failed. He was just tired. The walls were nice enough to put in, he didn't fall a single time, and he kept his near-perfect record of staying stable next to falls. He had never really realized how much of Minecraft had involved falling in some way until he was building taller structures, every meter of distance becoming a multiplicative threat. His hair kept getting in his face, and he was struck again with the dilemma of hacking it off or letting it grow. Growing it out meant he could tie it back and keep it out of his face, but he would have to feel the greasy mass at his neck constantly. On the other hand, keeping it short took lots of effort and potential stab wounds, but the oils were kept out of mind. So far he had been keeping it short, but he was getting really tired of cutting it all the time. Izuku sighed, trying to reroute his focus back to the building and off of the tangle behind him. Another day passed, and Izuku added a temporary bed to the storage room so that he could sleep properly while making the actual house. He wasn't really trying to procrastinate, he just didn't feel so excited anymore. There was something about the monotony, with every day being the same. There was the same view every day, the same sun, the same blocks, the same sounds, the same ever-present boredom he couldn't get rid of. If he was being honest, he could be going insane. Hold on, what are the symptoms of insanity? Can he fact-check that? Never mind, he had no internet to check. Because of course he didn't. Why would he ever think of using the internet? Izuku's joke didn't feel very funny, but he still started giggling, staring out from his doorway at that same damned stretch of planks that constituted his island. What if he burned it down? How would he get anywhere? But then he would be trapped with nowhere to walk except inside his storage room, and that might be even worse. His hands twitched up to his face in some expression of an emotion he couldn't name. If he had a phone he could look it up, he was sure. How was he even supposed to comprehend this world with how little he's been given? Was this really so entertaining for that sick F who trapped him in here? He tried laughing again, but his breathing sped up and tears rolled down his face, so he wasn't quite so successful. Why did he have to think of such things? Why was this where his brain went, of all places? He needed a distraction. The next morning shone brilliantly on the cobblestone pathways of Izuku's home, tracing the same lines they always did. The light hit Izuku's face, impassionately rousing him from his place in the center of his plaza. He was surrounded by floating rotten flesh, string and bones, tracing a pathway from his front door to this battleground. His face, sunburnt yet pale as Frank's wool, was covered in bruises and scrapes from his fight. Izuku leaned back against the harsh cobblestone beneath him and sighed peacefully, properly distracted at last. Izuku, he wasn't doing so hot. He may or may not have tried to take on 4 skeletons at once, and conjecture states that he was hiding up a tree. Of course, this was all completely untrue. He was in no way ever hiding. He was only scouting. 4 specific skeletons that he could have attacked. He would never be one to jump to conclusions. He heard the sound effect for bones playing directly under him, and he sighed as he dug himself further into the leaves next to the trunk. He had to be careful not to dig too deep into the leaves and not to touch them with the backs of his hands, but he managed. The whole touch anything with the back of your hand and you destroy it could get real inconvenient sometimes, like accidentally breaking the bed overnight, but he usually touched things palm first so it wasn't completely disabling. He could sort of see the white of the skeletons through the leaves, and he glared down at the shifting colors. How was he supposed to attack them when they're out of reach? Izuku leaned back against the trunk and considered his current options. They were currently in a stalemate, neither of them could die at the moment. If he dropped down to run they would definitely get him, but if he stayed up they can't touch him. He could maybe break the trunk and let the leaves disappear for the sunrise to end them, but he doesn't know where he would go to stay safe. He sighed, and decided to wait for morning. No matter the decision he makes, an extra death option for the skeletons is always good. He sat curled up on the leaves for a few minutes before getting bored and pulling out one of his hobbies. The benefits of having pockets that fit nearly everything include never getting bored, by calling 1-800 Skyblock. The mangle of spider thread he retrieved was his latest attempt at a craft whose name he forgot, but he knew it was tying knots to make a full cloth. He hadn't the faintest idea how the real thing worked, but he had a string and lines going down, so he figured he was onto something. Currently he was trying to tie using alternating strings every row down, leaving an open space and cool-looking patterns. It wasn't exactly living up to his expectations, but then again neither was his life, so effed it. He tried trying knots, getting more and more frustrated at his lack of visible progress. How was he supposed to wait for this long? It was infuriating how all his efforts made like 2 lines both less than a finger in width. Huffing a breath, he relegated the project back to his nets and pulled out his other current project, math. He was trying to write down equations and stuff to review his education without losing it entirely. Stuff like addition would probably never leave him, but inequalities and volume calculations? Yeah, those were swiftly getting replaced by more important things. He had been trying for a comprehensive review, but by now he would be satisfied with a quick recap. He had already lost so much, and had to use his first everything book to try and understand the math concepts. His grip shifted unknowingly, and the destruction of the die in his hands spooked him, making him jump back against the leaves on his left. The skeletons rattled at his movement, but they still couldn't reach him. He let out a breath, calming his racing heart, and picked back up his die stick. Stupid destroy function stealing the back of his hands. Stupid dies getting destroyed all the time. Izuku was brought out of his reverie by the dawn, a bright blossom of color chasing away the cool night. The warmth it brought with it was enough to start burning the miscellaneous zombies scattered across his island. It didn't do the same to creepers, but that was normal. And expectedly, the skeletons under him were protected by the tree. Because God forbid the sun's murderous rays were anything but vertical at dawn of all times. He sighed again and got to work. Skeletons were dangerous with all those arrows, but they were vulnerable to sunlight and seemed to like personal space. Thus, if he were to break all the unnecessary leaves, some would burn while the rest hid in the shade. He shifted onto his stomach in order to reach the edges with as little of himself on the to-be-destroyed block as possible. He broke the leaves in the corners, then the sides, then the corners again, until all that was left were 4 blocks forming edges around his tree trunk hidey hole. The skeletons, robbed of their canopy, began burning, and he crouched under their sightline to avoid their wrath. Only 2 remained, one half-burnt, which Izuku felt made far better odds. For his final act, he secured all his belongings safely into his coat and took a running leap out of his leaf basket and onto the ground. His knees sparked in pain, but he refused to heed them as he rushed back into his storage room, closing both doors. The adrenaline hit him like a truck, and he grinned harshly at the memory of outsmarting those stupid skellies. Oh, if mobs could make expressions, he would savor them with all he had. For now, he had to content himself with breakfast. 1 fish sandwich later, his heart felt a lot slower and he was ready to turn in for the night. The satisfaction he received from escaping the skellies was only trumped by the satisfaction of sniping them from the safety of his balcony. He cackled with glee at the sight of his defeated enemies, slumping over the fence to watch their remains float on the ground. Days later he was back at it again. The song of adrenaline was his favorite tune, the rapid beating of his heart making him feel overwhelmingly alive. In the second half of the night, Izuku noticed that a witch had spawned, which was significantly rare, and he decided to try and stab it before it despawned. Admittedly, he wasn't thinking the clearest, because he forgot that a witch's preferred attack was potions. Something both acidic and disgustingly lumpy struck his chest after he slashed at the witch, and he cried out as it burnt into his skin. Some greenish liquid oozed down his torso, lighting a fire in his senses where it seeped through his green shirt. Izuku stumbled back, shocked at what might have been his first taste of immense pain in years. Tears, summoned from nowhere, ran down his cheeks, and he coughed at the shock of so many sensations at once. A second potion came flying at him and he stepped back, most of it landing on his leg and the floor. It stung as if hundreds of wasps were eating away at his nerve endings, but he couldn't focus on it because his mind had realized he had to run. And that's what Izuku did. Backing away as quickly as possible, he made his escape from the witch and left it behind. Or he would have, had he not knocked into something on his way backwards. Still actively being disintegrated by some nameless potion, one had to forgive Izuku for not registering the white bones on sight. Belatedly, he recognized more danger and limped away once more, stumbling away, towards the storage room. There had to be bandages or health items he could make, right? He wouldn't just. Something buried itself into his back, tunneling through his ability to register pain and entrenching itself into his muscles. He screamed, mind blank with white-hot pain as he fell to the ground. The agony flooded through his brain as he cried out. His hammering heart pumped blood through his body and out of the puncture wound. He felt the pulses of blood run down his back, and if he was able to think through the pain, he would count this as the most unpleasant sensation in his life. He gulped, hoping against hope that nothing else would happen to him. He pulled himself forward, his legs screaming at him to stop moving, trying to ignore the pain in favor of getting to safety. He knew he could figure out a way to survive. He always did, as long as he could get himself inside. Everything else could come later. Warm blood running down his back and pooling below him on the ground, he just needed to get away. He heard footsteps coming and scrambled farther, doing his best to make distance. Another blinding shard of pain was impaled into his torso, echoing against the arrow already embedded in his flesh and forcing a broken sound out of his chest. Blood came with it and he stared at the ground, blinking rapidly. Through the pain, he connected the blood before him to a hazy recollection of internal bleeding. He must have stopped breathing in order to process that, because the second he recognized his lungs moving, shards of glass seemed to tear through his airways, and he gasped again in shock. Filthy spit gurgled out of his throat as he failed to swallow, running down his chin. That of all things activated his gag reflex, and he coughed on chunks of agony, slippery with blood. Weakly, he realized that this wasn't quite as easy to patch up as his past burns. A shatter near him stole him from his thoughts, and his body flinched as a liquid, extra chunky, he dimly connected, seeped under his knees, bringing with it an unimaginable stabbing sensation through every nerve he had. He gasped once more, bringing forth a fountain of blood to bubble over his chin. His vision, already blurry from tears, started to fade into darkness. His heart was racing far too fast, and it was the only thing he could register above the agonizing torture on his body. He noticed yet another thud in his back, but he couldn't even feel it, the signal getting lost in the ocean of pain. He kept trying to breathe though it hurt because it was the only thing he really could do. More and more blood flooded his mouth, and coughing only lit a fire in his lungs. He heard his heart beat for the very last time. Izuku shot upwards from his rest, heart skipping a mile a minute and heavy tremors going through every muscle. His lungs shuddered with the force of his panic. The sensation of breathing, without pain may he add, dragged him to the present and grounded him there. He dug his knuckles into his black shirt and blinked harshly. That had been one of the worst dreams of his life, he was sure. He huffed a voiceless laugh, uncomfortably surprised that he could breathe without pain. Guess all those visions of him dying led to really messed up dreams. He sat back against the wooden planks in the middle of his island and stared up at the sky. It was just turning dawn now. He must have passed out after slaying monsters again. One of these days, a monster was going to trip over him and start fighting, but it felt so nice to just sleep. He sat up again, feeling significantly better now that he had run through his muscles and found almost no pain. All he had was a bruise or two on his shoulders, something he had always been able to deal with in the past. He clenched and unclenched his hands to rid himself of the sensation in his nerves, confused as to why his brain felt that that dream was so real. He should really stop getting so sensitive after fighting all night. Maybe he could put together a sleep schedule and actually stick to it? He sighed again, trying to act to absolutely nobody like that dream didn't mess him up. He got to his feet, feeling particularly disoriented. He shook it off and looked around. His island was the same as it always was, cobble patch over there, tree farm way over there, the skeleton of his building over there, his storage room there, a new block. Wait, that's not a block. Izuku stumbled forward, then ran to the unnatural shape on the ground. Or more accurately, entirely natural. There was a whole other person here. Izuku felt a smile pull at his lips, desperate for company. They spoke Japanese, right? They must, if the same person trapped them. He could show them everything he's learned, and they might tell him about the heroes. Could they empathize with him? They were around his height, though he couldn't quite tell with the way they were lying down. They were wearing green, and he really did smile when thinking about sharing a favorite color. They were lying on a block he didn't recognize. Maybe it was a carpet? Izuku's steps slowed, then stopped. The block was red, but not like a dyed carpet. It was more like... Izuku began running, sprinting towards the person on the ground, terrified to find an injury. How would he heal them? He could make some bandages at the very least, but he wanted to know how they were injured first. He rushed to his knees at the edge of the blood pool, frantically trying to assess their injuries, but was forced to pause as he saw the arrows in their back. His dream came to mind, rising like a filter over his eyes, and he forcefully refocused onto the texture of their coat. It was a very pleasant texture, like the wool had been battered for years. It reminded him of his own coat. How funny it was that they wore the same kinds of clothes. Izuku glanced down at himself to compare his coat against theirs, but blinked as he saw his old school uniform instead of his familiar outfit. His heart started pumping oddly quickly, realizing what was happening before his thoughts caught up. He felt his breaths become more frantic and he reached out towards the person's face, turned most way into the planks under them. It felt like he was watching a slideshow, reality less real as he turned the head. His hand tugged at greasy hair, far too cold, to reveal a blood-ridden face. Blood dribbled down the chin as he turned the head, exactly paralleling what he felt in his dream. From here, he could see the neck where a potion had eaten away at its skin. Izuku felt like this had to just be a sick joke. His jailer brought in someone who could read dreams, read through his, and they got a dummy or a plastic thing and made. The dead eyes staring through him turned Izuku's stomach, and he shot to his feet to take a step back. Logic seemed to fail him, and he turned to the side to vomit. The foul liquid burned his throat and nose, and he spit up everything trying to rid himself of the sensation. He stumbled back from the mess only to remember the pool of blood and the Izuku looked down at his feet, realizing that one of the reasons he was off balance was the fact that he was wearing shoes again. He was wearing the shoes he'd failed to fit into for years, the shoes he'd left in the pile of his old clothes, except they were clean and he was small. He was clean. Izuku ground one hand to his hair and felt the poofy tangle, realizing that it wasn't greasy at all. His eyes found the body below him and he trembled. Was that his face? Was that really what he looked like? His mind kept trying to run, but it felt like it didn't catch the rest of the gears, just one wheel spinning endlessly. He coughed, getting rid of the last of the bile as his brain double-checked that it wasn't blood. How was he supposed to understand this? How did this happen? Izuku's legs trembled, and he remembered that he was particularly weak when he first came to the island. He sank to his knees and stared at the corpse. His corpse. Was he real? How could Izuku be physically present in two places at once? Was he just a copy? Was he fake? How was he made? He must be code or something now, but how did code create a human body? Izuku tried and failed to tear his eyes away from his own body. The dead one. Time seemed to expand, compounding infinitely and reaching into forever. At the same time, everything felt compressed flat, unimportant events going unregistered. Hours later, or maybe minutes, Izuku couldn't think about a single thing other than that corpse. Izuku's thoughts seemed to orbit around the body, everything that he could think of connected to the dead man in front of him. The dead him in front of him. The sun began to lower in the sky. Izuku's hands were shaking, and belatedly he realized he hadn't eaten anything. He blinked as he considered zombies, and wondered if the dead him would rise and become one. He figured it wouldn't, but the idea stuck in him and his head started spinning with fears about what the body might do. It probably won't rise as a zombie and hunt him down, but it would undoubtedly decay. The stench would seep everywhere, and there would be no wind to waft it away. It would decompose, but the ground wouldn't accept it because the ground is made of blocks, so the grease would seep into the blood puddle and spread, smell, and rot. This corpse will not move on its own, thus it will remain here to haunt him forever. Izuku just couldn't handle it. He needed the body gone. Izuku stood, his back perfectly straight until he began leaning to the side and staggered to right himself. He needed it gone. Izuku reached out to grab the corpse's coat, intending to pull the thing away but hesitating for what felt like forever. He flinched when he touched the coat, as if it would burn him. He hesitated as he remembered the inventory nets he kept in his coat. He drew one corner of the coat away from the body, doing his best not to see the corpse shift with the pull. The net was filled exactly as he remembered. He bit his lip, attempting to weigh the retrieval of his items against having to touch the more. The indecision stalled him for what seemed like an eternity, and yet he knew he couldn't live without some of the items he'd left in those pockets. His limited dictionary, his current calendar page, the water bucket, even his stupid blocks, all of them were things he considered immensely valuable. He wanted them more than he didn't want to touch the body, so with an unsteady hand he pulled at the coat. Izuku scanned the nets for his preferred cutting arrow, doing his absolute best to keep his mind off of the body inside the coat and the blood off of his new clothes. He found the arrow and tapped the storage space, summoning and catching it with a familiarity that he'd spent years developing. His hand felt odd in the pose he'd contorted it into, though he knew he'd done this thousands of times. He used the arrow to sever the strings attaching the storage nets to the coat, setting them at the edge of the blood in a pile. He worked emotionlessly, barely keeping track of his actions as his focus endlessly reoriented onto the body. His body! The final storage net was retrieved and Izuku stepped back, feeling lost. He wasn't quite sure what he meant to do now. He blinked as he recognized the light shifting darker, remembering the need to get rid of the body. His body! He traced his teeth with his tongue as he tried to muddle through some strategies. Maybe burial? But his body would start decomposing anyway, and that would just trap it in a pocket to decay for him to find years into the future. Burning? But he didn't want the smell of death to remain everywhere, and burned death is still death. The only option that made sense to him would be by void. No smell, no mess, everything safely disposed into the unknown. Slowly, ever so slowly, he sifted through the nets until he found an axe. And oh so slowly he held it over the blocks that the body rested on. His body! His arms shook with the effort of holding the axe and he let it fall. He knew the cracks appeared intellectually, but everything was disguised by the pool of blood, the vibrant red slowly congealing into a dark brown. The blade of the axe now displayed an unsteady line of red. He lifted the axe and dropped it again. And again. And again. He knew that the block would break eventually, due to his effort and the repetition of his actions, but he felt like it would go on forever. It must be the fact that he was weak again. Far too late it broke, and it was like a portal had appeared in the pool, though he recognized that he was just looking at the side of one of the blocks. The dead him, which was lying mostly on the block he broke, slumped into it. Knee first, the corpse slid down to the void, cloth tearing itself from the congealed pool. The arms were pulled into a pose not unlike someone scrambling to escape the hole, and Izuku suppressed the need to vomit again. With a final sickening sound, the head thudded against the opposite block before the entire thing was down the void's gullet. Izuku watched the blood that was once below the surface of the pool drip down the edges of the hole, chasing his body into hell, or whatever was under him. Izuku didn't know how he got inside. He also didn't know how he had gotten into bed. What he did know for certain was that when he closed his eyes, a flash of the body appeared and he was startled awake. He stared into the torches that lit the storage room, trying to dismiss the image. He did his best to ignore the way his heart was beating, and especially ignore the way his back felt especially painful. There was nothing there. Finally, he couldn't endure the sensations and he shot up, using as much energy as possible to step out of the room and to the place where he left Frank. He had gotten paranoid about zombies dealing damage to animals, so he kept the sheep in a side room blocked off. He could fit easily on Frank's back. He curled up on the sheep, seeking comfort in the soft padding of wool. Finally he found some respite, the texture taking up enough of his consciousness to overpower the feeling of something stabbing into his back. He dreamt he was in the void. There were arrows in his chest, blood in his lungs, and pain throughout everything, and he was falling. All for One was bored. It was the curse of a god, boredom, and All for One was humble enough to bear his cross. He had found entertainment from watching the child cry over one of the parts of the quirk. Apparently it had automatically been categorized as a member when All for One imprisoned it. How cruel fate was, to make it go through puberty a second time. And yet, how infinitely amusing. Izuku was trying to find stability. Something reliable to latch onto. He felt like he had to double-check everything around him to reassure himself that nothing changed. He felt watched, which was weird because nobody was anywhere. He'd checked 3 times. He'd woken up this morning by falling off of Frank, which did his nightmare about falling 0 favors. He'd noticed his strength was unexpectedly lacking, getting drained even from simply climbing back onto Frank. It didn't help that his hands were spasming, ruining his grip on the edges of the sheep. His exhaustive attempts to remount the sheep were in vain, and he decided to get moving instead of trying to sleep, fearing more nightmares. His eyes felt uncomfortably puffy, which was weird because he thought his body had gotten used to his sked. Actually, never mind, he can't say that anymore. He wandered back to the storage room and took off his shoes. They felt far too foreign, and he wasn't used to the sensation of anything on the top of his feet anymore. Which was funny because he didn't even notice the weird sensations, it was only his mental discomfort that drove him. Funny how these things happen. Izuku curled up against the side of one of his display desk blocks, hiding from nothing in particular. It was comforting to feel hidden, but with the lack of movement came thoughts he didn't want to have at the moment, so he grabbed the stack of inventory nets he'd grabbed yesterday. He scanned the familiar grids, his eyes picking up on the random objects he'd usually ignore. It was like his body was defying his orders to act normally, and it was, just a tad, distressing. He sighed, then crumpled at how young his voice seemed. He simultaneously recognized it as his own voice and as something foreign. He felt so much like crying he laughed. Chuckled, really, but it was a bit too close to crying to properly identify. His eyes landed on a fish sandwich among the nets and he remembered that he was hungry. On cue, the hunger in his stomach announced itself now that his attention was moved. He bit his lip, deciding that his mental issues would be distressing no matter what, and the least he could do is eat. He tapped the space, summoning the food into existence above the net and catching it in his cupped hands. He experimentally pressed his tongue against the bread, finding it unpleasantly cold. He weighed the effort of finding the lava against eating it now, sighed, and took a bite. The taste was so familiar to him that he might have cried, and yet his mouth insisted on telling him that this is something he'd never had before. He felt sobs build in his chest before ruthlessly stomping them out. What good was crying going to do? It just wasted time he could be using to refamiliarize himself with his home and properly clean up after the death. His appetite retreated, and he fought to swallow down the piece in his mouth. He dropped the rest back into a net slot and grabbed the one with his axe in it. It also had his calendar, and he realized he hadn't put one for yesterday. He paused, contemplating whether or not he wanted to forget this. Right now, he was not mentally proficient or stable, so he should try to keep long-lasting consequences to a minimum. Thinking farther, he could imagine counting up how old he became in the future, or keeping track of how many times he died. There were things he could do with this information when it was less awful for him, so that was what mattered. For future him's sake, he grabbed one of the die sticks, read, how gruesomely fitting, and made a mark for yesterday. He stared at it for a moment, trying to find words, but failed and put it back into the net. He mentally changed the subject by leaving the storage room, grabbing the axe from the net and stumbling pointedly towards the pool of blood. It was both more and less shocking than what he'd already felt, with the reality of it all hitting him again, but his brain already adapting and pushing forward. That was what he did best after all. Analyze. He didn't have much in front of him that he particularly wanted to analyze, but he definitely wanted the blood gone. He could smell the hazy scent of iron from the doorway, and his face took on an expression he wasn't sure how to identify. At the sight, Izuku took the axe to the sides of the blood pool first, watching the cracks appear and reassuring himself that time is passing. He then broke the next blocks and the next few, digging a gaping hole to destroy the evidence of his death. He wondered if he would ever forget this. Should he take this as a hint of what's to come? Could you ever forget your first death? Would he decide to forget it for the sake of his sanity, or would he treasure the memory as a milestone of a massive existence? The blood looked less intimidating when it was dry. It seemed less like part of his body and more like old rotted cucumbers. Well, not exactly, but the same I don't want to touch it but it won't hurt me feeling. When the blood had all disappeared, it and the blocks it was attached to falling into the void, he turned to the puke blocks and broke those too. Once his task was done, he tossed the soiled axe down the hole. Let the void swallow everything nasty, see how Izuku cared. He replaced the lost planks with new planks, effectively covering up where the death happened. His brain conjured up the image of his dead body and he frowned. It felt disrespectful not to do something about the place, though it was his, so why would anyone pay homage to it? He went back and forth, but eventually decided that because he was the only one here he would treat his past selves with respect, because self-respect was an important thing to have. He shambled back to the nets on the floor and selected a cobblestone block to use as a grave marker. He placed it down where he remembered his head had rested. He felt too weak to stand suddenly, so he slumped down into a ball before the grave. How was he expected to act now? What was he supposed to do? Should he go insane, driven mad by hallucinations of his dead self, or should he forget everything and become cold and hardened? How was he supposed to understand this? Izuku stared down at his hands, gripping his legs too tightly. He pulled them in front of his face and watched himself twitch and tremble. This had no precedent. He had an entirely new body, and yet his mind had been salvaged and rudely inserted into something he barely remembered. Was he a clone? A digital recreation of who he used to be? Izuku drew his tongue across his teeth, trembling. He didn't know why this was happening. This made no sense, and his everything worked around sense. What was he going to do, now that his life had been turned upside down? He let out a measured breath, trying to solidify his thoughts. There wasn't anything he could do to change the situation, and if he didn't have a way to make progress in this area, he would simply progress in another. He nodded to himself, still uncomfortable with his voice. He would do other things, important and special things that would make his life better whether or not he was in a body that felt wrong and uncomfortable. He started with something easy, physically at least. He had the handmade booklet with all his tally marks on a shelf in the library carpet calendar building. He walked purposefully inside, grabbing the calendar from the shelf, only jamming his fingers into the shelf instead of the air above once, tripping over himself twice. He grabbed another paper, a die stick he had lying around, and trekked back into the storage room with the latest tally paper. He then began the mentally taxing task of counting up exactly how long he had spent here. How long he lived before biting the bucket. Or was it kicking? Who knew? Certainly not Izuku. In the process of counting, Izuku realized that his shoulder didn't ache. That made lots of sense, seeing as he was in a different body, but it was still surprising to think about. He had lived with the sensation for so long he'd forgotten about it. Investigating further, he recognized an abundance of usable energy in his limbs, a satisfying amount of flesh coating his ribs, and a general lack of bad health, other than his strength, that is, which once again was pitifully disappointing. Izuku basked in the feeling of being actually healthy, at the very least as healthy as he could ever get. He mourned the him of now, knowing he had lost it and will lose it again. But he didn't want to stall, already he was losing the number he'd come to in his head. He shook his head, no devastatingly loud neck cracks, and got back to work. Later, he sat back from his work and stared. He died at 23 years old. How strange it was to collapse his entire experience into one number. He wasn't even sure if he was writing the number right, with his lack of real models. Could he really have spent that time? It felt so short, and yet he had felt eternity nip at his heels. Well, how much did it all matter now? He shoved the year and week tallies, done in cyan and yellow respectively, into a pile to bind into a booklet later. He added a title page out of adherence to tradition, writing Life 1, 13 to 23. He didn't want to think that he would die again, but he knew how likely his desires were to come true, so he prepared for the worst. He sat with the stack in hand, staring down at his own existence. Could he even call it his own if he wasn't the same being? How much of his past could he claim as his own? Izuku blinked at the dreadful thought. He wouldn't think like that. That was going somewhere he didn't dare to touch. He was the only person here, so whether or not he changed into someone else, everything was him, always. Never mind how much of his original self he remembered, weren't people supposed to grow and change? As long as he was alive and sane, it shouldn't matter how much of him was left behind. Right? He would be okay. He needed to be. All for one waited for the child to get over its crisis. Truly, it was pathetic. This creature did not deserve something so godly, so close to himself as immortality. The child, of course, would never reach the heights that All for One has conquered by virtue of its own incompetence. Still, it was best to nip any grand ideas of heroism in the bud. If this was to become an adequate pawn, it needed to be able to blindly follow orders. An interesting thought. He would pursue this train of thought soon in order to best utilize this pawn. Izuku was 14 years old. Izuku had been alive for 24. This should not make sense. Izuku sighed, pulling his shoulders back into a good posture and raising his head. Throughout the past year, he'd been working on getting back to what he used to be like. This search led him to create his masterpiece, a parkour course. He had created a long rectangular loop alongside his, now completed, lava descent tube, with water all along the bottom to cushion his fall. He's got it all: woven sugarcane for monkey bars, a zip line with no seat, also sugarcane, a wall full of holes to climb up, an archery section, and a bunch of fence posts to balance on. He was really quite proud of having built something so grand. He was also privately glad that he could still derive satisfaction from building things. His body may not survive the future, but the things he will build will stand forever. There was a bit of comfort knowing that there are ways in which his legacy will last, though he was, completely isolated from humanity and everything else. He blinked, suddenly and uncomfortably experiencing a need for contact with another living being. It tore at his skin, the urge for something warm simply to touch. He was taken aback by the sensation, thrown off balance, and began tipping off the starting platform into the water below. He did not expect the feeling of falling, but he caught his breath as he harmlessly hit the water, and subsequently the wooden floor beneath. The shock somehow tore him away from his thoughts, making him feel more aware of his surroundings than he had been in days. He shivered in the water, and decided that what just happened was weird and maybe he wasn't up for exercise today. He wandered over to his library calendar, whatever room to dry by the fire pit. Was it a fire pit? It might have been called something else, but he wasn't sure. He sat back on his hands to stare at the cobblestone ceiling, once more engaging in his hobby of looking for the J in cobblestone. As he skimmed the stones as if they were words in foreign language, he wondered what day it was. Really, he should be writing better calendars. He shifted as a wave of excitement coursed through him at a new idea. He should celebrate holidays. He would absolutely love an excuse to play pretend and treat himself to something fun. Running through his mental list of holidays, he remembered that there was a winter one with presents, New Year's, a scary one, there was one about love, right? How many others were there? Damn, he was definitely missing some. But most of these happened on specific days or months, right? He worriedly got up to search through his calendar area. Of course he had written down the month he arrived, right? He would go back and see it right there, right? He dug through papers, spilling several over the edge of his table, but he didn't care. He wanted to know what month it was. His attempts stilled as he realized he didn't know the year either. It was 20-something, right? It wouldn't have been 21, that was still in the future, for sure. But what about the rest of the year? The two ending ones, the important ones? His hands clutched the table beneath him, trying to convey how awful he felt through force alone. He felt lost, now not only missing in space but in time as well. How was he supposed to celebrate holidays if he didn't know the year, month, or day when it came? And he didn't want to feel alone celebrating by himself. The mental image of everyone celebrating a global holiday, while weeks ago he had held a pitiful and lonely one made him feel things in bad ways. His eyes, which had been drilling into one spot on the desk, brought to his attention the most recent day count. 4004, a few weeks ago. He quite liked the symmetry the numbers held. Maybe that can be his holiday? His hand slowly reached out to grab the paper, trying to be subtle with his desperation to the nobody he felt watched by. It would be quite nice to celebrate milestones. Instead of feeling just discouraged as the days drag on, he can actively look forward to dates and events to feel secretly discouraged about while he celebrates. Satisfied with the idea, he nodded to himself and planned out dates. Obviously, he would celebrate days with just one number, like 1111 and 2222, but those had already passed. There were over 400 days until 4444, which didn't feel like a short enough time for holidays. Maybe he could also celebrate symmetrical dates, like 4004 and 5005. And he could toss in the 1000 and 100 markers as well. He grinned, already looking forward to the event. He could add stuff like events, like a fishing competition, maybe a parkour race against his best record, even a drawing activity. In order to remember the dates, he wrote out the rules on a paper to nail it to his calendar wall. He had become attached to the See Everything at a Glance School of Design. He decided to title it for organization and clarity, his event celebration calendar. What was his name? He stared at the place where his wrist was poised to write, waiting for the answer to surface in his mind as it always had before. He wouldn't have just forgotten his own name, that was impossible. But as the seconds dragged on, he felt more and more unsure. He had a name, it was simply never used, so it makes sense he lost track of it. But what was it? He dropped the die stick to the floor, dashing through his buildings. He'd written it down somewhere, right? He wouldn't just not. Right? Dread pulsed through him as he ran. Not this. Anything but his name. He could handle losing the world, he could handle a new body, but his name? He sped through the doorway to his 6-story house, where he now stored everything. His shoulder jammed awkwardly against the frame, bruising him to hell and back and sending him careening into the nearby chests. His eyes traveled the room without seeing, desperate for something to focus on. He could feel the wheels in his head spin endlessly, like a water wheel with no water to carry. He could feel his heart hammering as he caught his breath. God, he should stop doing stuff like this. But how could he? It was his name. There wasn't anything more descriptive of who he was, anything closer to his identity. Somehow his panic found his old shoes, still displayed on his in-progress table for a new pair that fit him. Well, future him, he supposed. But none of that was important now. He rose back to his feet, using the chest to get balanced. He stumbled forth drunkenly, grabbing the shoe like it could save him. And really? It could. The bullies at school loved to steal his things. He and the other weak kids were always finding their things in dumpsters or alleys, and sometimes they'd have to prove the shoes were theirs to homeless scavengers or even condescending cops. Some kids attached trackers, some kids bartered the shoes back, but he had always written his name on the bottom in big block letters. He turned the shoe. The interior was dark, he didn't have much in the way of lighting, but he could make out enough. Izuku. His name was Izuku. He was Izuku. He sighed. Izuku sighed in relief. Then Izuku started laughing. This was getting old. Freaking out was so tiring. He wanted to do something other than cry. Izuku, it was Izuku right? Turned to his in-progress ideas. He had his workbook for all the math he remembered, but he'd already forgotten everything not written down. He could practice archery, exercise, but it felt fruitless at the moment. Of course. The storage nets he'd cut from dead Izuku's coat were still lying on one of the tables. He could make a new coat, but he wanted something easier to remove. For no specific reason, of course, totally not because slicing nets off of a corpse was awful and horrible. He was struggling to think of clothing that could store stuff until he thought of belts. He hadn't made a belt before and was a bit excited to try it. He could add the nets to his sides and grab stuff from there. He might be able to tie the belt together, but his knots didn't reliably untie and he wasn't quite sure if he was doing it right anymore. He could try putting together another needle and stick it through 2 layers to secure them together. Well, maybe a better needle than his last one. The poor thing had seen a lot of tugging, and he didn't like how uneven the surface was. The plan was set. Izuku was happy that emotional exhaustion hadn't taken him down yet. This was exciting. He kept getting happy about making stuff. It was a bit weird, but hey, if someone wanted him to act normal, they can ask him to. Joke's on them, if they came here they'd be trapped too. Izuku figured he could weave the belt. He'd been thinking about turning the corners back into the main project to use longer strands. It had also been a while since he'd used sugarcane in clothing and was getting a nostalgic taste for it. He started by carving out a thin piece of wood and putting notches into it. Then he went out to the garden to perform his secret technique. With the stalks 2 blocks tall, he cut them shorter. He started stripping the outer layer off the still blocky canes. The benefits were clear. With longer stalks, he could have longer strands to work with. Plus, there were more canes on the block than in the item version. Pretty strange if you asked him. Of course, nobody did. Wouldn't that be a trip? He tied the strips onto the wood close to their halfway point, but varying them so when he inevitably had to tie more to the ends the knots wouldn't all bunch together. He started crossing the strips in the middle, working outwards, and after a bit of finagling was thrilled to find the work going smoothly. It was so satisfying to feel productive again. It was over before he wanted it to be, having used most of the strips extending the belt to a comfortable width. Next came storing the nets. Each net was about the size of a carpet. Wow, what a coincidence, so he put 2 carpets down to seal them together. Then, he cut a notch into a corner to trick the world into thinking it's not a proper carpet so it doesn't have to stick to the floor. He kicked at it for good measure, and felt the wool shift under his foot. He smiled, happy that he still remembered how to make cloth. He sewed one edge to the belt using the crappy needle, promising it a hot meal and a bed if it doesn't break. It doesn't, and he repeated the process on another 2 pieces of wool. Next, he sewed in the nets, bringing his total to 4. Very nice, but not what he once had. Well, his itch for creation, or maybe it's his desire to escape his emotional bullshit, spurred him on to start carving the fasteners. He made those needles a bit differently, not just because they were wood and not bone but because he decided to just skip out on the hole in the needle altogether. Instead, he made more indents on the needle. Well, really it's just a piece of wood now, and knotted a string around the middle. He secured it with even more knots and tied the ends to the belt. This way, he would be able to slide the point under and over the belt when he puts it on. To complete his masterpiece, he made and added a button-looking piece to the very bottom of each cloth with the nets. He tested it out by buttoning the bottom to the belt, effectively folding. Away the nets. Finally he stood, fastening the belt, and then redoing it tighter. The nets hung at his sides, still full of miscellaneous items. He stood filled with pride, though a memory of saddlebags slightly dampened his excitement. He experimentally walked forwards and back, then jumped, finding that the belt barely restricted movement. All the nets really did was flap around, which wasn't the end of the world. He debated sitting back down, but decided on taking a walk around his home instead. He wanted to move. Izuku pushed open the oak front door, then the second oak door, walking into the bright sunlight. He squinted as his eyes adjusted to the sun instead of torches. Directly outside was his garden, moved closer for convenience. He had a gentle sloping path of cobblestone, aka a slab every 6 blocks, with added underblock heating. To his left was the parkour course, the bottom far below. He walked forwards, staring past the edge of his path to the archery section. On his right now was his aspirational animal pen. He was frankly shocked that no animals had spawned yet, but he'd been moving around the patch of grass he has in hopes that a new location will prove more fruitful. Walking forth, he came across the side of the storage room. He'd emptied it about a year ago, but he hadn't gotten around to destroying the last of the first house. Izuku circled around to his gravestone. He'd added a sign with the day he died, how old he was, and what death he'd been on. Now he added his name, right at the top. Izuku. Day 3622. 23 years old. Death skeleton. Izuku lifted his gaze from the marker to stare at the expanse of wood and cobblestone that he'd expanded from his island. He'd put the torches back a few days after he died, not wanting to risk anything. Now, when he walked there was a chance of stubbing his toe, but otherwise he felt a lot better about it. The Deech statue stood proudly erect in the center of the plaza, and a smirk pulled at his lips as he thought of how his captor might still be upset. To the left was his calendar room, used to keep track of the date and any other miscellaneous things he did there. Behind it was his workshop, which he should really start using again. On the farther side was the mob farm, which he should probably visit one of these days, but he just didn't feel like overwhelming his senses with noise at the moment. Next to his island's original location was his tree farm, which he should also visit one of these days, but he hadn't used more than a plank in carving, and chopping trees was boring. Just behind it was the first place the island was in. He'd outlined it so that he wouldn't forget where it was. It was a bit nostalgic to see the bent shape, even though he didn't spend much time on it. He was thinking about recreating the island, in wool of course. He wouldn't waste precious spawning space on a memory, as a monument to what it once was. Just to the side of it was the desk and roof he'd made when freaking out about the Pringles can, still resting on the surface. Damn, it might have gone bad now. He didn't like remembering that time. Izuku leaned against the wall of the storage room, gazing out at the horizon. It was far too familiar. He knew what the planks and cobble felt like under his feet. He knew how his neck cramped after sleeping on it. He knew the feel and texture under his fingers, and he knew that it would never change. The static scene was comforting, in a way, and yet he was reminded of his yearning for something new. He turned and walked back, watching how the parkour course's base got further and further down as he scaled the path. He felt a bit better after a short walk. He closed his eyes, feeling the heat evaporate off his skin in the slightly cooler air. He was alive. He was a part of this world. He could change whatever he needed around him. And he was alive. All for one observed his domain. The child had recognized its weakness as a mortal, evidently, as it seemed to be taking steps to preserve its past physically. Interesting. And boring. Izuku wanted to know what day it was. But not just today, he wanted to be able to know every day at a glance. He wanted an organized, serviceable calendar area that kept track of everything. Really, he wanted to redo his entire setup. The overflow of papers was getting absurd. That wouldn't be much of an issue at all, except he was currently several hours into his attempt to sleep. At least he figured it was hours. He wanted a clock. Izuku sighed, hoping sleep would take him before he got up. It didn't, and he sighed again before lifting himself off of his glorious double bed of yellow and green beds next to each other. He traced the colorful swirls of dye he'd painted onto his walls as he made his way to the ladder in the corner. He could put in a staircase, but his hands were usually free and they took up more space. He descended into the storage room, grabbing one more stack of sugarcane for his near-overflowing storage nets before ducking outside and weaving around the torches on the ground. The bright light hurt his eyes, and he felt them start to water before blinking away the pain. He pressed his palm against the door to the calendar room to open it, letting it swing back on its hinges to reveal the same old sight of a fire, wool carpets, and a disorganized mess of papers. Izuku felt stressed just by looking at the mess, and immediately got to work organizing. What else did he have to do at this point? He gathered the Life 1 tally papers, bundling them together first in groups of 52 weeks, then together in one large bundle with spider string. It was easy enough. Half were in charcoal and the others were all in green. Then he grabbed the current tally papers, comparatively fewer, and bundled all of those together. After that, he sifted for the current tally booklet he was using and checked for the last time he had added everything together, yesterday night, 4029. As he looked, he saw how massive a number it was, compounded by the hundreds of times he'd put down a tally. He'd built this number, one tally at a time. And yet the more he stared at it, the smaller it felt. Just 4 scribbles cobbled together to create a greater meaning. Wasn't it crazy that he could even understand a bunch of lines as the number that defined his existence? But he was getting off track. Izuku had a plan he considered quite ingenious, really. See, days and times and everything can be represented by patterns of numbers. The same 10 numbers, in fact. All he needed was 10 cards for each slot in the pattern, which was currently 4 numbers long. He took a bunch of papers he conveniently tucked in one of the nets on his belt and sliced out a card shape 40 times, which was a lot, but he had literally nothing else to do, so he couldn't really complain. Then he took his untrusty needle and punched 2 holes in the top of each piece, for strings to go through. It would have been easier with just 1 hole, but he knew that 2 points of contact would make the paper more stable. See? He could still think logically. He wasn't losing his sense of reason the longer he stayed here. He was okay, and this for sure proved it. Anyway, he set up an array of broken arrow shafts. They were thinner than sticks, tied and attached with string. 2 crossed shafts were bound and held a third horizontally, with the other side resting on another set of crossed shafts. It was raised high enough for each card to hang without touching the block below, and wide enough to fit 4 cards across. Izuku felt a bubble of pride form in his chest as he tied loops of string around the stick and 1 set of cards, letting him grab a card, lift it over the stick, and drop it behind easily. He tied more strings to secure each set of cards and severed the ends of the knots so that the strings wouldn't mess with the edges of the holes. Finally, he took his favored green dice stick and wrote out the numbers 0 to 9 on each card. He felt his heart beat faster in his excitement to have a real calendar, and something that he made of all things. It was a hilariously small thing to fawn over, but he knew firsthand how important the small things could be. He turned the date to 4030 and felt some indescribably strong emotion. He could see the day. He knew where he was in time. It wasn't hidden in stacks of paper he was afraid to sort through. It wasn't gone from his mind like his favorite food. It was right here. All he had to do was keep a tally under it, for recording purposes, and he'd never lose the day again. He placed the calendar in the place of honor on top of his calendar shelf, and dumped Life 1 stack of tallies into the chest to the right of the desk. He didn't much care what slot it went into, so he just placed the stack flat on the net and waited for it to decide what was closest first. Izuku felt the pleasant feeling of productivity buzz in his fingers and decided to keep the feeling going. He jogged to his storage and grabbed at the first stack of chests in the room, prepared to discover new ways to use the items or at least write down what he could do. After his scare with his name, he came face to face with the fact that he would inevitably forget everything that wasn't written down. He had already immortalized his account of his first death in his newly rediscovered Everything book, which had his name, a bunch of definitions for words he didn't remember, information about him, his mom, while it had been a while since he remembered her, and his life back outside. Now it held mentions of his major achievements. The Deech statue stands proud, alongside when and how he died. He had a second book now, playfully labeled for the record, to keep track of every kind of item he had, how he could use it, how to make it, how it works, and anything else he could think of. His mom had used for the record far too much for a phrase that originated, he got curious, from court stuff from the 16th century, but he was getting distracted again. He ended up starting with sugarcane, which was a good test of not falling into comfortable functions and looking for more. On a whim, he used the back pages of the book to write down how blocks and items seemed to work. This included how items changed from blocky, 2D representations of items to real things when he touched them, how he could turn things back to 2D using storage spaces, how blocks grow from about the length of his hand cubed to a full meter, also cubed, almost instantly. He also decided to include how altering parts of a block somehow remove it from the rest of the block and make it an item. And how pieces taken from an object that he didn't mess with, when broken, also broke the block. This implies that the durability of a block is connected to every part of a whole, so you couldn't break just one part of a block without breaking the whole, unless the part has been altered enough to be an item in and of itself. Of course, the blocks don't factor in that whenever I mess with stuff, it changes the state of the part and becomes a new item. It's sort of like how a storage net only stacks duplicates of the same item, so there's a point where a block stops being stackable due to an item's status as a new or altered item. Izuku blinked as he heard the low, hoarse sound silence itself. He could have sworn there was sound from somewhere, but now that he was paying attention, all he heard was his own clothing rustle as he looked around. He ran through the possibilities in his head. An animal spawned, his captor had entered and was doing stuff, before he realized how stupid they all were. He felt like an idiot for not realizing that that was probably his own mutter. He had spoken so infrequently that he'd forgotten, but he had a reputation back in reality for muttering. If he remembered correctly, it was one of the main reasons he got bullied. He huffed a laugh and got back to work. He couldn't bother anyone here, so why bother? He felt like he could think faster when the mutter started, anyway. Sugarcane was by far one of the most versatile things he had access to. He could strip the canes down to braid or weave, he could take a bite out of it if he felt like it, he could use it to make paper and sugar, and he could use it to make non-block platforms. The stalks were pretty sturdy, he mused as he tried to bend one. Eventually it gave way and cracked with a very loud, very splatter-wise snap. Izuku had blinked on instinct, which was very lucky because a drop of sugar water landed directly on his eyelid. Gingerly he wiped it off and got back to work. The insides of the canes were pretty stringy too, in a soggy, woody way. It seemed the sturdiness of the whole cane came from its cylindrical shape and the thickness inside. He blinked and grimaced as his eyelash got stuck in the sugar on his eyelid. Potentially a glue substitute, then? He wrote it down and moved on. The next stack of chests was mob drops from his farm, minus rotten flesh, spider eyes. Do not touch, they are gooey and sting his hands, and most of the gunpowder. He did not need to get every disease in existence, neither did he intend to start explosions. That left string, bones, arrows, plus the incredibly rare bluish balls, glowing sand, empty glass bottles, and the one piece of sugar that he was shocked to find sitting in the bottom of the death chute. Bones were simple enough, they were tough and tougher to carve, but the needle he had painstakingly crafted was still unbroken, so that's a sturdy material for sure. Maybe he could try to make knives out of it? At least it wouldn't splinter like his wooden ones when he was trying to cut more wood. Oh, maybe he could make carving tools out of it? It was exhausting trying to make a curved surface for bowls, his own were disappointing and uneven. He should really put those glass bottles to use. His handmade water bottle leaked every time he put it to his lips, and though he had yet to get a splinter from it, the uneven surface felt threatening to his delicate fingertips. The glowing sand reminded him of redstone dust, and he started thinking of all the two-colored glowing art he could theoretically make. He had zero idea what the blue orbs were supposed to do, and was a tad scared to touch them. He added its description to the book, hypothesized that it was an essential ingredient in some unachievable quest, and moved on. The rest of his day went similarly, the process of looking at an item, noting what he'd made, what he could make, and its properties taking an exhausting amount of time. His cooking ingredients might go well together in a stew, but he had no salt and he didn't think sugar would be very helpful. Wood was just wood, it burns, it splinters, you can carve it, pretty basic. The highlight of his day, probably life at this point, came when he leaned back against the crafting table. Well, not that point, obviously, but the fact that by pressing against the tools he thought were fake, he jostled the real tools from their seamless incorporation into the table. It was a thrilling event, not because he cut his shirt on the saw but because he had a saw. He was frothing at the mouth imagining how easy carving wood would be now. He could actually cut blocks into chunks with the approximate size he wanted instead of carving away the entire block. He could cry. Also in the table was a small tool that looked good for gripping things whose name he didn't know and a whole damn hammer. Now he really was crying. Izuku felt his eyes blur with tears and furiously blinked them away, picking and prodding at the crafting table to harvest any more secrets. His fingernail caught the black strap down the middle and he felt his breath catch. The top of the block was a layer of probably leather. He cut the remaining straps with his arrow and tugged at one side, not quite believing how the crafting net itself moved. He could barely breathe with how unbelievably convenient this was. How had he missed this? With a renewed vigor, he dove back into exploring the other objects in his possession. He went back through everything he examined before and tossed it in the furnace to see what would happen, in the process realizing the furnace released heat, and, while it was turned off, he dug his arrow into the obvious seam to try and pry it open. That didn't work, so he decided to use that hammer he just got. That also didn't work, so after some thinking he crafted a stone button, placed the sharp corner into the center seam and hit the opposite side with the hammer. The stone chipped and flew out of his hand, shocking him still until the action passed and he could see that the furnace stood strong. He glared at it, making a note in his book that it released heat and that he should really try to pry it open. He even went back and tried an apple, hesitating for way too long staring at it before chomping into it. He felt sick to his stomach at the crunch, the amount of juiciness and the feeling of the particles in his mouth, but no matter how awful he remembered the taste, It felt quite pleasant. A nice sweet sour pop to add to his diet. It was uncomfortable to think about how much he used to hate that taste. The sun was setting along with his willpower as he examined the items in the last few chests. This was his fishing stuff. He had innumerable fish, most of which he had tossed into his food chests, but the pufferfish sat proudly here because he was 100% they would end him. He had moved some of the bowls he'd fished into his kitchen, but the rest were taking up space here. He had over 2 stacks of lily pads and ink sacks, which were sitting next to some weird handle-looking thing. He tried to figure out what it did, but it just sat on the wall and dipped when he touched it. Sometimes he got string, which he immediately tossed in with his mob drops, and rotten flesh, which he immediately tossed into the void. The ink sacks he got were quarantined to one corner never to be touched. His fingernails and his way of cutting them short, knife, left a lot of snags, and the sacks he'd ripped open accidentally had permanently stained the wood outside his fishing pool. A whole net was reserved for the leather boots he'd brought to the surface, while the leather he occasionally got was immediately sent to his book stuff set of chests. Yes, he had a place for that, and you know what, if you were stuck here this long you would too. He'd tried on the boots for fun, but they were wide and they made his feet feel more slippery than warranted on a floating island. He also had a massive stack of storage nets, all holding the massive numbers of fishing rods, saddles, and bows he'd picked up over the years. He'd combed through this pile looking for useful things far too many times, so he just noted down the basic stuff and the thing about the handle moving and continued on. The last chest was something he had been quite upset over: enchanted books. Since he not only had no anvil, but no way to view what the enchants were, they were basically unusually shiny books. He had quite a few at this point, 3 double chests full, and he felt like kicking the world for not giving him whatever magic reading vision that he had when playing on the computer. Sure, he didn't need to know what a block was called every time he picked it up, but it was super useful when looking at stuff he didn't recognize. He reached in and tapped the nearest storage slot, summoning one of the books into existence. The book looked normal enough outside of the bright pink ribbon and the potentially gold seal keeping the book closed. When playing, this is when he would get that subtitle telling him what enchants it held, but knew it just had to only work when he was on the computer. He huffed and started to put the book back in the chest when he suddenly got an idea. He didn't have to play by the same rules the game did, right? Sure, he was denied many of the privileges that his avatar had when playing, but when playing he didn't have fingers, he couldn't use rope ladders, he couldn't do anything that wasn't programmed in. But this was a different playing field. This was his reality. With a simple movement, he took his arrow and slashed off the pink ribbon sealing the book. It fell to the ground, the definitely probably gold clinking against the cobble, as he beheld the book and its rippling purple hue in his hands. It felt far too easy. He couldn't have missed this the whole time, could he? He opened the book to the first page. The leather cover felt like cloth on his hands as he shifted to stare down at the complicated picture taking up most of the page. He blinked, his passion and excitement rushing in to take their rightful place as he analyzed the drawing. It was all done in ink, as to be expected, with the only Minecraft way to write, with lines both thick and thin swirling around 3 central circles. There was a box around the central rings, containing them and the beautiful detail. Izuku thought it was the most wondrous thing he's ever laid eyes on. His grin felt like it was splitting his face open as he grabbed several more books, finding new images and different patterns in each. He grabbed more and more, matching some books with the same patterns. Even better, some had the same pattern but different numbers of boxes around them. He could barely breathe around the excitement in his throat. He sorted every enchanted book in his possession into piles, keeping the central symbols in clusters. One picture took up the entire page with its majesty, and he caught himself staring at it for too long. He tapped out random melodies on the floor and fought with his grin, not used to having this much excitement. These weren't just pictures, that's for sure. There were repeating symbols, specific flecks of ink in specific places together in one place to create meaning. Some of the rings were the same, some were completely unique. He tried turning the page and was blown away by the fact that there were more symbols on the next page and the next. Some books had just 1, but a few had up to 4 or even 5. He absolutely had to figure this out. He ditched that for the record book, it had a dumb name anyway, and took an unknown amount of paper from his book storage, see It comes in handy. The three 2D spinning papers did their thing in the air above the net before he impatiently grabbed at them, magically shifting them from 3 papers to a pile at least 2.5 centimeters tall. He dipped a bit under the weight, but he kept his rapid pace and skidded back to the array of stacks of books. His mind whirred, with nothing in it before he reined it back in and focused. First things first, he had to define what each one was so that he could identify relationships between them. He counted 39 unique central patterns, not counting the boxes around them. He put the boxed patterns behind those that had none, labeling them with the number of the central pattern, followed by a tally mark for how many boxes there were. His fingers were itching to know what was going on with them, how exactly they worked, but no prize came without effort, so he plopped himself down in the collection and started looking. The circle in the center was both simple and complicated. It looked mostly like a weird pictogram of a thing, except the symbols were made of rings and each ring had a different combination of symbols. But he had gone without excitement for so long that he needed a change. The very central symbol was the easiest to understand. There were only 2 kinds. He couldn't make any sort of connection to the more common one, but the other could maybe be the outline of a Minecraft avatar? In a cryptic, rune-y way? The next circle out had mostly similar patterns, and they frustrated him to no end. Izuku was so sure that it was conveying meaning and he had no clue what was going on. There were squares close to the center that branched out to basically grow more squares. Another pattern was basically the reverse, fewer in the branches and more closer to the center. Was it to convey growth, or lack thereof? Were the squares blocks, and if so, did the enchant only apply to blocks? But you were supposed to enchant tools and armor, so maybe when it comes in contact with blocks? Ugh, but he didn't remember anything dependent on blocks. To make it more difficult, there were 2 other patterns without blocks on one side, so he didn't even know how that would work with his hold blocks theory. The next 2 rings were the hardest, with few repeating symbols. He figured this was where the enchants really got specific, but he was only guessing from the volume of unique runes. One of them looked kinda like a fish, another like an arrow, so either they were about objects or they created objects. Was that an enchantment for creating fish? He didn't remember that, but he couldn't exactly rule it out with how little he knew. The boxes around some of the enchants felt way simpler in concept. Each box had some elaborate design on the inside border, with some of the same symbols from the center circles repeated. The number of boxes felt a bit arbitrary, but he did remember that there were ways to make more powerful enchants, so he guessed it was a level system. Although that didn't explain why some of them had 0 boxes, or why some had 5. Izuku stepped back from the now scattered piles of books to chug some water. It hurt his voice to mutter for too long, apparently. He glanced to the side as he emptied the wooden container and realized he was staring at the nets full of fishing rods. Enchanted fishing rods. Izuku shoved the bottle back into his inventory, ignoring the specks of cold that just landed on his shirt as he rushed to the storage. He hadn't figured out how to see the enchants on the rod, but maybe he was looking in the wrong place. He grabbed the closest glowing rod and traced the length of it, examining it for any buttons or deformities. The Minecraft stuff never had deformities like his stuff did, so... Izuku flipped the fishing rod over to look at the opposite side, near the top where his fingers had found a slight indentation. He brushed his finger over the spot again, finding 2 impossibly small patterns delicately carved into the wood. He knew of no tool that could get that fine, but he could see the similarities between these and the ones in the books. He felt near to bursting with how exciting this was. It could change everything, and it was right under his nose the entire time. He stole the fishing rod away to his trove of books, somewhat crashing into the floor and ignoring it completely in favor of comparing the symbol on the rod to the books around him. The first one on the rod had the more common center, which he couldn't really clean much from because the odds of everything applying exclusively to fishing were low. Then came the ring with the cubes branching into more cubes, which was fun. Finally came a third ring, which he was pretty sure had a bunch of fish. He was mostly guessing from the wave-looking stuff, the symbols that looked a lot like fish, and the fact that it was on a fishing rod. Izuku just wished he could remember which enchantments existed, but he hadn't written it down. He scrambled for one of the papers he'd brought earlier, drawing the enchant's rune and the fact that it was on a fishing rod. The second one on the rod had the same center, which he knew what it meant, the same branching ring as the other, but the third ring on this rune was completely different. There were a lot of waves, but he couldn't piece them together into any cohesive shape, which sucked. But figuring out what enchants showed up on what tools made it a lot easier on him, because he could figure out whether it was exclusive to one tool or across a variety of them. Izuku suddenly rose to his feet, standing perfectly still. If all he needed was more tools. He faced his pile of discovery on the floor, but now he rolled his head to the side to stare at his store of enchanted fishing rods and bows. If his kidnapper was watching, he liked to think they would have trembled in fear at the manic grin that crept across his face. Izuku sat completely still, in the eye of a hurricane of papers and books. It had taken days, but he was reasonably sure that he had recorded the enchants from every one of his enchanted weapons. His eyes had given up on him, but he could still think, so he worked through his exhaustion to puzzle out how the enchants worked. That was what it was, really. A puzzle. This was the first true test of his intelligence in this world, and he was determined to meet it head-on. It thrilled him to have something so impactful just out of reach, with effort the only barrier. He may have gone overboard on the enthusiasm, but this was the first exciting thing, outside of death, which was arguably traumatic and not exciting, to happen to him in this world. This felt like something he could prove himself with, though of course there's nobody to congratulate him. Who cares though? There's a puzzle to solve, a set of symbols to learn and master. Izuku cracked one eye open and singled out his stack of notes. He had a page for every rune, copied as well as he could manage, and a page for every type of weapon and the enchants on it. He was becoming reasonably certain that the outer ring of the rune's center was about items. He still needed to go through and figure out how the enchants affect the tools they're on, but one thing at a time. There were a few enchants he'd seen across tools, his favorite of which were the full-page ones. They became so intricate and complicated that he couldn't help but stare. He fell onto his back, staring at the ceiling of his storage room. He should probably eat something. Maybe in a bit. His eyes flicked around the ceiling, tracing the redstone outlines of the cobblestone pieces of the ceiling. Maybe a year or so ago, he got bored and traced the entire ceiling with redstone, just to have something to do. Back then, he added a line down the wall, ending it near where his head was resting now. For no reason in particular, dragged himself over to the line and smacked it, watching the glowing energy pulse through the vine-like pattern. It was nice. His stomach interrupted with a twisting of his gut, and he inwardly scolded the organ for getting so impatient. He grabbed a piece of bread to eat and turned his focus back to his magnum opus. He had to find a way to determine what effects the enchant had on weapons and tools. The ones he remembered, mending, fire something that added damage to a weapon, all of those weren't exactly visible. If he knew what an unenchanted weapon did, then he could compare it to each enchant on the same weapon and figure out whether the enchant was damage-related. Oh, but what was the smallest unit of measure of damage? Wouldn't the weapon had to be, but could there be something smaller? What would the least harmful tool be? Not a sword, that wouldn't make sense, but maybe a hoe. Shovel? Yeah, a shovel wasn't associated with damage from what he remembered. It should be great for a metric. Later that day, Izuku was camped out on his front porch. The next zombie he saw he smacked with a shovel. It took 10 hits to end it. He tested it on the next zombie, same amount. After 3 zombies dying in 10 hits, he felt pretty confident about his information. After 10, he decided it was reliable. The first enchanted sword set the next zombie on fire. Izuku blinked at the burning zombie before ending its life. He examined the flat of the blade, finding 2 enchants. Both had boxes with lines reaching towards the center, but the exterior ring for one of them looked more like a spider and the other looked more like a flame. Izuku beamed. He had an in. Days later, he had worked out a system. He used a completely normal fishing rod until it broke, tallying how many times he fished. He counted to 64 using 6 rods before he got bored and moved on. He used a rod with 1 enchantment on it, significant details including an exterior ring that reminded him of fish and boxes connected to more boxes when read from the center out. This one also lasted 64 tries. Wait, Maybe he should be counting how many fish he catches as well. Statistics. Weeks later, Izuku had more numbers but no willpower to look at them. Exhaustion weighed on his shoulders, and he felt his excitement about enchants fade. He had put in so much work and he just wanted a break. His eyes landed on the meal he was eating, fish sandwich, and he smiled at an idea. He currently had access to fish, bread, apples, and sugarcane, plus carrots and potatoes that for some ungodly reason were hiding in zombies. He'd made farms for the vegetables and had a fair amount now, enough to experiment on. He delicately retrieved the ingredients from the chests around him, letting his excitement grow as he performed for an imaginary audience. He brought every food item into the kitchen and tossed a bucket of water onto the stovetop. He hadn't moved the lava in a while, so it was nice and hot to begin with. He used a wide wooden knife, sharpened with his arrow, to cut the carrots into little circles. There was probably a proper way to do it, but this was the easiest he could think of. He did the same with the potatoes. Normally, he would experiment with different states of items, maybe with the skin off, maybe in cubes, but this was to be a proof of concept. Izuku tossed the chopped vegetables into the warming water. He wasn't quite sure what to do with the green part of the carrot, so he separated it from the rest and tossed that in too. He also cut an apple into pieces, just for the hell of it, as well as the stringy interior of some sugarcane. That would probably make the stew sweet, but it was better than nothing. Finally, he cut a cooked fish into pieces and tossed those in as well. He didn't bother picking out the bones, they could probably separate on their own and sink. Possibly. He did toss the fish's head into the void, and not the pot. It was just too creepy to consider eyes edible. He didn't want to look his food in the eye. Logically, he should be eating the whole thing, maybe not the bones, but it didn't seem worth it. Izuku peeked outside and noted that it was a little past noon. He stared into the bucket of water, getting to a boil. He hoped nothing became gross when boiled. He slumped down onto the kitchen floor, tired for no reason in particular. Wait, never mind, it was because he hadn't slept. Oh fine, he'd rest a little. Izuku blinked up at the ceiling, momentarily lost in whatever he had dreamed of before recalling his earlier actions. He got up, cracked his back, tipped way too far back, stumbled, then got back up and checked on the sun. It was somewhat close to the horizon now, so almost half a day had passed. Man, he wished he remembered how long hours were. Or minutes. That would make things so much easier. He checked back on the boiling stew. It seemed unharmed, and an unfamiliar smell now permeated the kitchen. He hadn't decided whether it was good or bad, because it was so unexpected and new that he had to savor the novelty. It was definitely sweet though. He took the bucket off the stove, leaving it on a nearby cobblestone block that wasn't so hot. He cursed himself of the past for not carving a dippy spoon, whatever those were called, and used a bowl instead. He got mostly water. Wait, what should water with flavor be called? He swore there was a name. Broth. Anyway, he got mostly broth, so he resolved to find the rest later. He squinted at the steam rising from the bowl and decided the smart idea would be to cool it down. Metal changes temperature easily, so he could have it half in the cool air and let the heat escape that way, but it felt a bit dirty to toss an iron ingot into food. Water was a good alternative, because it stayed cool unless it was kept in heat for too long, meaning it changed temperature so slowly that it would suck the heat right out of the bowl. He skipped outside to his fishing pool, dodging around some ink stains though they dried up long ago. He dipped the bowl into the water, letting the bottom cool down. Izuku was suddenly and unexpectedly struck with the feeling that he was wasting time doing useless things. Here he was, squatting over a pool of water, cooling a bowl of broth. Was this really his life? What was a life supposed to include? Izuku reminded himself that he wasn't in the real world. People had lives there, with work, school, and houses. Eating too, that too. Did they cook in the outside world? What foods did they have again? Oh, there was rice, right? God, Izuku wanted rice. Hold on, was rice real, or did he make it up? Izuku knew, intellectually, that the outside world was what was real, but it didn't ring true. His world here was pretty real. He could touch it, understand it, smell it even, but the outside world was a faint idea he had over 10 years ago. Was it even real? It must have been, right? It wasn't like a particularly vivid dream, or a hallucination he came up with to draw himself from boredom. He stared at the pot of stew rapidly cooling in his hands. This was real. At the very least, this moment, right here, was real. Izuku soaked in the seconds, feeling the sun beat down on his skin and feeling his lungs expand in his chest. This was being alive. He didn't need the outside world to know that. His eyes opened, staring down at the water. His stew was cooler now, and his fingers were colder. Izuku eyed the stew, gauging its heat. It seemed fine, so he took a hesitant sip. The flavor of something very, very sweet washed over his tongue and he almost coughed it back into the bowl. He caught the taste of fish and something else, probably the vegetables. All in all, not bad. He maneuvered a piece of carrot into his mouth and bit into it, feeling the vegetable squish a bit. It tasted like carrot but with the whole stew flavor, the same way that two different colors have similarities when viewed through water. Was water that blue in the outside world? The potato bits, as he tried them, felt pretty good, despite the fact that they were also very squishy. He couldn't find any of the fish pieces in the bowl, and he briefly wondered if they dissolved in the water. He'd seen a little tidbit of what was probably the apple that had met that fate, so it wasn't unheard of. There were a few strands of sugarcane floating around that seemed less flavorful than outside of the stew, probably because the only flavor they had was sugar. They were far easier to bite though, so Izuku took that as a win. Altogether, an interesting proof of concept. He'd have to figure out how to keep the different components from falling apart. He could do more. Izuku stared down into his soup as he realized how many ways there were to cook things. He could make stew, he could grill them on the stove, Izuku ran back into the house to make dinner. This was going to be amazing. Day 4100. Day 4200. Day 4300. Day 4400. Day 4500. Day 5000. Day 5500. Izuku watched time pass like an item down a stream. It seemed to be so stable, so still at every possible moment and yet moving all the same. He watched the sun rise and set, over and 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 the point is, time passed. Izuku filled it with anything and everything he could think to do. He remembered there were instruments, so he tried carving a flute. It worked pretty well, so he made a drum with some leather and a reconstructed chest, and that was fun. He even tried making a string instrument, something like a harp, or maybe it was called a guitar. It was nice to hear noises. It was nice to hear something other than his own breathing. He's tried making a lot of things. He bashed wheat with a cobble block and made some flour. Was that how it was pronounced? He tossed it together in a furnace with some sugar and water to make something somewhat close to bread. It was boring compared to the crafted bread, though, so he hadn't made it again. He made a better coat, pants that didn't feel weird. He wondered who made the pants that he arrived in. The stitching was so delicate and precise. It must have been his mother. But wait, it was a school uniform, so maybe there was a school clothes maker that made it. A chicken had spawned, some meaningless time ago. He had eggs now, that was nice. He also had chicken and feathers. He had more to eat now. Chicken was weird, the raw stuff looked more fragile than fish but held together better. He sometimes stood in the animal pen, simply listening. There was a subtle tick noise under the squawking of the chickens that he could pick up on if he was very quiet. He could reach down and pet them, though he didn't do it often. It felt too strange to feel something that was alive and cold. Izuku was getting twitchy. He would find himself fidgeting in inconvenient ways, like picking at accidental cuts and digging his nails into his skin. It feels strange, but in the end it's just one more thing. There just wasn't anything to do. He had the running tally of some attempt at statistics going with the enchants, that was nice. He had a stupid amount of numbers on various meticulously labeled papers all adding up to something he wasn't sure how to calculate. Some of the enchants affected what he fished, some affected how long the tool took to break, and some did nothing he could figure out at all. There were so many possibilities. It used to be so exciting, but there was just so much to keep track of that his passion couldn't keep up. Nothing changed either way. He could watch the moon and stars pass overhead every night for a year and not a single FING light would fall out of place. Nothing moved. Nothing changed. The The only things that really existed in this world were Izuku and the nebulous concept of time. Time tugged him endlessly forth, marching him into exactly what he experienced before. Nothing ever moved. Rotted. Nothing except him. Izuku sometimes read what he had written before, back when he was more hopeful. His worries about how the world worked. His desperate record of who he is. A recipe. It was almost like listening to another person. Almost. He tried everything he could. Archery, sewing, weaving, baking or cooking or whatever it was called, painting, music, drawing, trying over and over to draw his mother's face, math, trial and error, carving, copying enchants, arson, parkour, marathon sleeping, redstone lighting, making drinks, anything and everything and nothing that mattered. He's made instruments, tools, toys, an apron, a semi-functional gun, armor, a water clock that didn't work right, another clock that did, modified armor that actually fit him, maps, paintings, sculptures, a backpack, houses, neighborhoods, every color of pants and shirts in every design, sewers and secret passages and massive murals that eclipse entire buildings and drawings of every monster and exactly how they work and every piece of information he could think of, and it was all useless and awful and boring and nothing. His old journals talk about a real life. He figured it was a debatable thing. He could have simply spawned into this world at 13 years old with a set of default foggy memories, just like how Frank and the chickens spawned in. Was there really anything outside? Was it just his imagination? A dream? His brain was slowing down, Izuku noticed. Was it the effect of time, or was it the fault of this pervasive nothing? It ached under his skin, melting away his bones until he wasn't anything and still he existed. It was almost ironic how he had to keep moving to stay alive, just to sustain nothing. He had to make food, sleep, eat and drink, just to continue existing. The only thing he tastes these days is his teeth rotting in his mouth. It was so easy to just stop. To give up. To ignore the soft muttering in his skull that asked him to find out what this was or why that happened. Izuku wandered the streets of his empty city, his tomb. He built it referencing a map he'd made in the beginning of the route from his mom's house to a store. He'd found it entertaining at the time. Now it's a hassle to navigate. They were all fake anyway, empty shells with no staircases or second floors. The whole section of world that he'd made the city in took up far more space than his original house and plaza combined. It was foolish of him to put it directly in the way of the sunset. Finally, he made it to the end, the street abruptly cutting off as it met the void. Ah, his old friend, in existence personified. It looked hungry today. He absently tossed a wooden plank off the edge, watching it fall into the endless nothing. He contemplated following it. There really wasn't anything else to do here, anyway. He knew that dying up here would lead to respawning, he'd made his peace with that. But what about down there? The void never returned anything he gave it, so it follows that it wouldn't give his soul back. Maybe he'd just falling on and on until he starved. The sun set, hanging vibrant in the sky. It fell so damn slowly, as if the sun was gingerly creeping down so as to not lose its footing. Izuku could almost hate it. The sun finished setting and turned pale beneath the assumed horizon. It was supposed to be hiding behind the ground now, but Izuku could still see it. How many more times will it trace the same path across the sky? Around and around it goes, never slowing and never tiring. How inspiring! Izuku huffed a breath and rose to his feet, making the trek back to his house. He stepped into his calendar building to add to the tally. Day 5522. He glanced back to his shelf, the one with his Life 1 book. He first died on a day ending in 22. It would be poetic if he were to die today. But he's already added today's tally in black, and his red tally system would get disrupted. That would be too annoying. Day 6000. Izuku made himself a cake to celebrate the passing of yet another 1,000 days. It felt hollow. He tasted bile in the back of his throat. Dying would be a relief, probably. He watched Frank wander around outside. He hated that it wasn't alive. Was it worth it to be alive? What value does a life have if he did nothing? Why would he not try dying? If he died, he wouldn't be here anymore, and the world would just be empty. Nobody would mourn him. Nobody would exist here. Nobody to suffer at the hands of time. And if he did respawn, though he hoped he didn't, then no harm no foul. Izuku stared at the cake. It was so sweet. He didn't want to eat sweet things anymore. He didn't want to eat anything anymore. Izuku woke slowly on day 6622. The block had almost reached the pressure plate on the floor. Good he hadn't overslept. The cobblestone block he'd suspended in sugarcane rope took about a day to fall from the height of its shelf to the floor, and the pressure plate under it would trigger a redstone signal to a piston which would remove the next block's shelf and start a new process. He had 4 total, resetting them before he went to sleep just in case he slept for over a day. He couldn't lose count after all this time. Izuku rose and started walking. He felt almost excited. He would find out what happens to living things in the void. Maybe he would even die forever. And how lovely it is that he in his first life could share such a similar death date. He paced through the fake city, heart pumping with curiosity, and dare he say excitement. He reached the edge. The void seemed to call his name, waving him over. It seemed so harmless he wondered if it could end him at all. Izuku unwrapped his storage belt from its near-permanent place on his hips. He wore clothes he didn't mind losing to the void, so he didn't take those off. He also didn't have shoes to put at the ledge, that felt like it should have meant something, but he, of course, didn't remember why he was supposed to leave his shoes. He settled on untying his hair from the bit of string he'd tamed it with and leaving that behind. He looked out into the sunset. This was it. Izuku looked out at the void, patiently waiting for him. He took its hand and stepped over the edge. His stomach turned over and he made to clutch the ground, but there wasn't anything except himself. His blood pulsed in his ears as he felt air rush past him, wind for the first time. He wondered at his velocity now, as he stared up at his rapidly diminishing island. Part of him felt like he was free. The other part of him was slowly growing more and more terrified as the only other thing left his view. He spun in the air, losing sight of the island altogether and staring into nothing. His eyes couldn't focus on anything, feeling blind and lost. He curled up in a useless attempt to protect himself from the fear. Why did he think this was such a good idea? He felt swallowed whole, completely consumed after willingly, stupidly, stepping into the maw of a beast. Interest turned to uncertainty as he watched the nothing below him. What was going to? He was struck mid-thought by a nauseatingly strong pulse of pain. It filled his entire being and Izuku felt his stomach reject its contents. He didn't have time to let it, however, because a second wave came crashing through him. Not even his bones were spared, given equal measure as his skin, nerves, and brain. A third pulse drew a diseased sort of cough from his lungs and a fourth caught him breathless. He cried out, but nothing would save him from the jaws of the monster he trusted. The last thing he saw was complete darkness as he felt himself pulse with torture a final time. Izuku gasped and shot up, pulse skittering and nerves sparking. He opened his mouth to try and articulate a question, a statement, an accusation, but he couldn't find the words. He became painfully aware of the blood pulsing through his veins and how strangely hot his body was. He blinked once, then twice, gathering his bearings. His legs, arms, eyes, actually everything hurt. It felt like he didn't belong in his skin. That made a little bit of sense, considering that his brain was supposed to be thousands of blocks below him along with the rest of himself. Actually, what was that? A void is supposed to be absent of everything, but it was like he passed some invisible barrier of safety and was attacked. Izuku shifted uncomfortably as his organs reminded him of the sensation he experienced at the bottom of the world. It was a pulsing agony, almost alive in the way it consumed him. He blinked again as he felt a familiar mixture of hopelessness and dread well up within himself, but was caught off guard when it continued rising to the surface instead of staying crushed in his stomach. He felt tears of all things sting at his eyes, and a sob tear itself free. Why were his emotions not working the way they were supposed to? He gasped for air as another shudder pushed at his throat. He couldn't escape. Not even the hungry expanse below him could deliver him from this endless purgatory. There was no freedom left to be had, not for him. His pulse was an engine in his chest, sputtering and leaking as it tried desperately to keep up with demand. He was 13 years old, all over again. Heaving sobs racked his very being with the force of his sorrow. What god would design such an awful prison? How cruel his captor, for placing him within. Izuku wasn't sure how long he laid there, on the familiar wooden blocks of the spawn point. Eventually he realized the sun was in his eyes and he closed them. What was he supposed to do now? He will never be able to die. There is no escape. Death, for him, is impossible. But what about his captor? There are immortality quirks out there, but the twisted psychopath who kept him obviously had a Minecraft quirk. How long has it been now? 17, 18 years. If he remembered correctly, people usually died before they reached 100. And when they die, the quirk and thus Izuku would have to die as well. So really it is all a battle of attrition between Izuku and his tormentor. And he cannot lose. With the thought of an end in mind, a quiet flame of anger sparking in his gut, he sat up to begin the war. Izuku surveyed his surroundings. Funny. He's been walking through this area his entire life, and it still feels disorienting. He wondered if that's a side effect of respawning, some unfamiliarity because his body isn't the same one his mind used previously. He didn't remember this feeling the first time, but he hadn't wanted to die the first time. Oh right, that wasn't a good thing, was it, wanting death? Wasn't a good situation. He would expect anyone to jump in the void at least once, just to break up the monotony at least. He turned and strode back towards his house. He had ended up making many bedrooms in the past few years, filling his day with as much as possible to distract himself from the nothing that surrounded him. In the end, he still just tossed a bed into the corner of his storage room. It was the most convenient place, anyway. He paused as he considered going back to where he jumped off to get his belt back. He noticed his breathing pick up and tears attempt to spill. Izuku didn't feel quite ready to see the void again. Well, he could come back later. He had eternity, after all. Izuku started small. He cooked himself a proper meal, filling half a loaf of bread, hollowed out, filled with some chicken potato carrot fish stew. He had found out through perilous trial and error that cooking it slower and longer gave it a stronger flavor, and he remembered enjoying the taste filling his mouth. The bread acted as a bowl but also a side, meaning not only did he not have to wash any bowls but he got a new flavor of bread. The first bite felt like he was seeing color for the first time. He had never considered the act of eating so satisfying. The soup was a touch too hot, the bread a bit cold, but he loved it more than he could describe. After tasting nothing but rot, this felt truly clean. He savored every second he could get, letting the stew sit in his mouth and fill his entire being with its warmth. The potatoes were warm and soft, the carrots providing just enough resistance to need chewing, the chicken falling apart the second it met his teeth. This was an experience he did not want to waste. Alas, food is not infinite, and he shoved the last piece of crust in his mouth, completely sated. Strangely enough, he felt better. More alive. More present. He stepped outside, nothing on his person except his clothes. No storages holding him down with tasks to complete. He went the opposite direction of that lonely city, instead making his way up the slope to where his second house stood. The pipeline of lava he'd built then still stood, continually warming the island. He could probably renovate it so that he didn't have to bring his buckets outside to make stew. He turned and faced everything that he'd created. The sun was setting, but it felt less despicable now. It was just the sun. He didn't like the city though, it blocked his view. There was nothing stopping him from tearing it down, though, so he could add that to his to-do list. Izuku wasn't sure how to cope with immortality, but he could certainly wait for a while. The child was boring. All for one look down on the human in his domain and sighed. He was hoping for some entertainment after another boring day, but it seemed to be useless for even that. How could he provoke some reaction? It had stopped doing things. All his entertainment had come from seeing his Sisyphus try and fail. And yet this absurdly mind-numbing boredom infusing the pocket quirk was tearing him apart. He had to change it. The accelerated time within the quirk allows his plans to come to fruition near instantly, and the effect was gratifying after so long. But now it was doing absolutely nothing. Could he ask Tenko? His successor was always overly interested in worlds like this. Relieving his eternal boredom would be worth the cost of listening to it ramble on. Izuku woke up to a cloudless sky. Which wouldn't be weird except he had never seen a sky unbroken by the skyscrapers of the city. And weirder.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.